and I joined here in 1995. So before that, I spent 2 years at IIT Delhi doing some research in the field of rural development, and I did my post graduation from St. Xavier Institute of Social Service, Ranchi, in rural management. So that's my background, and we are working here in the Department of Rural Development and mainly working in various technologies like water, sanitation, organic farming, and all such kind of technologies which are required for the villages for the rural development. So in this session, I am going to cover experiences of CDTP scheme, Community Development through Polytechnic scheme. So we will let you know that what is this CDTP scheme, and we'll have a case study of northern region of India. As you know, NITRE Chandigarh is a resource institute for the northern region, and now it is a national institute. Initially, the task given to this institution was to train the polytechnic teachers and engineering college teachers of the northern region. Now in 2003, the name of this institution was raised to the national level, and National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. So now it is looking after the whole education at the national level. So we have been given a task to undertake the CDTP scheme, Community Development through Polytechnic scheme, which was started by MHRD, Government of India. So there is some history about it. I will tell you that. Under this CDTP scheme, there are 155 polytechnics. They are working in our network. So what they are doing and how they are performing various tasks related to skill development, related to transfer of technology, and related to various other activities. So we will try to cover all such aspects in this session. So we are going to cover about the CDTP scheme, what it tells, what are the objectives, how it has been designed by the Government of India or the planners of India initially in 1977-78. Then we have taken a sample of studies. We have collected information from 41 polytechnics recently, and on that basis we'll try to find out what is happening there. Then we'll have a review that how the scheme has performed, and then we'll find out the achievements under the scheme by doing some data analysis, findings and comparison. Then I will also tell you that what NITRE Chandigarh or the Department of Rural Development of NITRE Chandigarh, what we are doing here. So some recent experiments and achievements will also be told to you. Then we will also try to find out what are the future projects lying with us and how we are doing and what we are going to undertake in future and under the research projects. Then what can be the strategic action areas, what are the weak areas of the scheme or skill development activities. And finally, we'll try to conclude that what we learned from this session. So the very first point is introduction of a scheme called Community Development through Polytechnic. Initially in 1977-78, a scheme was introduced by the Government of India, and it was named as Community Polytechnic Scheme, Samudaik Vikas Yojana. So at that time, Government of India or the planners of India, they thought that Polytechnic is the right candidate to begin some skill development activities in the rural areas. And apart from skill development activities in the rural areas, they will also undertake certain technology-based projects so that we can increase the productivity of the people and we can improve the quality of life of the people. So from that angle, the Polytechnic has been playing an important role for the development of the society. So 77-78, 35 polytechnics initially we selected as a pilot project and from all over the country, and later on it increased up to about 700 polytechnics in year 2003 or 4. So that was the background, and polytechnic education was thought to that they can provide some support to the society, and with the help of polytechnic teachers and manpower we will be able to reach to the masses, means mainly the rural areas. So from that angle the role of polytechnics were very important, and it was planned in way back in 77-78. In this study, we have tried to take a sample of 41 institutions from out of 155, and we'd like to determine the major problems faced in implementation of this scheme, to seek suggestions for the effective implementation of CDTP scheme, and to critically examine the appraisals of various committees. So a review was done, and then we can propose that what may be the strategic actions for betterment of this scheme or various other vocational skills programs of the Government of India. But mainly we are going to cover the Community Polytechnic Scheme or CDTP scheme at present. Under this methods of study, we have developed a questionnaire, and in that questionnaire we try to follow a model that is called context, input, design, process and product. Means whole of the process has been examined, and on that basis we'll try to conclude what the results are coming. So a detailed questionnaires were sent to 155 polytechnics in the northern region, and out of them we got response from 41 polytechnics. So we selected 10 from Uttar Pradesh, 5 from Uttarakhand, Himachal and Punjab, 5 each, and Haryana, Rajasthan, we had 3 each, and J&K, and from J&K, 3 each from the J&K and 2 from Delhi and 1 from Chandigarh. So in this way we have collected information from the 41 polytechnics out of 155. So a questionnaire was designed and it was sent to them, and based on the recent information what we got, so we'll try to conclude based on, we'll try to find out what is happening there. But let me tell you the basic background how this whole process started. So way back in 77-78, the scheme was launched with the 6 important activities. It was planned that we have to target the rural communities, mainly who are the deprived communities in terms of SC, STs, women, so disabled, all such groups of the people, how they can be benefited. So from that angle 6 activities were thought of. Very first activity was the polytechnic will organize some survey or conduct some survey, that is called socioeconomic survey and planning. This is the basic requirement. Unless we know the socioeconomic state of the people, and unless we find out the training needs for the self-employment or the technologies needs for the different kind of interventions. So for that purpose socioeconomic survey was to be done, and each polytechnics conduct some socioeconomic surveys before every year planning. So they conduct a socioeconomic surveys of 5 to 10 villages each year. Based on the socioeconomic survey, other activities are planned. Number 1 activity is the manpower development and training, that is called the vocational training basically. So the polytechnics are conducting various kind of training programs, vocational training programs. So mostly such programs are of 6 months duration. So 6 months duration programs, and objective is to provide self-employment to the people, so that after getting such training the persons go for self-employment. Focus is on self-employment, but many of them they are going for the wage employment as well in that in the industries. Then third component is the transfer of technologies. So transfer of technologies are required for the improvement of the quality of life of the people and to increase the productivity of the people in various sectors. So the transfer of technologies was adopted. Then technical services. The polytechnic is supposed to organize 5 to 6 camps in nearby villages, and through these camps they will repair free they will organize repair and maintenance camps, and it will be the free of cost. So all the equipment of the farmers or the villagers, whether it is related to mechanical, electronics, electrical, or any kind of such components or devices, they may be repaired free of cost to build a confidence of the people that the polytechnics are working as a resource center for helping the society at large. Then support services to guide the people in designing their houses, to guide the people to design and develop some network of the roads, networks of the communication, to help the trained students in developing some enterprise or some projects so that they can go for the self-employment. So all kind of support services were also provided. Then finally, the dissemination of information. So each polytechnic is supposed to publish some pamphlets, publish some banner, and these banner pamphlets can may be distributed among the society, among the community, and apart from that, the mass media may be used for the popularization of this scheme. So in this way, under the 6 activities, all the activities are being undertaken by the polytechnic system, and it was started in 78-79. But in between, what happened, there was certain problem. So in year 2007, it was closed for 1 or 2 years. So in year 2007, it was closed for 1 or 2 years, and later on it was once again introduced in year 2009. So that is a kind of a story. This scheme has been reviewed time to time to assess the performance, to find out the strengths and weaknesses. So initially, in 1987, a Kalbag committee was appointed. Kalbag was the chairman and other members were there. So they reviewed the scheme. Then in 1996, Luther committee was appointed under the person of Mr. Luther. So in 1996, it was reviewed. Then in 2006, it was once again reviewed, and this committee recommended, and finally in 2009, 2007 it was closed, and 2009 once again it was started, and the name was given as CDTP. Earlier it was CPS, Community Polytechnic Scheme. Now the name was changed to Community Development Through Polytechnic. In between, in 2013, it was once again reviewed under a Rajdan committee. Then 2013 itself, there was a Professor I.K. Bhatt committee, which was appointed by the Ministry of HRD. Then National Policy for the Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, it has been introduced in 2015. And now there is a likely to be a change in this scheme in the near future. So all such review has taken place. But all such committees, they have recognized the work of the CP scheme or the CDTP scheme, and they have further recommended that such schemes are doing well at the grassroots level. They have developed contacts and rapport with the people, and many of the unemployed youth and women, they are getting benefited. So that kind of conclusion comes from all review committees. As I told you, it was initially started through in 35 polytechnics only, and it spread to 669 in 2006. So under the Kalbag committee, what was their observations? To develop the human resource and rural areas, not by giving only technical skills, but also the scientific methodology for identifying opportunities and exploiting them. So Kalbag committee had an observation that we have to have some scientific methodology to solve the problems of the people. And the development projects will be identified and initiated by the rural society with a technical support. So that kind of observation was made by the Kalbag committee, but by and large, they were satisfied that this scheme has developed a linkage with the people. So Polytechnic as a whole will raise the level from their own S&T, science and technology, by providing technical solutions to the problems faced by the villagers. So it was expected that Polytechnic will try to solve the problems of the villagers related to various activities, related to housing, sanitation, any machinery required in the agricultural fields, and all such interventions through the science and technology. And training should be multi-skill. So at that time in 1986 itself, it was focused that a person from the rural area, they be given training on the multi-skills. Suppose there is a mason, if he becomes a trained person in the plumbing also, it is an advantage for him. Similarly, an electrician adds some other qualification, other skills, then it will be beneficial for him or her. So same way, multi-skill approach was advocated. Then apart from that, at that time, the people or the planners, they thought that engineering, drawing, measurement and testing concepts should also be given, although it is a very, very big task, because in our scheme, there is no age bar, there is no qualification bar, even an illiterate person can get training of the first level. So mostly our scheme is covering L1 and L2 learning skills or the modules what we find at present under the NSQF, and it will work as a resource center. It was advocated by this was the Kalbag committee report. Similarly, the Luther committee in 1996, they also gave some they reviewed the scheme and they found some strengths and some weaknesses. They further recommended that how the Jila Panchayats and the Panchayati Raj institutions may be engaged so that we have a better rapport with the society and community, and further how the NGOs may be also tied up. So all such kind of recommendation comes from the Luther committee. Then in 2006, which resulted into the renaming of the scheme or redefining the scheme under the name of community development through polytechnics. So they also found the strength of the schemes. About 35% of the people were getting employment. Various vocations were introduced by the polytechnic system. They are operating through the extension centers. So all these strengths were also reviewed, and apart from some weaknesses were also introduced as weaknesses were also reviewed. And after that, they recommended that there was some problem with the existing scheme. So they recommended that let us change the name and relaunch the scheme with a new name that is called CDTP, Community Development Through Polytechnics. So 2006, this was recommended. What the uniqueness of this community scheme was found by that committee, that even it is targeting and engaging illiterate, semi-literate, matriculates, graduates, postgraduates, all are eligible for getting some kind of a training. So there was no age bar, there was no qualification bar, and there is no fee. So at present, the scheme is going on that mode. So it recommended that it should be continued in the name of CDTP, and they further also recommended that trainers should be also accredited. So we should have qualified trainers for running the scheme effectively, and NITER should also work in collaboration with other institutions like IITs, and so that they can provide some more knowledge to the people and they can benefit the society at the large. So the scheme was relaunched in 2007. So in 2009, finally it was actualized in the name of CDTP scheme. And it was planned that this scheme is going to be expanded to the 1,000 number of the polytechnics in the country in the 11th 5-year plan. But unfortunately, it has not taken up. It has not been taken up. And at present, 518 polytechnics all over the country, they are working under this scheme. Then under the national policy document also, the scheme has been given a prominence, and it was recognized that it has developed a good rapport with the masses, and which is the prerequisite for the rural development work. So linkages were also recognized by the national policy document, which is usually developed by our planners in the country. So more or less it was reflected in the 5-year plans also, that scheme is working well and it has developed a good network with the people. So it should be continued and further expanded. But my dear friend, in year 2015, last year, in July 2015, a separate Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship was created. So under that ministry, now they are trying to focus on certain important issues. What are the focus of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship? What are their focus? They also try to focus on social entrepreneurship so that innovative ideas may be given to the youth so that they can go for a better vocations, and it can provide them sustainable livelihood. So social entrepreneurship is one area, and entrepreneurship need to be encouraged at the large so that all the trained persons, they can go for their self ventures. Then there is an appointment. There was a constitution of a state skill development mission, best such like the National Skill Development Mission. So all state will have some program based on their region, that will be termed as a state skill development mission. So all the states are taking care of it. Then skill development with a sustainable livelihood targeting 93% of workforce. What is this 93% of workforce? They are working in unorganized sector. So how to target them, how to train them so that they can go up. Then accelerating entrepreneurship and self-employment, that was another focus. Then good quality trainer needed. For all such activities, good quality trainers are required. And then the certification system should be there, and assessment system under the scheme, under a scheme called NSQF, National Standard Qualification Framework. So an NSQF policy will be adopted for assurance of the quality of any kind of a training. So industry will also earmark about 2% of its payroll for skill development initiative. So it was requested by the ministry. And apart from that, it has to create a MIS system so that all the skill development programs, whatever been running in the whole of the country, that can provide information at the ministry level or the national level. So in that way, the MIS system, that is called Labor Market Information System. Then skill development management system should be also there. Then the government plan to develop a portal called Skillpedia. So under this portal, all kind of modules of the training and all related information to the various sectors will be put so that the people can be benefited. Then counseling and guidance centers should be also there so that career counseling for the various people can be given. Then city center and post office may also be used for the training purposes. Many of the government institutions or the infrastructure, they are lying vacant. Earlier it has been created, but it is not, the work has been reduced in the post office and other places. So it has been thought that such infrastructure will also be utilized. Then communication packages and kits will be supplied. So under this skill development ministry, all such things have been planned. And we have to create a platform that is called e-content on skill development. So all such websites will be there where the e-content will be available. Then create blended learning environment to deliver high quality training in undeserved region of India. So government is planning to provide a better platform even in the remote areas of our country, backward areas, and how the women may be connected and how the skilled women may be given employment. And there is a planning of National Skill Research Center or the National Skill Research Institute. So it is being planned that either at Delhi or at some place we'll have a National Skill Research Institute. Apart from that, there are certain scholars who have been working in this area. They have been advocating with various slogans. They say that Kusal Bharat and Kausal Bharat. So if we are skilled, then we can go for a Kausal Bharat, Kusal Bharat and Kausal Bharat. The global jobs, enterprises, technology skills, a JETS model have been advocated. So JETS ecosystem, global jobs, enterprises, technology skills. So we should train our people in such a way they can go for any kind of work at the global level. Then investment, innovations and institutions. So we need to invest in infrastructure. Then innovations need to be given to the people and institutions may be included. So that is a model. Another model. Then is a four-point policies may be adopted. That is called leverage infrastructure, build qualified trainers and right investments. So various people or scholars, they also advocate that how we can provide a better skills to the people so that they can fetch any kind of job in the global market. So many of the scholars are of a viewpoint that if we are not able to exploit the demographic dividends at present, then it will be very late. So we have to start, and that's why various schemes have been launched in the various names, and the government of India wants to promote the skill development activities. And some of the scholars have a focus that let us train go anywhere service sectors. Let us train the rural youth more and more in the go anywhere. Which are these? Maybe the electrician, plumbing or the plumber, mason, carpenter, IT enabled services related to the BPO, telecom, financial and distance educational services, etc., which can be even provided in the rural areas or tribal areas. So can we train our people go anywhere services for the go anywhere service sectors? Under present study, what we found that on an average, earlier 35% of the people were getting wage and self-employment, but in last 5 years, it has gone down. So about 21% of the people are getting some kind of self and wage employment through the polytechnic system, which varies from 41% in Chandigarh. There are two institutions, so they have a better employment opportunities because all our service sector and construction activities are better in Chandigarh. So 41% self or wage employment in Chandigarh, 26% in through the various polytechnics of Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and J&K. They are at the level of the 26%. 19% in Delhi and Haryana, 18% in Uttar Pradesh, and 13% in Uttarakhand. So that comes from the study which we conducted. So a study reveals that percentage of wage employment is highest in Chandigarh with 30% if you take the average, while self-employment is highest in Punjab, that is 12%. So that kind of conclusion was made based on this study. In the last 5 years, the highest number of trained persons per polytechnic was highest in Chandigarh with the 3011 in 5 years figure, and it was lowest in Rajasthan average to 1219. So Rajasthan is lagging behind as far as the scheme is concerned, and the data was taken from 2009 to 15. So that kind of a study comes, and as per the study, each polytechnic on an average trained 416 persons per annum. So target for one polytechnic is 600. So under the 600, they have only trained 416 persons. केवल 416 लोगों को ट्रेन किया है, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट जो मिली है वो है 21% पिछले 5 सालों में. ये पहले 35% होती थी. इट हैज गॉन डाउन ड्यू टू वेरियस रीजंस. What kind of training they are running? It may be related to refrigeration, air conditioning, all 6 months programs, motor winding, automobile engineering, automobiles repair. Then some training trades are also for the women, may be related to handicrafts, may be related to tailoring, may be related to beauty culture, then computer data entry operator. So there are about 50 to 60 popular trades through the various polytechnics which has been going on. So this is the situation in the northern region. We have 155 polytechnics. So UP has 61 polytechnics, Uttarakhand 15 polytechnics, Chandigarh we have only two polytechnics working under this scheme. Delhi we have 6, Haryana there are 16 polytechnics, Himachal Pradesh 6, J&K 11, Punjab 19, and Rajasthan we have 19 polytechnics. So this is a network with which we are working. And so if we take a figure of the last 5 years, which we collected from our institution, we have been collecting the information. Based on that, in the last 5 years, through 155 polytechnics, we have trained about 3 lakhs people. We have trained about 3 lakhs people. Out of them, 73,974 means about 80,000 people or 75,000 people, they have got self or wage employments. So this is a figure. Chandigarh has a better performance, where out of 7,363, 4,591, they are doing some work. In Delhi also, out of 7,451, 2,005 people are doing some work. Haryana trained about 40,000 people, and about 9,000 they have got some kind of employment. Similarly, Himachal. So if we see the figure state-wise, then what it comes? Uttar Pradesh, all the institutions, 61 polytechnics in Uttar Pradesh, they have trained 1,18,000 people, 977 people. Out of them, 26,181, means about 20% people, they have got self or wage employment in Uttar Pradesh. Similarly, in Uttarakhand, we have 15 polytechnics. So under the 15 polytechnics, we have trained 25,452 people, and out of them 3,700 people got some kind of employment. So this is the scenario. In Punjab, we have 19 polytechnics. So through the 19 polytechnics, the total person trained in last 5 years, 44,288, and 12,998, about 13,000 people have got some kind of self or wage employment. In Haryana, we have a figure of 39,748, and about 8,800 people have got some kind of self and wage employment. So this all figure varies. Himachal Pradesh, the population density is less. So number of persons are trained through the 6 polytechnics are 9,403 only. And out of them, 3,000 people have gone for self or wage employments. So you can see the performance of various polytechnics region wise. In Jammu and Kashmir, in last 5 years, through that 15 institutions, 36,599 people were trained, and about 8,500 they have got some kind of self and wage employment. In Rajasthan, which is the weakest state as far as CDTP scheme is concerned, here what is happening? The polytechnics, they have trained 22,626. So more than 16 institutions are there in Rajasthan, and 4,000 people have got some self and wage employment. So in Rajasthan, we have to improve the status of the scheme. In Chandigarh, we have 2 institutions, so they are doing well. So 7,000, more than 7,000 persons were trained, and about 4,500 they have got some self-employment. In Delhi, there are 6 institutions which are running this scheme. So 7,500 persons were trained, and 2,000 people got some employment. Delhi, there are a lot of opportunities, but the polytechnics are not taking much interest in this scheme, and that's why the performance is lesser. Otherwise, there is a lot of scope in Delhi if we run the vocational programs in a better way. So what are the problems which we observe? There is a Whole scheme is dependent on the availability of the grants from the ministry. Each year, ministry is providing 17 lakh recurring grant and about 6 to 10 lakhs non-recurring grant in the gap of 5 to 10 years. So that kind of a system has been adopted by Ministry of HRD. So many a time the funds are not coming to the polytechnics and people are not benefited. So that's why that kind of situation is there. Then non-recurring and recurring funds become inadequate. Trainers and functionaries, they are not getting better salary. That is another problem. Then under the transfer of technologies, in last 3 years, the funds were very irregular. Earlier, the funds were coming directly to the polytechnic. In year 2009 and 10, for the first 2 years, the money was directly sent to the polytechnics, but later on, the government of India changed the policy, and now they are sending the money to the state government. So through the state government, it is not reaching to the polytechnics. So this is a major drawback, and that's why the scheme is not functioning that well, which was expected earlier. Apart from that, through the NITR system, we are also working in promotion of certain appropriate technologies in the villages. So under the NITR, Chandigarh has developed a system, and we are working in various areas and to tackle the issues of the people. So rural sanitation is one of the issues. Then drinking water, some of the institutions, they have developed certain technologies. Then water pollution check we are working on. Water resource management from the irrigation point of view. Then soil health management. Agriculture, we are helping the agriculture activities to grow in terms of machinery, in terms of various interventions. Then forestry and herbal products, we are trying to promote such things. Then rural housing, some of the polytechnics are doing some work. Even engineering college have joined hands. Then renewable energy and ICT application for sustainable development. So in these 10 areas, this NITR Chandigarh is trying to intervene, and we are trying to find out some solutions. So let us see what we are doing there. Under the rural sanitation, we are promoting low cost wastewater disposal system. Like in all the villages, you may find the problems. The water is being collected near to your hand pump or near to well. So what will happen if the water is being collected on the street? Then if the vehicle or other motor vehicle, etc., pass through the street, then the street is further damaged. And another major problem is the water collected, it will become the breeding ground for the mosquitoes and insects. So it will further create problem for the people. So what to do? So particularly the gray water which is coming from the hand pump or the bathroom, it can be disposed of by developing a small filter nearby. So such filters may be developed with the help of ferrocement technologies. Means we construct a tank, or we divide the chambers. It may be constructed with the help of the bricks, or even we can go for the ferrocement technology, and it may be divided into various chambers, and the chambers may be filled with various materials. तो इसमें आपने देखा होगा कि बड़े साइज के कुछ हमने बोल्डर्स भर दिए, फिर ईंटों के टुकड़े भर दिए, फिर स्टोन चिप्स भर दिए, इस तरह से उसको पूरा फिलअप कर देते हैं, और फाइनली पानी जो है ये जमीन में एब्जॉर्ब हो जाता है. So there are various models. Even it can be made with the help of the bricks. The simpler model can be made. We can dig a pit of 3 to 4 feet deep, and that pit may be filled with the various gravels like brick bats, stone chips, and even sand. So various layer of filters are filled up, and this way we develop these soak pits. Then similarly we develop some for the safe disposal of human excreta. We may have our septic tanks. So some of the polytechnics have developed this family size septic tanks, which is of a 1 cubic meter dimension, and you may see there is a buffalo wall in between. So septic tanks are being promoted. In Himachal Pradesh, Lot of polytechnics have constructed this ferro cement low cost toilets. So these ferro cement low cost toilets may be constructed at present at the rate of rupees 8,000, and they have been installed in various villages in at a large number. So thousands of such toilets have been installed. Then apart from that, some polytechnics are also promoting this biogas plant. Many a time these toilets may be attached to the biogas plants so that we can have a better option, and the cow dung as well as the human excreta may be recycled, and later on we get some manure which can be used for the farming. Even bathroom and toilets may be constructed together so that we can reduce the cost. Such technologies are being promoted. Then this vermicomposting. With the help of earthworms, the cow dung can be recycled. So there are a special type of earthworms which can be used, and we can recycle the cow dung, and we have a vermicompost. So the compost can be generated with the help of vermiculture. So earthworms are used for the decomposition of cow dung. Then apart from that, biogas plant is there. Then for the safe drinking water, the simple intervention may be made in the rural areas where there is a turbidity or the water is dirty. So for that case, we have a small filter. So that can be fitted into even a pitcher or even a bucket, and that filter may be used for recycling or for the filter of dirty water. Then we have a storage also, water storage also. Then we have also developed a wastewater treatment system here at NITER Chandigarh. What we have done, the grey water coming from the bathroom and the mess, that is being filtered with the help of a filter medium. So we have developed a tank, and at that tank we have put up some filter media like brick bats and stone chips. And apart from that, we are also growing certain plants. So these plants are helpful in treating the dirty water. These plants are helpful in treating the dirty water because the plants are being used. So this technology has been termed as phytoremediation technology, or the treatment of dirty water with the help of plants. So you can see here in a pond we have deployed about 40 such rafts, and in that pond these plants were helping in treating the water. So this is the plant called Canna indica, हिंदी में इसको केली के फूल बोलते हैं. इस प्लांट को हमने ग्रो किया एक तालाब में, और इस तालाब में गंदे पानी पर हमने एक स्टडी की, तो ये प्लांट्स काफी सक्सेसफुल रहे उस गंदे पानी को ट्रीट करने के लिए. So with the help of phytoremediation technique, this is called phytoremediation wetland technology. तो इस टेक्नोलॉजी से हम तालाब के पानी को या घर के पानी को, जो गंदा पानी है, उसको साफ कर सकते हैं. और उसके पहले हम क्या करेंगे कि टैंक बनाएंगे, उस टैंक में भी इस तरह के फिल्टर डालेंगे और गंदे पानी को पहले इस टैंक से फ्लो करेंगे, सो दैट फर्दर इफ इट गोज फर्दर इन द पॉन्ड इट इज मोर और लेस क्लीन, एंड देन इट कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर irrigation purpose. So here also at NITER Chandigarh we have a model of this treatment plant. So in a nearby village we deployed about 40 such rafts, and on these rafts, these floating rafts, the plants were raised, plants were grown. So what we found, after 1 month these plants were doing well, and the root zones or the roots of the plants, they were working in such a way that they were able to help us in treating the water. Then apart from that, we are also promoting rainwater harvesting. The polytechnics are trying to extend this technology in the villages. So rainwater harvesting, as you know, in the hilly regions mainly, we have the natural springs. So how to store that water? Because that is used as a drinking water in the hilly regions. So we are promoting they should construct some tank, and that water must be used in a safe manner. Then rainwater harvesting can be also adopted, because these days, particularly in the regions like Bundelkhand, the water scarcity problem is very high. So can we go for some rainwater harvesting system at your house, at your buildings, at your campus, so that that water may be collected and it may be recharged. So in the all the plain areas of Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Himachal, Bihar, we can promote the rainwater harvesting as well as groundwater recharge. So old tube wells may be used for the recharging of the water so that the water level may be maintained. So rainwater harvesting is being promoted. And apart from that, we are also promoting this organic farming because recycling of waste is an important thing. And through recycling, whatever we get as a compost or slurry from the biogas plant, that can be used for the organic farming. So we have developed a network with few farmers and they are doing well in this area. So part of the cow dung is being recycled as a compost and they are using for the organic farming. Then under low cost housing, we also try to promote some hollow blocks so that the hollow blocks can construction process may be strengthened. Then in the some eastern part, eastern UP and some parts of Uttar Pradesh, we are also promoting improved thatch houses, where on the thatch we apply ferrocement technology. So with the help of ferrocement technology, we can increase the life of thatch. So that is being promoted. So what we studied in last 5 to 10 years, there is an emerging model coming in the rural areas where the people or the farmers are adopting zero waste management system. What is that model? We found few farmers, they have started a small dairy and some of the waste products of the dairy is being fed to the piggery. And whatever the waste is coming from the dairy, that person is utilizing in the biogas plant, and the slurry which is coming out of the biogas plant, it is fed to the fish in a pond. So you can see the cycle. All the waste from one system becomes the resource of the another system. So in this way, integrated model has been developed and nothing goes waste. So in the rural areas, nothing goes waste. So these models becomes economically viable as well as ecologically sound. So such models are being adopted by the farmers. Then apiculture is another activities. About India is producing about 80,000 ton of honey every year, and Punjab is a leading state which is producing about 30,000 ton of honey. So it is a natural resource which is being collected through the honeybees. So there are mechanisms and we are training the people in the rural areas on bee cultivation or honey cultivation. Then such technologies are also being promoted. Still about 70% of the people in the rural areas, they still use the traditional chula. So we have introduced smokeless chulas and it is being constructed. Various camps have been organized and all the polytechnics are promoting smokeless chulas. Here at NITRE Chandigarh, we have been organizing various kind of seminars where we are trying to promote village related activities. So we have been inviting various farmers representative, even planning commission member, they were invited. Dr. Abhijit Sen, he came in year 2013 and we invited various scholars and some farmers also, or the grassroots leaders. So such grassroots leaders are doing excellent job, like Mr. Jagat Singh Jangli. In Uttarakhand, he has developed a mixed forest. His name is being Jagat Singh Jangli. So you can type his name and you can find number of videos what he has done. So he is also trying to develop a model for the fire conservation, fire resistant model in the forest area, how the fire problem can be solved. Then there is another lady named as Kisan Chachi, Rajkumari Devi. She is from Muzaffarpur of Bihar. She also came here. She is working in the field of organic farming. There is another pioneer farmer called Ram Saran Burma. His turnover is about 3 crore to 5 crore in a year. He is producing banana, tomato, and potato. All such kind of cash crops are being grown, and he has developed such a model which is being adopted by about 1 lakh farmers in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So he has also visited and he has been coming here. Mr. Jasbir Singh Gulal from Ludhiana, when the Prince Charles came, he visited his farm. So he is doing organic farming. So all the such farmers are invited here. In year 2015, we had a big convention where 3,000 farmers participated. Either coming here, 2,000 came to this place, and 1,000 they were connected through the media, and they participated in this big function in 2015. Even Maneka Gandhi, she was the minister there, forest and environment. She, at present, she is in the social work. Earlier, she was in the forest and environment. She visited. So we have a biodiversity mela. Various farmers from the country, they brought their various kind of local seeds. So they were demonstrated. So this mela was organized here. Then we also invited number of experts, and we connected about 10 remote centers, as you have been connected through the Hangout, this Google Hangout. The same way connected at least 10 centers, and through these 10 centers we try to advocate the organic farming activities in, and we also answered the questions of the farmers from various centers. So this program was organized here in year 2015, and in year 2015 itself, after doing this program in the July 2015, under the leadership of the principal secretary or the principal secretary technical education, Miss Monica Sagal, she came here, and we started or inaugurated one organic food market at the institute. So this activity was promoted by us, and later on it was shifted to the polytechnics. So it was working there in the polytechnics. Now the Union Territory, Chandigarh administration, UT administration has provided a space. Now this organic mandi is being organized weekly near to lake. So this activity was promoted by our institution, and it is doing well. And under this scheme, about 8 to 10 farmers were coming with their organic food products, and they were getting some kind of benefits. On an average sale of from the September 2015 to July 2016, this is a figure. So average sale per month was 50,700, and per farmer was getting about 6,000 to 7,000 rupees per month. So that kind of support was provided, a platform was provided for the farmers. So we are undertaking such activity also. Now in the future, what are the projects we are going to undertake? We have signed a MOU with Himachal University, and we are going to start a PhD program in rural development, number one. And we'll have a sustainable development subject also. Then the other subjects are climate change and disaster management, under Himalayan studies, and small business and entrepreneurship development. So under the UGC system, Himachal Pradesh has a separate center called Integrated Institute of Himalayan Studies. So that center is promoting various studies related to hill development or the mountain development. So we have joined hands together. So in future at NITER Chandigarh, some of the students, NITER Chandigarh has become the approved research center of Himachal Pradesh, and we are going to start this PhD program in near future. We are also working in a scheme called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. We have been termed as a mentoring institute for the northern states, and we are trying to train some polytechnics and engineering colleges, and they can come under this scheme called Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So this scheme has been introduced by MHRD, Government of India. So we are participating at, and we are guiding the further institutions. So some of the engineering colleges and polytechnics, they have joined hands in this activity. What are the main activities related to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan? Number one, the sustainable agriculture, how we can promote better soil health management, because due to the chemicals and pesticides, a lot of problems have come up. So sustainable agriculture, water resource management, renewable energy, rural industrialization, infrastructure development, basic amenities, and all through the appropriate technology or frugal technologies, so that we can have a plan for each of the villages of our country for 10 to 15 years. So each institutions, many of the IITs are engaged for this activity. They are working in this area, these projects. So we can take various projects under it, and they are supposed to develop a cluster of villages. So each institution is supposed to adopt some villages and develop a model there. So we found some weaknesses, some important issues related to what we conducted this study, and there were some strong points of the scheme which we reviewed, and it should be further strengthened. That is the recommendation. So what we do, we should also invite the industries and employers, so that whatever the trained persons are there, they can go for the wage employment. We have a better network in some of the institutions which are doing well, like GND Polytechnic Ludhiana, MC Polytechnic Jalandhar, HR Polytechnic Hoshiarpur in Punjab. Similarly, some of the polytechnics in Haryana, like VTI Polytechnic Rohtak, 1 or 2, 3 polytechnics from Uttar Pradesh. So there are about 5 to 10% of the polytechnics, they are doing very good job, and they have a better linkages. So even the CDTP trained persons, they are getting wage and self-employment. Many of them have got employment in the industries also. There is a polytechnic called MG Polytechnic Hathras. Last year, they provided employment to about 300 persons trained under the CDTP scheme. So that kind of a strength is there at various levels. So media and publicity is required for the popularizing the scheme. Then we have to have some management infrastructure. So in this way, we are trying to promote this scheme, and we should further strengthen this scheme by adopting the NSQF framework, so that the training which the people are getting, it is of some standard, and NITR Chandigarh can play a better role, and we can also assure the quality by providing them some accreditation. So at present, whatever the training is being done, it is being certified by the third party in Uttar Pradesh. IRDT is appointing some experts from outside, and they are trying to evaluate the trained persons. Similarly, in other states, mostly the polytechnic teachers, they are evaluating themselves. But in near future, in order to evaluate the performance in a better way, we have to have some accreditation system. So this should be the slogan from our side, that we need to transfer multi-skills and appropriate technologies for the integrated village development. So that is our motive. So that's what we have to say about this scheme. And finally, if we conclude that we have traveled a long distance with the CDTP scheme, or the Community Polytechnic scheme, which was and noted its milestones. So in the country, it has created a better network, and our expansion of such polytechnic system or the CDTP scheme is from one corner to another corner of the country. 518 polytechnics are working, so they are doing a good job. But one of the important thing which we need to adopt, if we want to make our country is a skill capital of the world, that we want to do. So for that purpose, what we have to do, we have to expand our activities with a quality. And that's why our Prime Minister in year 2014, what he said, that let us have a better speed, scale, and better skill. So skill, scale, and speed. So how fast we can reach to the masses, how effectively we can train our masses in skills and technologies which are required for their improvement. And our target is to make the country or the India as the skill capital of the world. Means we are able to feed all parts of the globe, and our people, after getting training, they can work any parts of the world, so that we can strengthen our economy in all the way. So that is the kind of system required. So thank you very much. Then we'll have some discussion on this issue. So may I invite some questions from the participants there? So let us take center one by one. So Bundelkhand College of Engineering. Bundelkhand College of Engineering and Technology, Jhansi. Is there any question, please?
No, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है? अच्छा. Then Banda College of Engineering, Government College Engineering, Banda. Banda. Any question from the Banda? No, sir. चलो फिर क्वेश्चन मैं ही पूछ लेता हूं. What are the major problems faced in Bundelkhand region and what may be the solution? कौन बताएगा? Who is going to come?
The main problem is lack of water here, drinkable water.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, especially the Bundelkhand suffering related to the water crisis, one of the major issues.
Yes.
And second issues is if you go for other way, the land is not fertile, much more fertile. But one of the possibility that availability of the sun intensity is very good in that region.
Right.
If such type of planning can be done in that region related to the solar system, I think better for both other cases like land behavior. We can improve with proper availability of the water, and other issues related to the poverty levels is very weak in that region. As per the facility in the domestic region is very weak, very poor.
So
Thing is there.
what we can do for the water management there?
Especially for water management, I think we can plan two way. One way, whatever the dams are available in that region, their sources to be monitored in proper way, so that the availability of the water in all way in proper way. Second thing is that pumping capacity may be improved with the harvesting concepts.
Yes.
Where we do the harvesting process, and availability of this simple pumping system is very useful in that region. And the irrigation point of view, I think is in sprinkler concept is will be much more effective in that particular region. So
I think that is what we call drip irrigation, which will be more better because water is not available.
yes.
Drip irrigation we may go for. Rainwater harvesting and water side management project is already going on.
Yes.
And we have to plant some crops also because the area is very dry.
Yes.
So accordingly, we have to plant the crops.
Okay.
And one important problem is related to the land also. How to improve the soil condition, soil health condition?
I think if the availability of the water is improved in that region, then because some of the problem may be beat out 20 to 30%. If the proper water is really there, so obviously the fertility will be improved in that region.
So we have to intervene at various level, and apart from that, marketing system also be given to the farmers so that they can get a marketing facility whatever they grow. This is the common problem all the places.
Yes.
So right, so Bundelkhand Engineering and Technology, Jhansi has no questions. So Banda we have discussed. Then we come to the DAV IT. DAV IT, Jalandhar. DAV College.
No question, sir.
No question.
Yes.
So no. Okay, no people are also sitting here.
So just left.
Sir, they have just left as you finished the
Okay, right.
Hello.
So NC College of Engineering, Israna, Panipat.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है कोई म्यूट किया वो कर दिया
NC कॉलेज वाले बहुत पढ़ लिया भैया,
हेलो
बहुत पढ़ लिया.
हेलो सर
Is there any question from NC College?
हेलो सर
Yes,
one of the participant from the IC Banda is asking the question sir
yes, please.
नहीं बोलो ना
Hello, sir. Good morning. I'm
Yes.
Geeta RC Banda.
Yes,
Hello, sir. Actually, in Banda, there is really unhealthy climate. To improve the renewable sources, like regarding solar panels and all that, so that we can improve the electricity in Banda and all. What the things and what type of workshop we can conduct for the rural people?
as far as solar energy is concerned, for the rural people, you may have intervention at the lower level that you can provide them solar light, solar fan may be given to them, and with the help of solar photovoltaic cell, what we call solar photovoltaic panels. So at the local level, NEDA is working there in Uttar Pradesh. That is Integrated Renewable Energy Development Agency is working in all the states. So under NEDA, that is Energy Development Agency for the UP, Northern region. So they will help, and they have some kind of subsidy also at the family level. But for the going for the energy generation through the solar technology, you have to have bigger plants or the solar ponds. As it is being done in Rajasthan, there are a lot of opportunities that Westland is available. But only thing is that we have to find out that how to generate solar energy, solar power, and how we are going to utilize that, and whether these solar panels will further increase the level of temperature there, and some problem may be further increase, or I do not know from the environmental point of view. But the forest which has been there, that forest need to be revived to improve the microclimate zone. That is my advocacy. Although we can go for the renewable energy resources, but we need to protect the forest, because in order to improve the environment in totality in the whole of the Bundelkhand region, we have to revive the forest and greenery, because they are helpful in even making a good rainfall, and all such natural resources may be kept intact. So you may have little interventions, but as far as the solar power generation is concerned, it need to be taken care of. Okay, thank you. So now अभी थोड़ी देर में पहले चाय ब्रेक कर लेते हैं. Then one polytechnic, TTC जोधपुर. हाँ भाई जोधपुर वाले.
Yes. Hello.
हाँ कोई question?
Sir, the remuneration given to the centers in CDTP scheme is very less.
Yes.
So what about that? Is there any proposal to increase that?
At present, there is a proposal. They can be given on a monthly basis, whatever the wage rate is there. So they can be provided wage rate. As per the wage rate, monthly remuneration can be increased. It may go up to 9,000 to 11,000. In Haryana, it is about 11,000. Similarly, in Punjab, it is about 11,000. So that minimum wages may be protected under the scheme, and guideline says that.
And one more thing, sir, that hello.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
That some target is given. It is proposed that 49% placement should be there by this CDT in future schemes. in future schemes which will be in continuation to CDTP. So, it happens that government staff, government polytechnic staff, they cannot achieve that target, or then what they can do means they are trying their best even then if results are not coming.
Which polytechnic you are working there?
Sir, actually, Women Polytechnic College, Ajmer.
Ajmer, okay. Women Polytechnic College, Ajmer, it was doing well as far as training is concerned. So, employment opportunities are less, that we know. So, at present, the CDTP scheme, that kind of banding is not there. But at least 30% of the trained persons they should get some kind of self and wage employment. So that kind of thing is there, but that banding is likely to come in future when we are going to adopt NSQF scheme. So
Sir, sir, that binding should be on the trainers or like service providers.
no, it should not be there on the trainers. They are the part-time people. You have to find out the way how we can give the employment to the girls who are getting training in the beauty culture, getting training in various trades at the government Mahila Polytechnic Ajmer. How the trainers can plan for the placement? You have a better network. That responsibility you cannot deny. That trainers will do everything, है ना? वो planning आप ही को करनी पड़ेगी. Okay, friends. So now we are concluding this session, and after 15 minutes of a break, of a tea break, we are once again getting collected. We have some trained persons who are doing some job, so we'll have some interaction with that group of the people. They have come from different parts of the Chandigarh, so they are going to interact with you after 15 minutes. So please do come and listen to these people. 4-5 persons are there. Okay.
Universal Purpose Institutions, Lagu,
Working there as
as an ED, Executive Director. Okay.
Are we connected? man?
Yes, sir.
कर लेते हैं।
कहाँ से बोला?
Yes, sir, we can start.
ऐसा करो, कैमरा इधर फोकस कर दो, वो भी दिखना चाहिए पूरा।
Oh, this is Polytechnic or something? Huh.
हाँ, इसमें पॉलिटेक्निक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज दोनों में।
This is nothing to do with the skill India. Skill India.
Yes, yes,
Skill India. Skill India.
Okay.
I suppose you have been requested to speak on qualification tax and national occupation standard.
मुझे ना सर 8:30 बजे बोला।
हाँ, वो I know वो
So-
बहुत late है।
मॉर्निंग में इसलिए मैंने ये डिस्कस किया कि we can always do the qualification tax because there are
Okay,
different type of
okay.
qualification.
अभी हम शुरू करने वाले हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे साथ कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जो कि अलग अलग जगहों पे जो सीडीटीपी स्कीम है हमारी, उसके अंतर्गत ट्रेनिंग प्राप्त करने के पश्चात वो लोग कुछ काम कर रहे हैं और हमारे साथ एक दो ट्रेनर भी हैं। तो सर्वप्रथम उनको हम इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहते हैं। इंट्रोड्यूस करने के पश्चात जो वहां पर ग्रुप लीडर हैं, जो कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं, इंटरनल कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं हमारे गवर्नमेंट विमेन पॉलिटेक्निक चंडीगढ़ के, Government Women Polytechnic Chandigarh से Dr. Surendra Chauhan is here. So he will be presenting a case of Women Polytechnic Chandigarh, what they are doing under CDTP scheme. So in that way we'll try to cover. And before inviting Dr. Chauhan, I would like to invite Madam Sarabjit Kaur ji इधर आए, गेस्ट ट्रेनर जो हैं वो यहाँ आ जाएं, उनको इंट्रोडक्शन पहले कर देते हैं, और या तो फिर हम थोड़ी देर के बाद आपको बुलाते हैं, उसी समय आप बता दीजिएगा, है ना, क्या क्या चला रहे हैं. तो दोस्तों सबसे पहले एक प्रेजेंटेशन कराते हैं डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र चौहान, what he is doing under the CDTP scheme, how it is being running there, and what are the activities they are undertaking. तो पहले एक प्रेजेंटेशन करते हैं, फिर आपको कुछ ऐसे ट्रेनिंग से आपसे मुलाकात कराएंगे जो कि कुछ काम कर रहे हैं. ट्रेनिंग सीखने के बाद में ये जो वोकेशनल एजुकेशन की ट्रेनिंग है हमारी, उसको सीखने के पश्चात कुछ अर्न कर रहे हैं. तो उन्होंने क्या सीखा और क्या क्या वो फील्ड में कैसे काम कर रहे हैं और क्या अर्निंग है, वो इंटरेक्शन भी हम कराएंगे. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल डॉक्टर चौहान की एक 10 मिनट की प्रेजेंटेशन है जो कि विमेन पॉलिटेक्निक में क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज हो रही है.
Respected Professor Saini ji, respected Professor Rai ji, CDC and सभी सेंटर्स में जो ट्रेनिंग ले रहे हैं, सभी को मेरी ओर से और हमारे कॉलेज की ओर से, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक फॉर विमेन सेक्टर 10 चंडीगढ़ की ओर से सभी को नमस्कार. हम लोग गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक फॉर विमेन सेक्टर 10 चंडीगढ़ में बीइंग ए विमेन इंस्टीट्यूशन स्किलिंग इंडिया के ऊपर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, एम्पावरिंग द विमेन एंड स्पेशली साथ में डिफरेंटली एबल्स जो बच्चे हैं, विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड प्लस अदर बच्चे. तो उसमें हमारे कॉलेज में 2010 फरवरी 2010 से स्किल डेवलपमेंट की कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट थ्रू पॉलिटेक्निक स्कीम चल रही है, और इस स्कीम के अंडर हम अलग अलग सेंटर्स में काम कर रहे हैं. और इसमें हमारे पास मेन सेंटर के अलावा अलग अलग जगहों पे 7 सेंटर हमारे चल रहे हैं. उसमें ज़्यादातर हमारे जो सेंटर है ये रूरल एरियाज में या स्लम्स एरिया में चल रहे हैं, और स्पेशली वी आर कवरिंग मोस्टली विमेन बीइंग ए विमेन इंस्टीट्यूशन. और जो हमारा मेन सेंटर है कॉलेज में, उसमें हमने वेब डिजाइनिंग, पब्लिकेशन असिस्टेंट या डाटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर का जो कोर्स शुरू किए हुए हैं, उसमें हम बॉयज़ को भी अलाउ करते हैं जो कि वीकर सेक्शन से हैं या डिफरेंटली एबल्स जो वहाँ बच्चे हैं. तो ये हमारा एक हमने ग्रुप फोटो जो है हमारी जो CTP वी आर वर्किंग जस्ट लाइक ए फैमिली, आपस में हम मिलके सारे लोग काम कर रहे हैं फॉर द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. एंड हमारा जो इस स्कीम के अंडर जो टारगेट है वो वीकर सेक्शन ऑफ द कम्युनिटी, इसके अलावा स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट्स, विमेन, डिफरेंटली एबल्स जो किसी कारणवश जो है स्कूल नहीं जा पाते बच्चे या स्कूल छोड़ देते हैं, उनको उनके घर, उनके एरिया में स्पेशली सेंटर खोल के लोकल कोई NGO से हम टाई अप कर लेते हैं या गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. चंडीगढ़ में हमें चंडीगढ़ चाइल्ड एंड विमेन डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन और चंडीगढ़ SCBC एंड माइनॉरिटी डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन एंड अदर NGOs हमें काफ़ी सहयोग कर रही है. इवन आफ्टर जो बच्चे हमारे ट्रेनिंग ले लेते हैं उनको लोन्स देके सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट का भी वो हमें हेल्प करती है, लोन्स वगैरह देके. इसके साथ में हमें MC जो है म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन, उसके साथ भी हमारा टाइप है. तो इस तरह से चंडीगढ़ में हमें अलग अलग जगहों पे एयर फोर्स वाइफ एसोसिएशन है हमारे 31 में, उसके साथ हमारा टाइप है. हमारी NSS सेल है चंडीगढ़ में, वो यंग्स विमेन्स या गर्ल्स के ऊपर हम उनको स्किल के ऊपर उनको अवेयरनेस देना, उनके साथ हम मिलके काम कर रहे हैं. तो इस तरह से अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं जिनके साथ हम चंडीगढ़ में मिलके काम कर रहे हैं. तो मैं ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ स्कीम के बारे में आपको थोड़ा सा ये बताऊंगा कि जो ये स्कीम है ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ HRD की स्कीम है, CDTP कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट थ्रू पॉलिटेक्निक. और इस स्कीम में हम 4 थीम ऑब्जेक्टिव लेके जो है काम कर रहे हैं. तो जो फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव है दैट इज स्किल डेवलपमेंट ट्रेनिंग, जिसमें कि हम स्किलिंग इंडिया का जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का प्रोजेक्ट है उस पे काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा एप्लीकेशन ऑफ अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजीज पे काम कर रहे हैं और टेक्निकल एंड स्पोर्ट्स सर्विसेज पे काम कर रहे हैं। और नेक्स्ट जो हमारा कवर होता है अवेयरनेस, डिसेमिनेशन ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन। डिसेमिनेशन ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में हम अलग अलग जो लोकल एरियाज की जो प्रॉब्लम होती है, हेल्थ एंड सैनिटेशन की है या एनवायरनमेंट इश्यूज है, तो उसमें हम एनएसएस के बच्चों को और साथ में जो कॉलेज के हमारे बच्चे हैं और साथ में हमारा जो सीडीटीपी के जो रूरल एरिया के बच्चों के हैं उनकी इंटरेक्शन आपस में कराते हैं। और कोई एक अडॉप्टेड विलेज हम ले लेते हैं और उसमें वहाँ उस एरिया में इवन वहाँ के जो लोकल सरपंच है, लोकल जो कॉरपोरेशन के जो काउंसलर्स हैं उनके साथ मिलके हम जो ओवरऑल हमारा जो पर्पज है लोकल प्रॉब्लम्स को उनको वहाँ के डिपार्टमेंट्स को बुला के वहाँ हम लोगों को अवेयर करते हैं। ये जो हमारा फोर्थ ऑब्जेक्टिव है। अभी तक हम जो कोर्सेज हम लोगों ने रन हम कर रहे हैं इनमें कंप्यूटर फंडामेंटल बेसिक कंप्यूटर जो हम करा रहे हैं, इसके अलावा वेब पेज डिजाइनिंग, वेब पेज या वेब पब्लिशिंग असिस्टेंट का हम करा रहे हैं और डाटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर्स का हम करा रहे हैं। और एक हमने विजुअली इम्पेयर जो बच्चे हैं जो देख नहीं सकते उनके लिए बीपीओ वाइस हमने एक नैब है चंडीगढ़ में, नेशनल एसोसिएशन फॉर ब्लाइंड, उनके साथ हमने टाई अप करा हुआ है और उनके साथ हम बीपीओ वाइस नॉन वाइस इस तरह के हमने कंप्यूटर बेस्ड कोर्सेज शुरू करे हुए हैं। इसके अलावा एक डिफरेंटली एबल बच्चों के लिए आशा किरण बिल्डिंग है सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट की सेक्टर 46 में, वहाँ हमने टैली का भी जस्ट वी हैव मतलब कंप्लीटेड और उसका भी एग्जाम अभी होना है थोड़े दिनों में। और ASP.NET है। इसके अलावा फैशन डिजाइनिंग का हम अलग अलग जगहों पे सेंटर्स पे काम कर रहे हैं। और जो चंडीगढ़ में ज़्यादातर वीमेन ओरिएंटेड जो ज़्यादा डिमांड है दैट इज रेलिवेंट टू ब्यूटी थेरेपी एंड हेयर स्टाइलिंग, जो कि स्पेशली विमेन इस तरह के कोर्सेज करके मैक्सिमम सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड हो रही है। वो अपने घरों से ही थोड़ा सा इस तरह के काम थ्रेडिंग शुरू कर दिया। अभी मैं किसी बच्चे से अभी बात कर रहा था, अभी उसकी इंटरेक्शन कराएंगे, हमारे साथ आई हुई है, तो ये कह रही थी कि एवरेज मेरे पास थ्रेडिंग का 10 से 20 विमेन हर रोज मेरे पास आ रही है। तो एक बहुत अच्छी बात है कि अगर कोई बच्चा अर्न इस तरह से थ्रेडिंग से शुरू कर रहा है और आगे आस्ते आस्ते ब्राइडल की मैं पूछ रहा था तो कह रही थी मैं 7,000 रुपीज एक किसी की ब्राइडल का बुकिंग कर रखी है। तो इस तरह से सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्पेशली फॉर वीकर सेक्शन के जो बच्चे हैं, यंग वीमेन है, उनके लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। और ये हमारे अलग अलग सेंटर्स है, इस टाइम हमारे 7 सेंटर चल रहे हैं। और एक डॉन बॉस्को नवजीवन सेंटर है सेक्टर 24 में, वहाँ वीकर सेक्शन के लिए जो बच्चे कॉलेज नहीं जा पाते उनको साथ साथ आफ्टर +2 वो लोग जो प्राइवेट बच्चे कुछ BA कर रहे हैं उनको वहाँ क्लासेस चलती है। और साथ साथ हमारे जो CTP के बच्चे हैं उनको भी कंप्यूटर बेस्ड वहाँ क्लासेस चल रही है सेक्टर 24 में, वहाँ उन्होंने जगह दे रखी है और काफ़ी अच्छा सक्सेसफुल है वहाँ, ये हमारा चल रहा है। ये हमारे कुछ क्लासेस के क्लिप्स है, स्नैप्स है। ये आशा किरण बिल्डिंग पे जहाँ ये डेफ एंड डम्स जो हमारे मोस्टली विजुअल इम्पेयर्ड या जो बच्चे हैं जो बोल नहीं सकते या सुन नहीं पाते, हम उनके लिए स्पेशली वहाँ विद द हेल्प ऑफ सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट स्पेशल कोर्सेज वहाँ शुरू कर रखे हैं आशा किरण बिल्डिंग सेक्टर 46 में। ये हमारे ब्यूटी थेरेपी के हमारे कुछ स्नैप्स है धनास एंड खुड्डा लोहरा के। इसके अलावा हमारा जो खुड्डा लोहरा का जो सेंटर है वहाँ फैशन डिजाइनिंग का हमारा कोर्स काफ़ी अच्छा वहाँ चल रहा है। और अभी जस्ट वहाँ के कुछ बेनिफिशरीज भी आए हुए हैं और इनकी इंट्रोडक्शन भी हम लोग कराएंगे। इसके अलावा डड्डू माजरा कॉलोनी में अभी हमने जस्ट फिनिश किया है। ये हमारा जो स्कीम थी 2010 में फरवरी में हमने स्टार्ट करी थी और अभी तक हम लोग मोर देन 4,049 बच्चों को हम अभी तक ट्रेन कर चुके हैं। और इसमें से मैक्सिमम बच्चे हमारे कवर हुए हैं विमेन हमारे पास 3,691 3,691 विमेन हम ट्रेन कर चुके हैं और 358 मेन हम अभी तक ट्रेन कर चुके हैं अलग अलग सेंटर्स में। इसके अलावा हमारे पास ये एक एवरेज जो सेल्फ एंड बेस मतलब जो हमारा रेट चल रहा है, तो इसमें अभी तक हमारा 69.8%। जैसे हमारा टारगेट 600 का होता है, तो बीइंग ए विमेन इंस्टीट्यूशन आई फाउंड कि मोस्टली ये पाया गया है कि हमारे 350 से 400 जो बच्चा फैशन डिजाइनिंग और ब्यूटिशियन में पास आउट होता है, स्पेशली बीइंग ए विमेन से, वो सारे मैक्सिमम या तो अपने घरों में शुरू कर देते हैं या आसपास अभी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बना के भी ये काम कर रहे हैं। तो इन्होंने अपने अपने एरिया में सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बना रखे हैं और उसके थ्रू ये मिल के काम कर रहे हैं। और एक एवरेज जो हमारी इनकम इनकी मैं बात कर रहा था, जो इनका सब्जेक्ट है 4500-6500 के करीब ये लोग जो है 5500 जितना भी एक एवरेज मतलब ये कमा रहे हैं। ये ईयर वाइज हमारे पर्सन ट्रेन का डाटा है। इवन कैटेगरी वाइज भी हम लोग SC ST OBC PWD और इसके अलावा अदर्स सभी को अलग अलग जो है हम तरह से टारगेट्स को कवर कर रहे हैं थ्रू गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। अभी इस स्कीम का सबसे बड़ी जो अभी आज की डेट में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इसमें जो स्पेशली इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रही है, एक तो इन कोर्सेज को पहले ये स्कीम इट वाज द इनफॉर्मल स्कीम जिसमें कि हम लोग मोस्टली क्वालिफिकेशन भी नहीं देखते। अभी हमारे बीच में एक बेनिफिशियरी बैठा हुआ, इससे मैंने बात करी थी, बोलती मैं अभी 5 पास है शायद ये, तो अभी हम जो लेडीज घर में टाइम निकाल पा रही है और उतनी ज्यादा पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है और थोड़ा अपने लायक राइट लिख लेती है और पढ़ लेती है, तो ये कुछ ऐसे टेक्निकल कोर्सेज करके अपने लायक जो है सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट बन रहे। तो और साथ में अब इस सिस्टम के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक अभी सॉफ्टवेयर थ्रू निटर चंडीगढ़ एक सॉफ्टवेयर तैयार किया है, जिसमें जो कि MIS सिस्टम तैयार कर दिया, जिसमें सारी रिपोर्टिंग और ऑपरेशन प्लान और अदर इश्यूज डायरेक्टली मिनिस्ट्री को यहाँ से रिपोर्टिंग की जा सकती है। और इसके अलावा अभी फंड्स का जो सिस्टम है उसको मॉनिटरिंग के लिए पब्लिक फाइनेंस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम जो है इंट्रोड्यूस गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कर दिया है और उसको भी हम लोगों ने अपने कॉलेज में इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया है। तो इसके अलावा रिसर्च पेपर्स वगैरह हम लोग पब्लिश करते रहते हैं टाइम टू टाइम, जो प्रॉब्लम्स हमें लगती है और जो रिकमेंडेशन हम दे सकते हैं। अभी हमारा एक रिसेंटली एम्पावरिंग वीमेन थ्रू स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन इंडिया एक इंटरनेशनल जर्नल है, उसमें अभी हमारा एक रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश हुआ है जस्ट 1 महीना पहले। तो वी आर मोस्टली एम्फेसाइजिंग ऑन यंग गर्ल्स एंड वीमेन और या डिफरेंटली एबल जो बच्चे हैं उनके लिए हमारा कॉलेज मोस्टली उस एरिया में ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं बीइंग ए वीमेन इंस्टीट्यूशन। ये हमने एक एग्जीबिशन लगाई थी कॉलेज में। हम एनुअल मेला हर साल एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर अरेंज करते हैं, या हमने लास्ट ईयर अभी अक्टूबर नवंबर में एक एनुअल मेला अरेंज किया था CTP बच्चों के लिए। उसमें सर्टिफिकेट भी बांटे गए और साथ में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे भी कुछ हमने लेक्चर अरेंज किया था। और वहाँ कुछ एग्जीबिशन में हमने ये प्रोडक्ट्स जो है लास्ट ईयर अभी हमने नवंबर में ये डिस्प्ले किए थे, और अभी भी हमारे बेनिफिशरी जो आए हुए हैं ये भी कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स लेके आए हुए हैं, ये भी आप लोगों से इंटरेक्शन करेंगे और साथ में प्रोडक्ट्स को बताएंगे। हमारे ऑनरेबल डायरेक्टर श्री राजेश पोपली जी हमें काफ़ी सहयोग कर रहे हैं इसमें। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज आल्सो हेल्पिंग अस। अभी स्टेट स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन भी फॉर्म नोटिफाई हो गया चंडीगढ़ में, और हमारी स्कीम उसके अंडर भी अब काम करना हमने शुरू कर दिया है। हमारे प्रिंसिपल मैडम बिंद सांझ ये बच्चों को मोटिवेट कर रहे हैं बीइंग ए चीफ कोऑर्डिनेटर। अभी कुछ दिन पहले इंटरेक्शन सेशन डायरेक्टरेट ने कुछ लोगों को अपने ऑफिशियल को डिप्यूट किया था, तो ये हमारा इंटरेक्शन सेशन सेक्टर 46 में वहाँ उन्होंने इवन उसका एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री भी बनाई कि बच्चों से इंटरेक्शन करके कि क्या क्या वहाँ एक्टिविटी स्पेशली फॉर वीमेन एंड डिफरेंटली एबल वहाँ चल रही है सेक्टर 46 आशा केंद्र बिल्डिंग में। ये वहाँ इंटरेक्शन का है हमारे पास। प्रोफेसर राय हेड ऑफ द रूरल डेवलपमेंट मोटिवेटिंग सिटी बेनिफिशियरी इन द एनुअल मेला, ये CDTP की जो हमारी एडवाइजरी कमेटी होती है उसका जो चेयरपर्सन है प्रोफेसर मिस्टर विनोद चड्डा जी, एंड ही इज आल्सो वर्किंग इन द NGOs दैट इज फॉर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड चिल्ड्रंस। ये हमने इवन कल्चरल प्रोग्राम भी उस एनुअल मेला में अरेंज किया था, जिसमें कि हमारा एक पार्ट है डिसेमिनेशन ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन या ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट और पर्सनैलिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, कि हम ये चाहते हैं कि बच्चों में दूसरी एक्टिविटीज भी आए एज कम्पेयर टू, जैसे कि वो स्किल डेवलपमेंट का उनका काम है। तो ये भी एक कल्चरल आइटम भी हमने वहाँ प्रेजेंट की थी। ये सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के कुछ स्नैप्स है कि हमने सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वहाँ अरेंज किया था। ऑनरेबल डायरेक्टर साथ में हमें वहाँ ये बच्चों को मोटिवेट कर रहे हैं। ये हमारे बेस इम्प्लॉयमेंट के अलग अलग जगहों पे है। ये स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया में अभिषेक नारायण जी वहाँ लगे हुए हैं। ये कमलेश जी है डाटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर इलेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट चंडीगढ़ में। ये एवरेज इनका जो सैलरी है ये अभी हमने लास्ट जो अभी 2016 में उनसे बात करके ये हमने डाटा इकट्ठा करा है। अभी मैं उनको मैं वैसे फ़ोन किया था, देवर ऑल्सो कमी किसी कारणवश नहीं आ पाए ये, तो मैं उनसे बात भी कर रहा था भी कि आप अगर 10 मिनट के लिए आ जाएं यहाँ, तो उनको छुट्टी नहीं मिल पाई, तो कभी भी अगर हुआ तो इनकी इंटरेक्शन हम करा सकते हैं। जो ये बच्चे अलग अलग जगहों पे चंडीगढ़ में ये कंप्यूटर का जिन बच्चों ने किया था कोर्स ये वहाँ कर रहे हैं। इवन एक हमारे पास ये बच्चा है शिव कुमार, विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड है। ही इज वर्किंग एज रिसेप्शनिस्ट इन स्टेट लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटी। तो इससे भी मेरी अभी बात हुई थोड़ी देर पहले, तो किसी कारणवश ये आ नहीं पाए बच्चे। तो ये हमारे कुछ बच्चे हैं जो कि अलग अलग जगहों पे चंडीगढ़ में अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स में काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है इसमें भी ये कुछ हमारे पास बच्चे हैं जो कि अलग अलग जगहों पे अपना काम शुरू कर दिया उन्होंने और कुछ अर्निंग कर रहे हैं। एक एवरेज इनकम इनकी हमने इसमें डाल किया है, कोई 3500, कोई बच्चा 4500। अभी इनको जस्ट आई थिंक नीड क्या है कि हम इनको मोटिवेट कर पाए कि आप, कई दफ़ा मैं अभी इनसे इंटरेक्शन कर रहा था बच्चे से, ये कह रही कि मैं जितना कमाती हूँ मम्मी को दे देती हूँ, तो मम्मी को दे देती है बट मम्मी उसको खर्च कर लेती है, तो सेविंग नहीं कर पा रहे। तो आई थिंक कि दे नीड कि इनको मोटिवेट किया जाए कि ये अकाउंट अपना ओपन करे और वहाँ पैसा डालते जाए और उसको आगे कैसे इन्वेस्ट करना है, कैसे उसको बचा के रखना है और कैसे उस बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाना है, ये इनको अभी जरूरत है जो कि हम आगे दे सकते हैं आने वाले टाइम में। तो ये कुछ बच्चों का डाटा है जो कि ये बच्चे सेल्फ अर्निंग कर रहे हैं। ये कुछ इंटरेक्शंस हमने कराई थी, ये कुछ न्यूज़पेपर में भी कवरेज हुई थी, क्लिप्स हमें ये दे रहे हैं। ये मनी माजरा का है या अलग अलग जगहों का जहां हमने ये बच्चों को ये किया था। ये अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स है अलग अलग जगहों के। ये कुछ स्नैप्स है हमारे। एग्जामिनेशन एंड असेसमेंट, इसमें हम लोग अलग अलग जगहों पे एक प्रॉपर एग्जामिनेशन लेते हैं। पहले उनका रिटर्न हम लेते हैं और उसके बाद जो बच्चा सपोज उतना नहीं लिख सकता, हमने क्या किया, उनकी लैंग्वेज में, लोकल लैंग्वेज में पेपर सेट करा के और उसमें मल्टीपल चॉइस या टिक करने वाले, जितना बच्चा पढ़ सके उसको टिक तो कर सकता है। अगर वो रीड कर सकता है तो उसको पढ़ेगा और उसको टिक कर देगा कि इसका ये आंसर है। तो ऐसा हमने एक सिस्टम डेवलप किया हुआ है। तो हमारा टीचर इस ढंग से पेपर सेट करेगा कि वो बच्चा अगर उतना नहीं पढ़ पाएगा तो उसको उसकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में उसको टिक कर दे। तो इस तरह से हम फिर हमारे जो CDC है उनको हमने डिप्यूट करा है इंडिपेंडेंटली कि वो हर सेंटर में वर्क जस्ट लाइक ए सुपरिटेंडेंट, वहां जाए, एक एक्सटर्नल एग्जामिनर की ड्यूटी लगाते हैं, एक इंटरनल एग्जामिनर की लगाते हैं और वहां जाके अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ CDC वहाँ प्रॉपर एग्जाम होता है, उनका प्रैक्टिकल होता है और उसके बाद उनका पेपर चेक कराते हैं और उसके बाद उनके सर्टिफिकेशन हम लोग करते हैं। ये मेहंदी का एक स्पेशल सीजन पे, जैसे मेहंदी का, करवा चौथ का जब ये आते हैं या कुछ सीजन आते हैं, मैरिजेज के सीजन आते हैं, तो उस टाइम ये बच्चे, इनको हम मोटिवेट करके ये बच्चे टाइम टू टाइम वहाँ ब्राइडल मेकिंग का बुकिंग कर लेते हैं, मेहंदी की बुकिंग कर लेते हैं। तो इस तरह से ये अपने लाइक जो है विमेंस बन रही है। अच्छा, सेकंड पार्ट जो है हमारा है टेक्नोलॉजीज का। टेक्नोलॉजीज पे हम लोग मोस्टली चंडीगढ़ में सोलर बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी जो रूरल एरिया में यहाँ ज़्यादा जरूरत है उस पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। और हर्बल प्लांट्स जो कल्टीवेशन है हर्ब्स के ऊपर भी हम लोग यहाँ चंडीगढ़ में काम कर रहे हैं। बोटॉनिकल गार्डन है, वहाँ बीजेटी पे किया था हमने पिछली बार, और उसके बाद वहाँ कॉलेज में भी एक हर्बल गार्डन बना रखा है। तो हर्ब्स या नेचुरल थेरेपी जो है उसकी ओर भी हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजीज पे इस पे काम कर रहे हैं। सॉरी। इसके अलावा हमारा जो नेक्स्ट पार्ट है टेक्निकल एंड स्पोर्ट्स सबसे, इसके ऊपर हम अलग अलग टाइम टू टाइम कैंप लगा के कंप्यूटर पे या स्विंग मशीन रिपेयर्स पे या हेल्थ एंड सैनिटेशन पे ऐसे लोगों की टाइम टू टाइम हेल्प भी करते हैं, सपोर्ट भी लोगों को वहाँ उस एरिया में विद द हेल्प ऑफ सम एनजीओज और सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट यूटी चंडीगढ़। ये डिसेमिनेशन इंफॉर्मेशन है, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट। नाइटर चंडीगढ़ का काफ़ी अच्छा सहयोग है फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट। प्रोफेसर सैनी हमारे साथ काफ़ी सालों से इस स्कीम के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। अंडर द गाइडेंस एंड कंट्रोल ऑफ प्रोफेसर सैनी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर हम हर साल कॉलेज में एट द मतलब एनुअल मेला में या दूसरी जगहों पे कहीं भी सर को स्पेशली बुला के एक हम लेक्चर अरेंज कराते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे, और बच्चों को साथ साथ बताते हैं कि कैसे वो अपना काम शुरू कर सकते हैं और कैसे रोजगार बाकियों के लिए भी क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। साथ में रीजनल सेंटर फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट है सेक्टर 35 में, सम टाइम हम उनसे भी कांटेक्ट करते हैं। वहाँ परमजीत सिंह जी है, वहाँ उसके जो डायरेक्टर हैं, तो उनसे भी हम टाइम टू टाइम टाइप करके अवेयरनेस के लिए स्पेशली बच्चों को कि हाउ दे कैन स्टार्ट देयर ओन वेंचर्स, इस पे भी काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा हम लोग अलग अलग जगहों पे जैसे या नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी है, नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन है, सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल्स है, उनके साथ भी टाइम टू टाइम हम लोग ट्रेनिंग लेके उनकी गाइडेंस में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। और नेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क जो अब लेवल वाइज जो गोइंग टू बी स्टार्ट, उसमें लेवल 1 लेवल 2 तक जो सीटीपी स्कीम के जो बेनिफिशरीज है वो लेवल 1 लेवल 2 तक जो है वो ट्रेनिंग वहां से ले रहे हैं। अभी तक हमारे जो लेटेस्ट अभी जो एफर्ट्स है ये इसमें एनएसक्यूएफ के साथ हम अलाइन कर रहे हैं इन कोर्सेज को, और साथ में हमारा जो एम्फेसाइज है हमारा मोस्टली है कि हम इनको क्वालिटी ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड कर सकें, तो उसके ऊपर भी हमारा ज़्यादा ये है जोर है। तो मैं लास्ट में बस यही कहूँगा कि ये जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अलग अलग स्कीम शुरू करी हुई है अंडर द मिनिस्ट्रीज, अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्रीज के अंडर, अब आज की डेट में इन सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज जितनी भी आज की डेट में काम करी है इनको सभी को स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर जो है अब जो टारगेट्स है दिए जा रहे हैं। और जो आज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्किलिंग इंडिया जो प्रोजेक्ट है इस पे जोर दे रही है, क्योंकि इंडिया की मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन जो है मोर देन 60-65% पॉपुलेशन या यंग पर्सन्स की है, यंग विमेंस की या यंग लोगों की है। तो टारगेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या है कि हम लोग जो इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन हम इन स्कीमों से दे रहे हैं उसको फॉर्मल में कन्वर्ट करके हमारे बच्चों का जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक जो है बच्चे अपने इस स्किल को ले जाएं और अपने लायक जो है रोजगार जो है क्रिएट करें और अपने लायक बने और अपने परिवार के लायक बने और अपने समाज के लायक बने और किसी के ऊपर भी डिपेंडेंट ना रहें। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी कि मैं अपने कॉलेज को मतलब यहाँ रिप्रेजेंट कर सकूं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र चौहान। अब हमारे पास कुछ बेनिफिशरीज हैं, कुछ ट्रेनर भी आए हैं। तो मैं मैडम सरबजीत कौर से और प्रीति और रीता जी दोनों से अनुरोध, तीनों लोग इधर आ जाएं, इधर आ जाएं। तो अभी एक आपको ट्रेनर से मिलवाते हैं प्लस 2 बेनिफिशरी जिन्होंने ट्रेनिंग प्राप्त किया है। ये 3 लोगों से पहले ग्रुप में मिलाएंगे। ये कोर्स चला रहे हैं खुडा लाहौरा, एक बगल में विलेज है चंडीगढ़ के, वहां पे फैशन डिजाइनिंग के ऊपर ये ट्रेनिंग चलती है इनकी। तो इन्होंने कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स भी बना रखे हैं और ये अपना इंट्रोडक्शन भी आपको देंगे। तो मैडम सरबजीत कौर पहले आ जाएं और वो थोड़ा अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दे दें और कितने साल से वो ट्रेनिंग चला रही है और अभी तक कितने लोगों को इन्होंने लगभग ट्रेन कर दिया है। सो मैडम सरबजीत कौर।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्ते सर। सर मैं सेंटर खुड्डा लाहौरा से हूँ, अंडर CDTP स्कीम काम करती हूँ सर। मैं 15 साल से सर इनके पास काम कर रही हूँ।
Excuse me, sir. I'm from David, and we are not getting your voice.
नमस्ते सर।
थैंक यू। अभी कट गया था हमारा नेटवर्क। मैडम सरबजीत कौर, शी इज रनिंग अ प्रोग्राम फैशन डिजाइनिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। तो कितने साल से ये काम कर रही हैं? यहाँ एक विलेज है खुडा लाहौरा, और क्या कर रही हैं ये आपको 2 मिनट में बताएंगी। फिर इनके 2 ट्रेनीज भी अभी थोड़ी देर में आते हैं।
सर मैं 15 साल तो CDTP स्कीम के अंडर काम कर रही हूँ, सेक्टर 10 के थ्रू। तो सर मैं हर बैच में लगभग 50 बच्चों को ट्रेन करती हूँ, और मेरे स्टूडेंट है जो आगे काम भी करते हैं। तो काफ़ी लोगों ने बाहर का काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। काफ़ी बच्चे हैं जो आके मेरे को बताते हैं हमने अपने बुटीक खोल रखे हैं। तो चौहान सर जाते हैं, हमें बहुत गाइड करते हैं। शर्मा सर जी ये भी हमें बहुत गाइड करते हैं। हमारे प्रिंसिपल मैडम का भी हमें बहुत अच्छा साथ है। और हमारे बच्चे गांव में बहुत, जैसे अभी भी प्रोडक्ट्स लेके आए हुए हैं, ये बाहर का काम भी करते हैं और बना के जैसे सेल वगैरह भी करते हैं, और लोगों के कपड़े वगैरह सिल के काफ़ी पैसा भी कमा लेते हैं। और हमें खुशी होती है जब हम पुअर लोगों को सिखाते हैं और ये हमारे अंडर सीख के आगे काम करते हैं। सो थैंक यू सर।
हाँ थैंक यू। अभी आपके साथ 2 बेनिफिशियरी आए हुए हैं, आप लोग आ जाइए, वो प्रोडक्ट भी लेके आ जाइए।
अपने बारे में बोलना
पहले
आप आ जाओ, पहले अपने बारे में बोलना और फिर ये हम बता रहे हैं। यहाँ
इधर लेके आओ।
कोई ये नीचे रख ले, यहाँ रख डिस्प्ले करना। ये कोई ये रख ये। अच्छा अब बताओ, पहले अपने यहाँ दे सकते हो, वहाँ सामने दिखना चाहिए। अपने बारे में बताना, मेरा नाम है।
अपना परिचय दीजिएगा जिस भी भाषा में आपको ठीक लगता है ना, हिंदी में या पंजाबी में, जिसमें बोलना चाहें उसमें बोलिए।
मेरा नाम ये है, वहाँ डिस्प्ले होगा ना फिर।
ठीक है सर। मेरा नाम रीटा रानी है और मैं 10th पास हूँ। मैंने फैशन डिज़ाइन टेक्नोलॉजी का 6 महीने का कोर्स CDTP स्कीम के अंतर्गत खुड्डा लाहौरा सेंटर में अभी कंप्लीट करा है, और जो हमें सरबजीत मैम ने सिखाया है।
क्या सीखा आपने, क्या कर लेते हैं?
सर मैम ने हमें शुरुआत तो सूटों से करवाई है, जिसमें हमने तरह तरह के फैशन के सूट सिले हैं। हम अपने सूट खुद सिलते हैं और दूसरों के भी सिलते हैं। और हमने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप भी बनाया है, जिसमें हम 13 जनानियां हैं और सभी इकट्ठे होकर काम करती हैं। तो एक हाँ जी, तो मतलब महीने में सभी एक जनानी को ना 5,000 का फायदा हो जाता है। 5,000 तक कमा लेती हैं। और इसके अलावा मैम ने कुछ हमें एक्स्ट्रा भी सिखाया है, जिसमें कुशन हो गए, टेबल क्लॉथ हो गए, जिसमें
सारी चीजें आप लेके आए।
हाँ जी, सभी कुछ हम लेके आए हैं।
ये इनका प्रोडक्ट है, अलग अलग चीजें तैयार करके ये अपनी लागत कॉस्ट से थोड़ा महंगा बेचकर इसको ये कुछ पैसे कमाते हैं। इस तरह के कुछ इनके प्रोडक्ट्स यहाँ पर सामने आपको नजर आ रहे हैं। सो दे आर मेकिंग ऑल सच प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सेलिंग। ये सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप भी इन्होंने बना लिया है। तो
स्पेशली इन सिटीज।
अब हमारे साथ दूसरी एक, आप इधर थोड़ा सा इधर बगल में आ जाओ।
आपने अपने इंट्रोडक्शन पहले अपने बारे में।
मेरा नाम प्रीति शर्मा है। मैंने भी फैशन डिज़ाइनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी का कोर्स CDTP के स्कीम के अंतर्गत 6 महीने का कोर्स किया है, वो खुड्डा लौरा से। सरबजीत कौर मैम ने हमें ये सिखाया है। इसके अंदर हम लोगों ने काफ़ी तरह के कपड़े वगैरह बनाना सीखा है और लोग हमसे सिलवाते हैं, अलग अलग फैशन के कपड़े हम लोग उनके सिलते हैं। और हमने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप भी बनाया हुआ है, उसके अंदर हम लोग काम करते हैं और 15 दिन में हम लोगों की मीटिंग होती है, उसमें हम लोग जो भी प्रॉब्लम होती है डिस्कस करते हैं। और बाहर के कपड़े भी हम लोग सिलते हैं, इससे हम लोगों को 4-5 हज़ार रुपये की अर्निंग हो जाती है और हम किसी पे डिपेंड भी नहीं है, अपने आप अपनी अर्निंग कर सकते हैं। और अगर हमें और काम मिले तो हम लोगों को भी इसमें इंक्लूड करके उनको भी अपने थ्रू काम दे सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
ये आपने बनाया या आप दोनों ने मिलकर?
हाँ जी सर,
मिलके।
तो ये सारे प्रोडक्ट्स ये लोग तैयार कर रहे हैं। सो लेट अस गिव अ बिग हैंड टू प्रीति शर्मा एंड रीता। थैंक यू आप लोगों का, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मेरा आप लोगों को एक सुझाव है,
हाँ जी सर।
तीनों ट्रेनर्स को या जो कोर्स किए हुए हैं आप फैशन डिजाइनिंग का, देखिए अभी तक जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट जिस तरीके से होती रही है, अब उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहे हैं नेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क के मुताबिक। और उसमें आगे अगर NSQF कंप्लायंट स्किल डेवलपमेंट कोर्सेज हमें कराने हैं तो उसमें ट्रेनर्स की एंगेजमेंट उनकी होगी कि जो एक कंसर्न सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल से सर्टिफिकेट होल्डर हैं। आपकी असेसमेंट अगर आप थोड़ा और ट्रेनिंग लेकर सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल की ट्रेनिंग के बाद में अपनी असेसमेंट करा लेंगे तो आप सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनर माने जाएंगे। और आने वाले समय में 2018 के बाद में सिर्फ सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनर्स की ही एम्प्लॉयमेंट होगी और उनका पैकेज भी अच्छा होगा। तो मेरा आपसे सुझाव है, इनफैक्ट आज हमारे बीच में होंगे 4 बजे प्रोफेसर बाजवा फ्रॉम पंजाब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी, और उन्होंने एक ट्रेनर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फैशन डिजाइनिंग का ये ट्रेनर्स को सर्टिफाई करने के लिए रखा है। उन्होंने मुझे स्पेशली रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि चंडीगढ़ से अगर कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो इस तरह का प्रोग्राम अटेंड करना चाहें, उनको कहें कि हमारा प्रोग्राम अटेंड करें और उसके बाद में सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल सर्टिफाई कर देगी आपको। तो अगर आपको वो कन्वीनियंट लगता है, कल भी वो हमारे साथ होंगे यहाँ में, कल उनका एक लेक्चर है, तो उससे आप लाभान्वित हो सकते हैं और अपना जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोस्पेक्टस बेहतर कर सकते हैं।
आप आ सकते हैं उनका अटेंड करने।
पहले तो मैडम को बोलो ना, वो ट्रेनर तो वो है।
हाँ,
पहले आपको अटेंड करना है।
हाँ, आपको अटेंड करना है।
पहले
ताकि आप
आपको
सर्टिफिकेशन हो जाए। ये लोग तो अभी सीख ही रहे
ये
हैं
तो
ना,
सीख रहे हैं ना,
आपके लिए है वो
आपके
प्रोग्राम
लिए।
ना, ताकि आपको सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनर बना दिया जाए अंतर्गत ना, इस प्रोग्राम के अंतर्गत, तो आपको फायदा हो जाएगा इसका।
ठीक है।
क्योंकि NSQF कंप्लायंट अगर कोर्सेज कर रहे हैं तो वो आगे ट्रेनर्स भी उनकी जो उन्होंने प्रेस्क्राइब किया है उसी के मुताबिक ट्रेनर एंगेज होंगे।
ठीक है सर।
ठीक है, तो आपको
तो थोड़ा आपके वैल्यू एडिशन हो जाएगा और सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनर अगर आप बन जाएंगे तो बेहतर पैसा कमा पाएंगे।
कितने बजे शुरू होगा? जो एक दूसरी है उसको भी बुला लेंगे।
हाँ जी,
कल
एक और है,
फर्स्ट लेक्चर है 9:30 पर है।
9:30 पे।
हाँ,
तो सर उनको
होगा
10
यही
बजे
यही होंगे।
इसी
10:30 बजे।
सतविंदर को।
उसने बहुत बढ़िया काम
प्रोफेसर
किया।
बाजवा आएंगे।
वेरी ओल्डेस्ट टीचर।
हाँ सर, ये पुरानी स्कीम
Thank you,
काम
thank you,
कर रहे
thank
थे ना दोनों वो वाले के।
अब हमारे पास 2 स्टूडेंट्स, 2-3 लोग और हैं, 3 यंग लेडीज, दे आर कमिंग, और वो बताएंगे कि वो क्या कर रहे हैं, किस तरह का उन्होंने काम शुरू कर रखा है। तो आप लोग आ जाइए और अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देके बताइए कि कर क्या रहे हो।
तीनों इकट्ठे ही आ जाओ।
आ जाओ।
उनके साथ ही पैसा।
अच्छा, वो
सब हो गया।
ये
तो ये 2 लोग हैं हमारे साथ में, आप लोग इधर आ जाओ। पहले क्या अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दीजिए, कितने तक पढ़ाई किए थे और अभी क्या सीखा और क्या कर रहे हो।
हाँ, ऐसे आगे देखना।
ठीक है ना? तो सबसे पहले आपने अपनी इंट्रोडक्शन देनी है, फिर बताना कि क्या कर रहे हो, क्या सीखा।
सर मेरा नाम रीमा कुमारी है। मैंने +2 पास किया है 27 मॉडल स्कूल से और मैंने ब्यूटी थेरेपी एंड हेयर स्टाइलिंग का कोर्स किया है आशा किरण से 6th मंथ का CDTP के थ्रू। और सर मैं ये कोर्स करने के बाद मैंने अपने ही मतलब घर में थ्रेडिंग, जैसे ही मेरे पास लेडीज आती है सर एक दिन में 10 से 15 मिनट से ऐसे आती है, मैं थ्रेडिंग कर देती हूँ। मेकअप भी, जैसे मेकअप, मेहंदी, मैंने जैसे फेस्टिवल आता है करवा चौथ, तो इस पे भी मैंने मेहंदी लगाया था, तो 5,000 रुपये कमाए थे मेहंदी लगाकर। और सर मैं ये मतलब पैसे मैं कमाती रहती हूँ, अपना काम करती रहती हूँ, थ्रेडिंग, कभी ब्लीचिंग, कभी फेशियल, ऐसे ऐसे कभी वैक्सिंग, ये सारे काम करके मतलब अपने घर में अपनी हेल्प करती हूँ। अपनी स्टडी में भी मैं BA फर्स्ट ईयर कर रही हूँ PU यूनिवर्सिटी से कॉरस्पॉन्डेंस, तो मैं अपना खुद का मतलब कॉपी किताब और गाइड्स का खुद का ही वो अपनी हेल्प कर लेती हूँ।
आपका
Okay,
फैमिली
thank you, sir.
बैकग्राउंड?
सर मेरे पापा एक लेबर है, मतलब रेडी चलाते हैं, और मम्मी हाउसवाइफ है, हम 4 भाई बहन हैं बस। और सर मैं कॉलोनी में रहती हूँ, जगह फैदर निजामपुर 47 के पास पड़ता है।
एक लेडी से कितने चार्जेस लेते हैं थ्रेडिंग के?
सर 30 रुपए।
30 रुपए।
हाँ जी।
तो 30 अगर 10 आ जाती है तो 300 रुपया तो
सर यस, सर मेरे पास जो आसपास की जितनी है वो भी आती है, और बाहर से भी जैसे मेरी फ्रेंड वगैरह वो भी मुझसे थ्रेडिंग करवाते हैं, तो मैं कर रही हूँ।
इसकी स्पेशलाइजेशन थ्रेडिंग में बहुत है, तो मेरे पास काफी अच्छा
चलो अच्छी बात, वेरी गुड।
वेरी गुड।
थैंक यू सर।
अब हमारे साथ
सर, मेरा
दूसरे एक
नाम-
महिला और इधर
मेरा नाम रानी है, मैं +2 की हूँ, मेरे पति एक लेबर है, मेरी एक बेटी है, मैं कॉलोनी में रहने वाली हूँ। मैं ब्यूटी थेरेपी एंड हेयर स्टाइलिंग का कोर्स CDTP के मदद से 6 महीने का कोर्स की हूँ। मैं घर पे ही थ्रेडिंग, मैनिक्योर, पेडिक्योर, मेकअप, हेयर स्टाइलिंग, हेयर कटिंग ये सब करते रहती हूँ। मैं एक हाउसवाइफ हूँ सर।
अच्छा, तो कितनी आपकी अर्निंग हो जाती है मंथली
सर मेरे पास भी 5 से 10 लोग आ ही जाते हैं।
रोज के?
हाँ जी सर।
किस लिए क्या
नहीं, आपका
Threading-
खर्चा निकाल कर महीने में कितना कमा लेते हैं?
सर 5,000-6,000 तो कमा ही लेती हूँ।
नहीं खर्चा निकाल के, मतलब अपने घर का जो अपना खर्चा है
उसका-
उसका
उसका जो
अगर
material-
आप
सर वो
5-6
तो
कमा रहे।
मेरी सास ससुर है ना,
हाँ।
वो समझते हैं, मैं नहीं समझती।
नहीं मतलब घर का
नहीं,
अच्छा
नहीं,
अच्छा
इसका
ही
खर्चा
करते
क्या,
हैं।
घर का खर्चा क्या, तो हम
ये होते सास ससुर करते हैं खर्चा, मैं नहीं करती ना।
जो काम आप करते हैं उसमें कुछ
जो आपका
material
रॉ
होता है।
मटेरियल का खर्चा होता है उसको निकाल कर आपको नेट कितना बचता है, हम तो वो जानना चाहते हैं।
सर 2,500-3,000।
हाँ, 3,000
2,500-3,000 प्रॉफिट हो जाता
हाँ
है।
जी सर।
अच्छा, ये हाँ ये जानना चाह रहे
ये
हैं
ठीक है।
हाँ जी
कि
सर।
जो आप क्रीम लाएंगे,
हाँ जी
कुछ
सर।
वो लाएंगे, सामान नहीं लाते,
हाँ जी सर।
तो उसका भी खर्चा होता होगा।
हाँ जी सर।
आपकी लेबर कितनी बच जाती है अपनी मेहनत, ये चाह रहे हैं हम।
हाँ जी 2,500-3,000।
2,500-3,000 रुपये बच जाती है।
हाँ जी
चलो,
सर।
ठीक।
ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
ओके फ्रेंड्स, तो अभी आपको हमने एक लाइव ये दिखाया कि कुछ हमारे जो ट्रेंड पर्संस हैं जो कि स्कीम चल रही है हमारी पॉलिटेक्निक के जरिए, और ये कैसे गरीब लोगों तक पहुंच रही है ताकि वो ट्रेनिंग प्राप्त करके कुछ ना कुछ रोजगार प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। चंडीगढ़ जैसे शहरों में ये सारी ट्रेनिंग का बहुत फायदा है। सर्विस सेक्टर में ये बहुत तरह के जॉब उनको मिल रहा है, और अपने इन्होंने छोटे छोटे वेंचर्स भी खोल रखे हैं। कुछ लोगों ने ब्यूटी पार्लर्स खोल लिए हैं, कुछ लोगों ने अपनी दुकान खोल ली है बुटीक की। इस तरह से महिलाएं काफी आगे आ रही हैं, और उसमें वुमेन पॉलिटेक्निक जो है हमारा चंडीगढ़ का, वो काफी अच्छा योगदान दे रहा है। सो दिस वाज ऑल फ्रॉम वन पॉलिटेक्निक, एंड होल एक्टिविटी इज बीइंग मैनेज्ड बाय मिस्टर RP शर्मा। आप इधर आ जाओ। एंड ये इनके सारे कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं एक्टिविटी को, तो इनको हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। इस तरह के लोग लगे हुए हैं, रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी अभी भी ये जॉब में हैं, हमारे साथ में इस स्कीम में लगे हुए हैं, और इनकी मदद से ये सारी एक्टिविटीज बड़े सुचारू रूप से चल रही है। सो वी थैंक द टीम ऑफ ऑल विमेन पॉलिटेक्निक चंडीगढ़, एंड वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू देम दैट दे हैव कम हियर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू। बहुत सारा इंट्रोडक्शन दे दो।
मेरा नाम RP शर्मा हूँ, मैं कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट कंसल्टेंट, CDC बोलते हैं इसको। 2010 से जब से ये स्कीम चली है, रिवाइज द्वारा चली है CDTP स्कीम, तब से मैं काम कर रहा हूँ। और पर्सनली जितने भी हमारे कोर्सेज हैं सभी को मॉनिटर करता हूँ। फील्ड ड्यूटी मेरी होती है। जैसे कि सबसे इनफॉर्मल स्कीम थी, तो इस इनफॉर्मल स्कीम को मैंने इसको फॉर्मल समझ के एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम जो मॉनिटर किया है, रिटर्न पेपर लेते हैं, जिनको नहीं आता उनको सिग्नेचर करना सिखाते हैं ताकि अंगूठे वाला सिस्टम बंद हो। कम से कम उसका गलत तरीके से कई बार करवा लेते हैं, अंगूठा लगाया नाम डाल दिया, तो कम से कम साइन करना, टीचर को बोल के रखा हुआ कि इनको साइन करना सिखाना है, कुछ बोलना सिखाना, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल सिखाना कि बोलना कैसे है, खड़े गलत बोल दो कोई बात नहीं, ऐसे लर्न करता आदमी। हम भी ऐसे लर्न किया है। मैंने 40-42 साल पीजीए में काम किया है, क्लास 1 पोस्ट रिटायर हुआ हूँ, तो मैंने भी ऐसे सीखा है। और दूसरी बात है, अभी मैं एग्ज़ाम ले रहा हूँ, इनका भी लिया मैंने खुड्डा लाहौर से। अभी अहवा एयरफोर्स वीमेन वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन सेक्टर 31 में गया था। वहाँ सर यहाँ अभी सर गए थे, हमारी एडवाइजरी कमेटी मीटिंग थी, अभी दिखाया था कि एग्जीबिशन लगी थी, तो वहाँ ये सजाए हुए थे। हमारी दूसरी मैडम है सतविंदर कौर, वो भी फैशन डिजाइनिंग की है, तो इंटरेक्ट कर रहे थे। वो कहती सर उस दिन आपने हमारे प्रोडक्ट देखे हैं, तो कॉलेज से मेरे को 11 ये बनाने का क्वेश्चन का ऑर्डर मिल गया और 1,500 रुपये एडवांस ले आई है वो।
अच्छा,
1,500 रुपये
एग्जीबिशन से ही इतना।
हमारी हॉस्टल वार्डन है, 6 क्वेश्चन उसने और बाकी क्वेश्चन दूसरी एक लेक्चरर है उसने, लेक्चरर ने, बड़े बड़े लोगों ने। तो अच्छा काम करोगे तो आपको पैसे अर्न होंगे, आपको मांगने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आप अपनी कमाई अपने आप बलबूते पे कर सकते हो। तो मेरा यही है कि अपने पैरों पे खड़ो, कोई काम मुश्किल नहीं होता, गलतियां होती हैं, गलतियों से सीखता आदमी। मैं भी गलतियां करती है, हर एक आदमी करता। तो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो है उनका यही है कि सभी को ट्रेन करना, सभी को अपनी रोटी कमाने का हकदार करना, दूसरे के आगे हाथ नहीं फैलाना और इंटरनेशनली compete करना, ग्लोबली बाहर जाके भी आपने ऐसा काम करके बाहर भी डिमांड है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Okay, friends, now we have a speaker from Universal Group of Institutions, Mr. Amit Barua Saab. So, I would request Professor Saini to introduce Mr. Amit Barua ji, and he has the next lecture on the qualification packs, which we are working for all the vocational courses. So, may I request Professor Saini to introduce Mr. Amit Barua ji, and then Mr. Amit Barua will deliver the further talk. Please.
Thank you, Professor Roy. And on behalf of all persons present at different center and at NITES Chandigarh, I would like to welcome Shri Amit Barua. Amit Barua ji has worked in many different capacities with different institutions, and right now he is working as Executive Director with the Universal Group of Institutions. Universal Group of Institutions, they have number of institutions right here at Derabasi in district Patiala, Punjab, and he is the guiding force over there, managing large number of institutions. He has worked at different positions and right now working as Executive Director and managing a good number of institutions. He has deep insight into skill development, and today we have invited him to interact with all of you on the topic of qualification packs. So as you know, qualification packs are something which are so important if we have to take this NSQF movement forward. So he will be deliberating on NSQF this thing, qualification packs. And my request to Barwaji is, I would request him to even let the entire group of people know about his past experience also, because I'm meeting him just for the second time. I had a very brief meeting with him. So kindly let us have a little more elaborate introduction of you, and we can now initiate the session. We can go right up to 1 o'clock, or in case plus minus 10 minutes. Right. That doesn't matter. And in the afternoon, we would request you to stay back for panel discussion as well.
Right, sir. Thank you so very much. Friends, my name is Amit Barua, and I've spent around.
It will capture you.
Yeah. So, friends, my name is Amit Barua, and I started with my career with an IT company, and I'm not. I've gone into an education by choice, not by force by anybody. So it was a very, very formal choice, and And if you look into the education per se as of now, you require good trainers to make good people, and that is the reason is of my talk today. And out of this 23 years of experience, I spent around 10 years in industry. I was an SAP ERP software, software consultant, and I've implemented in pretty big industries like Hero and T-Series, then lots of automobile companies. But then I thought, like, education is one thing which I can actually contribute substantially for the development of the people. And that's where my interest also lied. So one fine day, I left a job and picked up an academic job, and with lots of people, lots of my students telling me, like, why are you going? That's a disaster. But then where the passion lies, the success comes automatically. So that is my background. Thank you so very much, sir. So today, before I take on all the QPs and other areas, I would like to take on the bit of the background of the Skill India. And this is always better to start something afresh from the past with a background, rather than coming out with a fresh, where I talk about QPs and because there are three different agencies which have got three different QPs. But then now they're at it getting standardized. Everybody is going through your single framework. But then if you look into the background, the Ministry of Labor, which was absolutely a pioneering force, now right from 1948 was the first time that thing came up. And the most interesting thing is this, that total QPs are developed on the international framework of ILO. So keeping that thing in the background. So I will come into that, but I just wanted to brush you through, like, why we required the skill and the requirement, and why the QPs are not very important. Because at the end, unless and until you make the learning interesting, no learning could be absolutely substantiated into earning potential. Like you have heard my previous speakers and the participants and all other people who were into the system. So you would have seen that each one of them who came here, both the trainer and the trainee and the potential students, they were all very, very enthusiastic. Because skill is hand. हाथ से जब तक नहीं सीखेंगे, हाथ से जब तक नहीं करेंगे, हाँ, वो हमारे सिस्टम में नहीं बैठेगा. हमारे पूर्वज भी यही कहते थे कि you keep on repeating. गुरु शिष्य परंपरा have been doing that only. हम लोग एक सब्जेक्ट को 10 बार पढ़ाते थे, तब तक वो सिस्टम में नहीं घुसता था, तब तक हम आगे नहीं जाते थे. तो सिमिलरली the Skill India is doing the same thing. When we talk about the QP, that is qualification packs, that's also the same thing. Unless and until you sit and clear at it, you cannot go forward. And irrespective कि आप, it is not that कि आपको क्या बोलते हैं उसको एक दिन में clear करना है. You take your own sweet time, because जब तक आपके सिस्टम में आप satisfied नहीं होगे, आप उसको नहीं clear कर सकते. And there are beyond that, there are other pretty decent opportunities which is coming in. I will also like to discuss the Startup India, how all these things, the good skill can actually help you for a Startup India. And I will also like to discuss the Pravesi, your employment, the foreign employment scheme, which our beloved Prime Minister have introduced a month back. And kahin na kahin, because uska ek reason hai. Reason being that I don't know how many people actually know that, but then about $68 billion of the foreign currency, हमारे NRIs, expats, जो laborers बाहर जाते हैं, वो हमारे देश के लिए कमाते हैं. $68 billion is a pretty big money. अगर आप विज़ पाकिस्तान को देखें, पाकिस्तान का टोटल जो उनका डिपॉजिट है इन द वर्ल्ड बैंक, that is only $72 billion. So vis-a-vis, if you know like what we are talking around, or what our Prime Minister talks about, or what our the present political leadership talks about, it's something to do very, very substantial. So let me go through what I have got. Typically, this is what is those people have come out with, the skill, the youth, the job, the logo. F5 here. F5 na?
Oh, yes. F5 bus.
Okay. My sincere apologies. First time into ICT. So basically, जब हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, we are talking about skill, the youth, job, the logo, and the Kaushal Bharat and Kushal Bharat. Right. Yeah. Thank you so very much. So, right, sir. Thank you. So when we talk about skill, the youth, job, and logo, we all understand that. But then Kushal Bharat and Kaushal Bharat is very, very interlinked things, because jab tak you are not healthy, you are not happy, you are not satisfied, you cannot deliver what is you're passionate about. जब तक आप में जब तक आप खुश नहीं रहेंगे, जब तक आप जो काम कर रहे हैं उसमें से आप पैसा नहीं कमा रहे, enough नहीं कमा रहे, तब तक आप वो डिलीवरी नहीं कर सकते कहीं ना कहीं. So that's a reason. So what are the basic skill gaps, and why we require the QPs? Because if you look into the total the skill bag, this thing up, we have got about 260 million people are unemployed 18 से 50 के ग्रुप में, right? So इनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए, that's the reason हम लोगों ने ये स्किल इंडिया की मुहिम शुरू की है, so that everybody could be put into the place. And the most interesting thing कि इसमें से सिर्फ 2% are the people who are only skilled. क्योंकि see, if you look into जो पुराने जितने schemes है through Ministry of Labour, NCVT का, I think this is a part of the things what you are also doing. So उसमें the rollouts were so unorganized, and it has been always unorganized. When I say is this, क्योंकि 2-4 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ही उसको रोल आउट करते थे, very handful, like government polytechnics, private polytechnics, and beyond that बाकी कुछ वो रोल आउट नहीं होता. But looking into कि हमारा फ्यूचर मिशन क्या है, to make it year 2020 तक, we are expecting that average Indian age would be 29 years. 29 साल का एक एवरेज एज होगा. So अगर वो 29 years का एवरेज एज हो, तो this means एक कुछ चिंता की विषय है. It's very important, because what's really happening is that these 29-year-old is a sitting bomb, unemployed and or underemployed, not getting the right money for what he, and have got a huge aspiration. So how उसको हम लोग कैसे उसको help out करेंगे? So we will see how do we are helping that thing out. Then so because of this time bomb, so that's the reason we wanted to get into Skill India. Because why? See, because youth is a force, and it's a raw force. And अगर इस raw force को हम लोग channelize नहीं करेंगे, so we would be in a major trouble. So that's a basically idea of a Skill India. And the government has got a plans to train around 500 million by 2020. I think we have not even attained an iota of it, because if you look into the yesterday's newspaper, they have not been much. Hindustan Times का एक क्या वो the article आया हुआ, which clearly says that we are not very serious in delivering the skill initiative. There are lots of loopholes which we need to look into it. And that's the reason. And in order to keep this 500 target, we have gone into a PPP model, which we normally call it NSDC initiative, Natural Skill Development Initiative. काफी पुराना ये scheme है, but then during your new NDA regime, it have been thought over the first time कि इसको एक मिनिस्ट्री का रूप दिया जाए और एक फोकस अप्रोच में स्किल को लिया जाए with a seriousness into it. So the basic idea of a Skill India mission is that it is just not the skilling them, but also empowering them in terms of giving them loan. Because आपके पास अगर स्किल है, हाँ, पैसे नहीं है तो आप नौकरी करेंगे. बहुत सारे लोग नौकरी के लिए नहीं बने हैं, वो नौकरी नहीं कर सकते हैं, कुछ चाहते हुए भी कहते हुए भी वो नहीं कर सकते हैं. So this time we will also talk about the loan. QP के बाद या QP के पहले I will also talk about loan. So let me not get into it. That's this thing across. So we have already known about Pradhan Mantri Yuva Yojana. This Pradhan Mantri Yuva Yojana is something where where we are giving money for entrepreneurship development, and that we are giving money into different institutions. There are two institutions which are actually rolling out. One is a Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog provides around about 10 crore rupees for developing this particular scheme. DST also done. If you want to have entrepreneurship cell, DST also puts in around 40 to 50 lakh rupees they also provide you. So if you are looking at a youth and jitne institution mein youth hai, and they are all raw youth, you can actually convert them into a future entrepreneurs, because each entrepreneur that has been developed, that एक आदमी कम से कम जो आदमी employ करता है कम से कम he employs a group, a minimum 20 जने अगर आप किसी को employ कर रहे हो, so you are actually feeding around 70 people, 70 to 80 people, because that feeding hand who is getting employed, he feeds the whole family. So typically an average of a 4, because वो दिन चले गए कि क्या बोलते हैं कि हम दो हमारे क्या बोलते 3, आजकल 2 kids and the parents, that is what really counts in. So typically आप एक you are giving the more people into the system, more employment and more people. So basically this is also helps in giving helping develop the online courses. बहुत सारे लोग सेंटर में नहीं जा पाते. अगर आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे बहुत सारे स्कीम, all my friends they know कि बहुत सारे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट they keep on giving free laptops and free your internet connectivity. So that's the reason government has also provided money for developing MOOC, massive online courses, कि जैसे जो कोई आ नहीं सकता या कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, हम लोग ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज बना सकते हैं. एंड इसमें क्या बोलते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं they have also in part 2 of the your MSME institution. One is NISBERT and IIE. So that's where they also teach you your entrepreneurship. So this is what we have. PMKV, we have already know about it. I need not tell you much about the whole thing. But then most important concept of PMKV is that कि ये recognition of prior learning, जो पहले नहीं होता था. पहले यही होता था कि अगर आपके पास 10th का दिसिंग सर्टिफिकेट है तो ही आप 12th का एग्जाम दे सकते हैं, नहीं तो आप डायरेक्टली 12th एग्जाम नहीं दे सकते. Yes, there are certain open school like your national open school, they used to give that particular leeway कि आप you can have अब अगर 22 साल के हैं तो आप वो सीधा डायरेक्टली क्या बोलते हैं ग्रेजुएट वो दे सकते हैं, या 12th का एग्जाम दे सकते हैं, and so forth. But this particular recognition of prior learning has actually helped for different skills, and that is what is more important, because कहीं ना कहीं when you do have कि अगर आपके पास हुनर है, हाथ का हुनर, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म का क्या बोलते हैं your they also had कि अगर कोई बंदा किचन में शेफ का काम अगर 10 साल से कर रहा है, so they need not get into doing it. They simply have to go for the QPs. This is qualification packs. So okay, so let me come down to the QPs. So PMKVY has got, which is this has been run by NSDC. यहाँ 34 other skill sets, broader skill sets है. अगर आप देखें to the screen, agriculture has got 10 skill sets. Then apparel, made-up and home furnishing has 9. Automobile have got 10. Beauty and wellness has got 7. Banking, financial services have got 6. Capital goods have got 6. Construction have got 7. Domestic worker has got 4. Earth and infrastructure building have got 10. Electronic and hardware has got 9. Food processing has got 5. Furniture and fitting has got 2. Gems and jewelry have got 9. Green jobs, basically green jobs are basically the solar related jobs. Installation of solar panel and other, जैसे place like Chandigarh, they have made things very compulsory कि जो भी building in a domestic residential 500 square yards से ज़्यादा है, आपको solar panel लगाना is compulsory. There is no going back. And they have already, the Chandigarh administration has already fixed up the vendors. You have to just put on your request through those authorized vendors, and whatever subsidy you get, the vendor gets it, and you need to only pay from your pocket what is the money which gets deducted after the subsidy being provided. So
Sorry. Is it 500 square yard or square feet?
Square yard, sir. एक मरला.
500 square yard is one canal.
हाँ, so एक कैनाल से ज्यादा की जितनी कोठियां हैं उनमें कंपलसरी है रेसिडेंशियल. सो प्राइवेट तो वो कंपलसरी हुआ, मैं इसका मतलब कमर्शियल, तो इसका मतलब कमर्शियल अपने आप ही हो गया. तो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक रैली, क्या बोलते हैं, एक इनिशिएटिव फॉर अ ग्रीन जॉब्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड वो चंडीगढ़ गवर्नमेंट की ये मुहिम कहीं ना कहीं एक स्टूडेंट्स को रुझान देगी इस तरफ आने के लिए, बिकॉज बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स में बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कोठियां हैं एंड दे हैव ऑलरेडी गॉट अ जॉब पुट इनटू द प्लेस. एंड ऑफ कोर्स जो रीजन है, क्या बोलते हैं, चंडीगढ़ के आसपास वहाँ इतने सारे मल्टी फ्लोर बिल्डिंग्स एंड कॉन्डोम्स बन रहे हैं, सो वहाँ हर जगह वो लगना इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया है. Apart from that, then you had got handicrafts. Handicrafts के 4 वो हैं, जैसे all my friends who are sitting here, they are doing handicrafts. तो उनके यहाँ they are 8 QPs हैं. आप वो 8 QPs करके, and typically, interestingly, मैं पहले ये इसका complete करता हूँ. Then and healthcare has got 8. Iron and steel had got 9. Iron and steel में आपको foundry का काम कैसे करके वो you have to handle different machines. The boilers and how do you handle the mold. फिर ITS में है around 6, leather में है around 6, life science has got 5, logistics has got 8, media and entertainment has got 8, mining has got 9, paints and coatings have got 1, people with disabilities have got 3. Because typically वो एक challenge है, how do you handle a people with disabilities. हम उनको क्या बोलते हैं, हम एक बच्चे को तो handle कर सकते हैं, and we call it a special child, but then people when they grow up, how do you handle it? So in order to, and that is one huge big segment, is a part of wellness and part of our sensitization also. Ki, that's a very very important. People with disabilities, how do we handle them? Then plumbing में 3 है, power industry में 6 हैं, retail में 3 है, rubber में 9 है, security service में अभी तक तो 1 है, sports में 3 है, telecom में 10 है, textile and handloom में 7 है, और tourism and hospitality में 9 है. तो टिपिकल 34 स्किल काउंसिल के अंदर 221 QPs. So what is a QP? QP is a qualification pack according to the national occupation standard, NOS. So now the thing is this, कि जो PMKVI, they are two basically QPs. There are two type of a QPs being run. One is still your एक QP चलता है सिर्फ about 3 stage, about 3 level 3 तक. Level 3 तक के जितने QPs हैं, which is normally funded by the government under PMKVY. तो इसमें जैसे आपको पता है PMKVY में एक जो बेनिफिशियरी है उसको पैसे मिलते हैं, हाँ, और तभी पैसे मिलते हैं कि वंस वो कोर्स को कंप्लीट करता है. बट लेवल 4 के बाद जितने QPs है दे आर ऑल सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग. आपको अपने पॉकेट से पैसे करके वो स्किल सेट या QPs लेना पड़ेगा, राइट. एंड जो रोल आउट करते हैं दे कैन हैव एनी कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व, क्योंकि वहां कोई उसमें स्ट्रिंजेंट लॉ नहीं है कि आप इतना ही आप चार्ज करें. यू कैन चार्ज एनी मनी, डिपेंड अपॉन आप कैसे वो QPs रोल आउट करते हैं. नाउ द क्वेश्चन अराइजेस कि व्हाई दिस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. गवर्नमेंट ये कहता है कि हम आपको बेस एजुकेशन फ्री देंगे. जैसे हम लोगों ने प्राइमरी एजुकेशन और द मिडिल एजुकेशन तक हमने फ्री कर दिया है. 14 साल के बच्चों तक एवरीथिंग इज फ्री, हाँ, स्पेशली बॉयज. उसके बाद अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो आपको पैसा देना पड़ेगा. For the women, in order to encourage the education in women, we have allowed people कि women till about graduation they can go for maybe free scholarship. Huh? Again, the idea is कि now lots of people might be thinking कि this is a discrimination. आप हो सकता है कि आप सोच कर ये हो रहे कि we are favoring lots of women, but nothing to do with them. क्योंकि अगर आप हमारा total women involvement into workforce देखें, that's total 8%. So 50%, तो 50% women and 50% men, so 42% workforce क्या कर रहा है? 42% workforce is I will not say क्या बोलते हैं your unproductive है. हमारे घर में wives and the mothers, they are actually working and supporting the family. So basically you have to encourage them and get them into meaningful working. That's the reason we have this particular scheme where we have the people, the certain QPs you need to put into this thing. So we have done on the basis of, तो हम इसको accreditation training center कैसे होता है? NSDC का अपना एक क्या बोलते हैं वो चलता है स्कीम चलता है called Smart Skill Management Accreditation Training Centers. This is ये इनका PPP model में चलता है, and typically all my friends, viewers who wants to runs an institution और जो institution में है, you can also part and parcel of this. In terms of funding, NSDC आपको fund कर सकता है in order to implement this, and they can fund you till about 3 crores. And typically this is a 6% interest, 7 years moratorium चलता है, and from the 8th year you have to make it till 7 years till you have to pay only the interest. 8th year से you start paying it. Total tenure is for 10 years, and that depends upon कि आप कितना पैसा ले रहे हैं. And so this helps people to run the QPs of different levels. So if you are running a QP level beyond 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it can go till about 10 तक QPs बने हुए हैं. In I think highest is been made in your plumbing and construction में highest the QPs, and the iron and your forgery industry में highest QPs है. But then there are QPs that they are getting made. So and one is this. Then Ministry of Development and Entrepreneurship also runs the QPs under NSDF, your funded project, and this is actually handled by National Skill Development Agency, which was previously headed by Dr. Ramdurai. Dr. F. Ramdurai. So इन लोगों ने वो this thing with the quality council, the QPs came into being. So the another thing I like to discuss is this: ki, there are different QPs which gets made for different things. But then, interestingly, government has trying to after January, May, Prime Minister have launched your Pravesi Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Pravesi Kaushal Vikas Yojana first time brings in more international standard of QP into the system, because these people need to be trained on the basis of the internationally recognized and accepted qualification. So henceforward, जैसे the last speaker and Dr. Saini said, कि it's always better the QPs so that you are better equipped. So kahin na kahin that is required, because now we have getting a very very moving workforce. आज एक workforce which is जैसे अपनी base पढ़ाई बिहार में कर रखी हो, he could be found anywhere in India, and apart from India he could be also found and seen out in South Africa and South America, right? So in order to get these aspiration of the youth, that's the reason we have come out with Pravesi Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Interestingly, Bihar model, Bihar का एक और ऐसा एक model है which they have launched in December, and they also clearly says that कि आप बच्चे को तैयार कीजिए, आप बच्चे को foreign employers से interact कराइए, और जब that particular potential student get placed, you will be paid after that. So this model is pretty interesting in terms of their delivery, what is being done. And then it comes down to Stand Up India. This is basically a scheme for funding. Because unless and until you clear your QPs, these things, the funds and all these things becomes very difficult. Aaj to you can actually go and get on the basis of the project report, but in the future, unless and until your QPs are cleared, you will be having getting any government loan. So Stand Up India for women and SC/ST, this is one scheme where you can get any funding between 10 lakhs to 1 crore, right? And this particular scheme translates that apart from this scheme, you can give the scheme can be given to either ST/ST or women entrepreneur till above 18 years of age, and this is only available for greenfield projects. So what do you mean by greenfield projects? The first time venture of the beneficiary into manufacturing, service or trading sector. Then it comes down to, and in case of this non-individual entrepreneur, ये एक proprietorship entrepreneurship नहीं है, it's a partnership है, या it's a you are coming with a limited company or any other association. Typically here you should have 31% of the shareholding controlled by either by the women or ST/SC people. And of course, most important thing is this: he should be absolutely CIBIL clear, so that the borrower should have not defaulted on bank or financial institutions. The most interesting thing is there's the size of the loan. आप इस लोन को किसी बात के और भी साथ स्कीम के साथ आप ले सकते हैं, but any which ways the other scheme contribution in this particular thing should not be more than 25%. तो for example, अगर आपने 10 करोड़ रुपए का 1 करोड़ का लोन लिया है, so typically आप 25% you can also take from ST/SC financial institution or make it ST/SC financial institutions आप पैसे ले सकते हैं, but then that depends, but then it should not go more than 75% of the cost, नहीं तो आप you will not get the fund. The interest rates are very base. You get your MCLR plus 3%. Typically, आज के time MCLR is around I think 5 to 6%. So typically, so you're getting 8 to 9%. So pretty decent, क्योंकि अगर आप market में लेने जाएं, so that works out to about 14%, 12 to 14%. कहीं कहीं वो 18% भी चला जाता है. And this particular scheme is guaranteed by Credit Guarantee Fund scheme of Startup India loans. So this has already been given a guarantee. The loan payable scheme is 7 years to 18 months with a monitoring period of 18 months. And so then interesting thing is National Career Service. This particular thing, see, most interesting thing is this, we are talking about QPs of NSDC. They are also called QPs, called National Classification of Occupation, called NCOs. NCOs are nothing but which is run your NCVT, Ministry of Labor and Employment. Interestingly, they have got a total bifurcation of 52 different sectors. If you go down to their site, you will find out that they have got a job standard, they have got a job role requirement, they have got a curriculum and learning outcomes and expected salaries. So interestingly, अगर आप देखें इसमें कि यहाँ so-called the NCOs are also defined for a Purohit. So that is the most amazing thing. I don't know how many people actually know कि पंडिताई करने के लिए भी आप अपना NCVT से clear कर सकते हैं exam. So that's also very, very interesting. And once you clear this, so that is very, very interesting, right? And iske baad, lots of people who are interested in getting and taking scholarship, Ministry of your Information of Technology runs a national scholarship portal. So there are lots of people who cannot afford.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Yes, friends. So here I am again. National Scholarship Portal, you would have already known that this has been run by Ministry of Information and Technology, and typically this is basically the vision is clearly provided so that we don't have a duplicate and doubling of all the scholarship which gets routed through the government scheme. Either because any which ways a student can avail either the state government scholarship or the central government scholarship. He cannot be awarded with two scholarships doing the same course. And so apart from that, lots of state government have already started encouraging where they stop giving the money directly to the your institution providing education. Rather, it gets routed through the student's bank holder bank account, and that's been given as a part of a loan to them. If the scholarship has not been given, but then certain segments still been given and provided with the scholarship. So what is an objective of this particular portal? Ensure timely disbursement of scholarships to the students, and of course from students to the your institution. And like I just said, it's going to be common portal for the government and the state government and the central governments, and creates the transparencies. And interestingly, the same portal people are also using for the community development project under PMKV by the being ruled by the government by the different institution. And it's also avoid duplication of processing, harmonization of different scholarship schemes and norms, and application of direct benefit transfer. And what's the benefit? Simplified process for the students or scholarship information available under one umbrella, single integrated application for all scholarship, improved transparencies. System suggests a scheme for which the students eligible, because then duplicates can be reduced to the maximum extent. And it also helps in standardization different agencies. So let's get back to the QP. Like once we were talking about QP previously, but then typically if you look into the assessments, there are three basically agencies which does the QP assessments. One is the Ministry of Law under NCVT scheme. It is a Ministry of Labor which does it, and which is one of the very old scheme, which is typically all the community and political institution and ITIs have been implementing all these years. Then Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship, Director General of Training and Entrepreneurship. This is also one of the parallel scheme which has been which was being run for different skill set. And these is NSDC has come up with smart written assessment been done, and been the assessors is basically again from a third party from the industry, that is CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, which is doing the assessment. The basic idea of NSDC putting CII is this, that in order to have a clear-cut implementation is what is required by the industry, and what is being trained to fulfill that particular gap. So that so that's the reason the CII have been brought in, so that there is some seriousness in terms of industry participation in accessing the students which have been trained by the third party your trainers. So that's where the implementation is, see, because the QP is all standard which has been given by all the sectorial skill councils, and these are the people who actually been they have actually made it and actually been implemented by all these training partners. So this is it. Thank you so very much and being with me. Bye bye.
Questions?
Yes.
Any queries from any of the nodal center? David Jalandhar, ma'am, do you have any query or would you like to give any feedback? DAVIT Jalandhar.
Thank you very much. No queries. Thank you.
MC College of Istana Panipat. MC College, sir, do you have any query? At least you can say yes or no. MC College.
No query, ma'am. Thank you. Nice presentation.
TTC Jodhpur. TTC Jodhpur. Do you have any query?
No queries. Thank you.
Engineering College Banda. 8.
हेलो हेलो मैम एक्चुअली कैमरे में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो अभी क्वेरी है साउंड से
हेलो
Yes, please continue.
मैम मेरी क्वेरी सीडीडीपी स्कीम रिलेटेड है तो उसके पहले लेक्चर था व्हाट वी डू टू इम्प्लीमेंट सच प्रोग्राम्स इन आवर लोकल रीजन
सर आपके यहाँ ना और डिस्टर्बेंस भी आ रही है कोई लग रहा है आप सिस्टम के पास आके बात
इम्प्लीमेंट और प्रोग्राम अंडर स्कीम सीडीडीपी इन आवर लोकल रीजन हेलो
यस सर सर आप सिस्टम के पास आके बात करिए आपके वहां से और साउंड्स आ रहे हैं डिस्टर्बेंस आ रही है
Hello. What we do to implement such programs in our local region under CDP schemes? The example you given. Hello. What we do to implement हेलो
आपके यहाँ माइक में बहुत डिस्टरबेंस है आप सिस्टम का माइक यूज करिए एक्सटर्नल माइक में बहुत डिस्टरबेंस है आपके आप सिस्टम के पास आके बात करिए
हेलो बोलिए प्रोग्राम आवाज आ रही नहीं आ रही
हाँ जी सर बोलिए
आवाज आ रही है आपको
हाँ सर बोलिए लेकिन बाकी सब चुप हो जाओ आप बोलिए पीछे से डिस्टर्बेंस
what we do to such to implement such programs under CDDP schemes that you discussed previous government polytechnic जो आपने government polytechnic का एग्जाम से दिया था उसमें CDDP स्कीम के अंडर में आपने बताया था कि कैसे वो प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं हम लोकल लेवल पे ऐसी स्कीम्स अगर हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना है तो उसके लिए क्या स्टेप लेना पड़ेगा
वो जो प्रोडक्ट सर सीडीटीसी के
अगर सीडीटीसी का अगर वो इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं तो वो क्या फॉलो व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स सो दे हैव टू गेट रजिस्टर्ड
जो प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं वो हम कर सकते हैं वैसे
The scheme of community development through Polytechnic was started in year 2009, and at that time it was thought of getting this scheme implemented in 1,000 polytechnic across the country. In first phase, 700 institutions were identified, and remaining 300 were to be identified thereafter in a phased manner, for which the procedure is very clearly laid out. There is a prescribed format available on MHRD's website. So application has to be filled up. It has to be routed through the State Director of Technical Education. Then it should go to the ministry. There is a committee in the ministry which assesses these applications. They are scrutinized over there, and after scrutiny, institutions which are found to be promising issue, they would be allowed. Even though the procedure and this thing, all facilities exist, but not even a single polytechnic has been added during past 5 years. Maybe it's because of paucity of staff in the ministry. There are some applications which were submitted, which were even scrutinized by the committee, but financial sanction for the reason financial sanction has not been given. So in future, as and when the scheme opens for getting enrolled under that, so that will be publicized through the ministry website, and interested institutions can then apply. So the procedure for joining this scheme. Right now, expansion is being considered, and also there is a thought going on that the So it's a clarity. So let there be a clarity, and then we would have better picture about whether the scheme is to be expanded under the Ministry of HRD or under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Any other clarification required?
Any other question from this center?
हेलो, आप सुनने में नहीं बस? हेलो,
Yes, sir.
सर मेरा क्वेरी है सर, जो सर आपने बताया कि एंटरप्रेन्योर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम और स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, सर ये स्टूडेंट के लिए कैसे बेनिफिशियल हो सकता है?
एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जो प्रोग्राम है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट स्टूडेंट के लिए कैसे बेनिफिशियल हो सकता है?
See, normally what happens is this, that वहाँ entrepreneurship development cell में आपको सिखाया जाता है how to make a business plan, how to make a presentation. बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में presentation and communication skills वगैरह एक किताबों की बात रह जाती है, पर अगर entrepreneurship बनना है और क्या बोलते हैं, तो उसमें वो हुनर उनको क्या बोलते हैं इनवाइट किया जाता है, जैसे कि प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे देंगे, अपनी बात को कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे, जो वो लोग एक प्रोडक्ट में कन्विंस्ड है खुद, वो सामने जनरी को कैसे क्या बोलते हैं उसको वो पैशन उन पे पर ट्रांसफर करेंगे सामने वाले को, तो इसे कहते हैं पावर सेलिंग. सो कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पावर सेलिंग भी सिखाया जाता है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में. ऑफ कोर्स क्या बोलते हैं एक बिजनेस कैसे रन करते हैं, वर्किंग कैपिटल कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, स्टॉक कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं फाइनेंसेस कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, ये सब चीजें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट सेल में आपको सिखाया जाएगा. एंड दैट्स रियली हेल्प्स अप इन टर्म्स ऑफ कमिंग आउट विद एन इंडिविजुअल हु हैज गॉट एक्यूमेंटशिप ऑफ रनिंग हिज ओन बिजनेस.
I would like to supplement Dr. Barwa. When we talk of college student, be they in degree college or engineering college or polytechnic, remember one thing: every student is not meant for doing a job, and same is true of entrepreneurship. All students cannot pursue entrepreneurship. All students cannot get jobs. So you got to understand there would always be some people who have a very strong desire, burning desire within, and they want to excel. They have business person like acumen, and they are the people who need to be identified, who need to be motivated, and who need to be helped in setting up their own entrepreneurship or self-employment venture. There would always be some, maybe 5 to 10% of the students who would like to opt for entrepreneurial career. The career is indeed very challenging, full of problems, but those who succeed, they would definitely have a very, very challenging and satisfying career. It is going to be rewarding for them. But it's not everybody's cup of tea. Any other question from this?
Any other? बोलो yes sir.
सर कैपिटल कैसे इसमें बेनिफिशियल हो सकता है? कैपिटल एज अ स्टूडेंट कैपिटल बिना ये बहुत बड़ा ऑप्शन रहता है और एज अ बिना एंटरप्रेन्योर.
Could you understand the question?
सर आप रिपीट कर दीजिए या फिर आप चैट बॉक्स में लिख दीजिए अपना क्वेश्चन.
There's an audio problem here.
हेलो.
यस सर.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि कैपिटल कैसे मिल सकता है? जैसा आपने बताया कि मैं लोन प्रोग्राम है, स्कॉलरशिप प्रोग्राम है, तो एज ए स्टूडेंट अगर मैं एक सेटअप करना चाहता हूँ, कोई प्रोग्राम में ऐसी कोई फर्म सेटअप करना चाहता हूँ, तो उसके लिए क्या मैं कैपिटल का अरेंजमेंट कर सकता हूँ? या कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम होता है गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के तहत जिसमें ये चीज अवेलेबल हो सकती है?
सर लोन के बारे में पूछिए कि लोन कहाँ से आएगा. See, normally what happens is this, अगर आप देखें कि अगर आपके पास अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है, when I say product, it could be anything. Service is also a product. product is also a product. It can be tangible, it can be non-tangible. अगर आप convinced है, because if you look into all the venture funds, गवर्नमेंट तो देता ही देता है for the starting of your own entrepreneurship. जैसे मैंने बोला your startup India, उसमें SC ST and women को who are above the age of 18 उनको 1 करोड़ रुपए तक का लोन मिलता है. हाँ, अगर आप क्या बोलते हैं, and that is in the your startup India. अगर आपके पास अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट है, बिकॉज आपको लोन तभी मिलेगा जब आपका प्रोजेक्ट रोबस्ट होगा. हाँ, सो जैसे क्या बोलते हैं, डिफरेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिखाया जाता है, लॉट्स ऑफ मेंटरशिप्स होते हैं, मेंटर्स आके बोलते हैं कि आपको अपना प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट कैसे बनाएंगे. इफ द प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट इज गुड, funding is not a problem at all. But then all depends upon what is a project report and how good it is and how passionate and what sort of facts you can give it to support that project on a long term basis. आप short term देके नहीं चल सकते. 3 से 5 साल तक आपको प्रोजेक्शन दिखाना पड़ेगा कि 3 से 5 साल तक ये आपको सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग कर देगा. कैसे करेगा, कैसे अर्न करेगा, that is what you learn into an entrepreneurship program.
There are many agencies which can fund startups. There are commercial bank, then you have state financial corporation, industrial development corporation, state level and national level. You have development banks like IDBI, IFCI, ICICI and all. So depending upon the size of project, when you do the market survey, just try to find out which particular financial institution is going to suit you, and accordingly you can prepare your business plan, contact the concerned agency. So funding is not a problem, but you got to have a convincing idea and a bankable business plan.
Very true.
Once you have a bankable business plan and you also possess that business acumenship, which you got to prove when you sit across the table with the loan appraising officer, they are intelligent enough to find out. So once you do that, then funding can be tied up. Of course, you are required to bring in some bare minimum amount as your own promoter's contribution.
कॉलेज लेवल पे कोई बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं तो उसको सर गवर्नमेंट में कैसे, मतलब गवर्नमेंट को कैसे शो कर सकते हैं कि सर ये हमारा सस्टेनेबल है, हमारा ये प्रोग्राम और ये रूरल डेवलपमेंट में भी हेल्प कर सकता है. इसके अलावा काफी चीजों को मतलब हम इसको और जगह इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं. जैसे आप सर लेटेस्ट में सबसे बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट जो मतलब नॉलेज में है सर, सोलर बेस्ड जितने प्लांट्स होते हैं, जो कुछ रूरल विलेजेस ऐसे हैं जिसमें हम ये चीज नहीं पहुंचा सकते, बट अगर गवर्नमेंट का हेल्प मिले तो चीज को हम मतलब दिखा सकते हैं वहां जाके. तो ऐसा कोई सर प्रोग्राम होता है जिसमें क्या नाम है रूरल डेवलपमेंट से रिलेटेड या अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स को अपने मतलब थोड़ा बड़े लेवल तक में उनका एक्सपो या उनको डेमोंस्ट्रेट कर सके, इससे गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से थोड़ा हेल्प मिले या कुछ ऐसा?
नहीं, I think he's saying कि क्या बोलते हैं, there are some projects which is need to be implemented in rural India for the development of rural people. But then Ministry of Rural Development का एक दीनदयाल उपाध्याय ग्रामीण विकास योजना है, which actually helps for the rural poor and the rural youth. So you should look into that particular scheme, your Ministry of Rural Development. And that might be helping out in order to satisfy this particular query of implementing a scheme for the development of rural youth. I think that is what you're trying to say.
Sir, एक क्वेश्चन और सर, सर्टिफाइड ट्रेनिंग सर्टिफाइड इश्यूज मतलब जो नॉर्मल स्टूडेंट है ट्रेनिंग आपको पढ़ते हैं उसमें क्या सर ऐसे कौन से इंस्टीट्यूट हैं जो मतलब गवर्नमेंट के अंडर में जो सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोवाइड करते हैं इस चीज पे रिलेटेड? अब जैसे इससे पहले सर ने बताया कि काफी सारे सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोग्राम गवर्नमेंट करा रही है. अब इसमें मैं अभी नाम नहीं पता सर, मुझे अभी कंफर्म नहीं. एक NEILT प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं सर जो काफी सारे मतलब
सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोवाइड करती है गवर्नमेंट, और जैसे जो स्किल इंडिया के तहत उसमें स्टार्टअप कर सकते हैं जो छोटे लेवल से, तो उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहिए सर?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest you to reformulate your questions. There's an audio problem. Let's sort it out during the lunch break and during post-lunch session when we have a panel discussion. So you are free to pose any question, could be pertaining to this session also or any earlier session. So please be ready with your questions. And in post-lunch session, we are going to be again with you. And hopefully by that time there should be some clarity in this thing, sound and all. So I think so we'll respond to your question during post lunch. So it was 1:15. Let's meet here at 2:15. 2:15 we will be meeting here and we'll have a panel discussion. Be ready with your question. How long the session goes, it all depends upon your queries. फोन बंद करके भी बताएं यार कैसे हाउ डू दे मैनेज।
और नहीं तो वो पूरे के चैट में लिख दो।
तो हाँ, बेटर आस्क देम टू सेंड।
मैं वही बोला था कि आप चैट बॉक्स में लिख दीजिए।
सर वो ना उनके देखो वो माइक के साथ
ये देखो सब
कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे हम, थोड़ी देर पूछेंगे तब बात बताएंगे। इसकी चाबी नहीं मिल रही है, गले में बंद कर दी किसी ने।
वहाँ पे की रखी
इसकी तरफ की है। अरे मैं पहुंच जाऊंगी। नहीं बंद हो गई, ऑन हो गई।
इसको लगाना है, इसको यही ना।
अरे ये थोड़ा सा जैसे यहाँ पर थोड़ा वो बनवाए, ये भी काफी ऊंचा है।
हाँ
नहीं
तो क्या करना है मैम, काफी ऊंचा
अरे काफी ऊंचा तो बुढ़े सब
फोन चुराने चलते बहुत
अभी लगने लग जाएगी आपने बनते ना कभी
नहीं मैं बोली नहीं मैम ये उमा राहुल के अंदर की
काम करते आगे सब मौसी से एक काम
इस तरह होना चाहिए
नहीं तो कैमरा वैसा थोड़ी ना लगा है कि पूरा टाइम चलता हो, कहीं रिकॉर्डिंग थोड़ी ना, वो तो रिकॉर्डिंग वाला अलग कनेक्टिविटी होती है ना, ये तो हम लोग यूज करते हैं जो जाके मिल सकती है। मैं बहुत मत करना प्लान कैंसिल कर दूं।
हां आप कैमरे में आ जाओ फिर तो
रंगा मेरा रंगा रंगा मेरा
मुझे कि इस ब्लेड का मटेरियल क्या है या इसका साइज कैसे स्पेसिफाई करते हैं,
किस केस में कौन सा
होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये किस तरीके से ओरिएंटेड चलाना जो है उसको एक्चुअल में वही वाली बात है सर कि किसी को कहे कि तैरना जो सीखना है तो उसको स्विमिंग पूल में ही कूदना पड़ेगा, वो ऐसे गाइड नहीं कर सकते कि तुम ऐसे ऐसे हाथ पैर चलाओ तो तैरना सीख जाओगे। ये ड्राइविंग सीखनी है तो आपको खुद सीट पे बैठना पड़ेगा, ड्राइविंग पीछे की सीट पे बैठ के बताएंगे यूं करो यूं करो टेक्निक बताओ।
आपकी क्वेरीज हो सीडीपी से तो यहाँ कर सकते हो आप।
सर अभी हमने पूछा था, अब वो फर्स्ट
अच्छा।
सेशन हुआ था ना
अच्छा,
CDP
अच्छा।
का, तो रिम्यूनरेशन के बारे में तो उन्होंने ऐसे ओवरऑल बोल दिया, बोले नहीं 10-11 हजार मिलता है एक सेक्टर, तो 4 महीने का मिलता है सर,
हाँ।
ढाई के हिसाब से भी देखें तो। और वैसे खुद ने
नहीं,
इसमें
उनका
कहा था कि
उन्होंने-
लो है।
उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि अलग अलग स्टेट में मिनिमम वेज अलग है, तो ये जो है ना अमाउंट वेरी कर सकती है।
नहीं हाँ, तो वो 10-11 हजार ही बोले थे ना सर, तो उन्होंने पूरे कोर्स के बोल दिए कंबाइन पर मंथ 10,000 तो कहीं भी नहीं।
इतना
तो मतलब उसका गोल गोल ही जवाब दिया था, और स्टार्टिंग में उन्होंने खुद ने ही बोल दिया था कि इसके लिए पॉइंट बहुत कम है।
हाँ नहीं, उन्होंने उसने उसकी
हाँ,
जो प्रॉब्लम
स्टेप्स पे आ गया था।
हाँ प्रॉब्लम तो है उसकी घर में। एक ट्रेनर के लिए मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन का कुछ है क्या इसमें?
नहीं, इन्होंने बोला ना सर ट्रेनर के लिए, नहीं ट्रेनर के लिए तो जो कोर्स करा रहे हैं उसका सर्टिफिकेट होना चाहिए उनके पास। ट्रेनर के लिए तो है, स्टूडेंट के लिए कुछ नहीं।
जैसे कोई ड्रेस मेकिंग का कोर्स है तो
हाँ, तो उसके पास कोई ना कोई डिप्लोमा होना चाहिए, चाहे तो ये CDDP का भी हो तो भी चलता है।
अच्छा अच्छा,
वो तो उन्होंने बोला था, लेकिन स्टूडेंट के लिए ना एज क्राइटेरिया है ना एलिजिबिलिटी।
सैलरी सबकी फिक्स होती है या कुछ वेरी
नहीं,
करती है?
फिक्स ही है सर हमारे यहाँ तो, तीनों चीज के चल रहे हैं, मतलब सिलाई का उसका सब।
यार मैं भी बिल्कुल नया हूँ, मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं है, लेकिन इस तरह की कॉमन चीजें डिस्कस कर सकते हैं।
हाँ ये तो सब ओपन है इसके लिए। आप तैयार कर लो क्वेश्चंस, क्या पूछना
और
चाहते
कितने
हो?
लोग वेज एम्प्लॉयड और कितने सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड, तो इसके लिए क्या क्राइटेरिया है, कैसे पता चलता है?
नहीं सर, बाद में अगर कोई फीडबैक का तो है नहीं, फीडबैक का लेते हैं आप।
रिपोर्ट तो मांगते ही है।
नहीं, ये रिपोर्ट ये दे रहे हैं कि इतनों को हमने ट्रेन किया, ये नहीं क्या कि उसके बाद इन्होंने क्या किया आगे का।
नहीं वो
कुछ ही डेटा बताया है सर।
वो मंथली रिपोर्ट आती है ना, मंथली रिपोर्ट जो भेजनी होती है उसमें ये होता है कितने वेज एम्प्लॉयड हैं।
आज इन्होंने वो सारा दिया ना,
वो
उसी बेसिस कहाँ से लिया?
अपन ने कुछ नहीं बनवाया ऐसा कि वापस
नहीं होता ही तो होगा, तभी तो इन्होंने इतने सारे स्टेटस दिए।
मिल नहीं लिया होगा आपकी मैडम ने,
अभी
लेकिन ये बोल रहे थे डिस्कशन में 30% जरूरी है, 30% मैंडेटरी, 30% वेज एम्प्लॉयड या सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड जरूरी है। लेकिन वो तो क्या है कि एक्सटेंशन सेंटर की केस में होगा। पिछले 5 साल से एक भी कॉलेज को इन्होंने नया इंप्रूव नहीं किया, बोल रहे थे।
10 कॉलेजेस बता देना सर।
19 है राजस्थान, CDTP में 19
एक जगह 10 भी था सर, हरियाणा और
हाँ, पंजाब में 19 है, यूपी में 61 है, यूपी इनके पास है।
हेलो हाँ जी विनोद जी। हम्म। अच्छा अच्छा। हाँ 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 हाँ। अच्छा अच्छा। हाँ 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 हाँ। अभी अभी कहाँ पर है? सुबह सुबह आए थे ना? नहीं नहीं नहीं।
एक्सक्यूज मी, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बांदा।
ये साइन कर दीजिए।
हाँ जी सर, आप कुछ बोलिए, आपकी साउंड की प्रॉब्लम थी, हम उसे रिजॉल्व कर रहे हैं अभी।
पता नहीं की आवाज आ रही है, म्यूट नहीं कर रहा आवाज कर।
हेलो, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बांदा। हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको?
इधर से आवाज आ रही है।
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है आपको तो रिप्लाई कीजिए, आवाज आ रही है, ताकि हम आपकी आवाज को चेक कर पाए, आपके साउंड को चेक कर पाए। हेलो,
Oh my God, सर अब मत बजाओ।
हेलो, हाँ जी,
इधर से बात म्यूट कर, मेरे बारे में जाना चाहिए।
इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बांदा, अगर आप सुन रहे हैं हमारी आवाज को तो प्लीज आप रिप्लाई कीजिए, प्लीज रिप्लाई अस।
आपकी आवाज आ रही है, माइक ऑन है मैम, यू कैन रिप्लाई।
हेलो, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बांदा, प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड अस।
मैम योर माइक इज ऑन।
इन्होंने ऐसे कर रखा है सारे सिस्टम में, इसलिए आवाज आवाज अब कुछ रिस्पॉन्ड ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, बता ही नहीं। किसी और को चेक करना है, बांदा वाला के इशू है, तो इनको फिर इनका पूरा नाम BIT झांसी।
यस सर।
हमारी आवाज आ रही है आपको क्लियर?
यस यस सर, प्रॉपर्ली।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
ये कौन सा है?
बांदा रिस्पॉन्ड, चलो छोड़ो, हटाओ, स्टार्ट।
क्या बांदा रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा?
वो लोग आपस में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर। आप
शायद आपके स्पीकर बंद किए हैं।
इनको कॉल करके अलग से बात करते हैं,
कॉल से कॉल करता हूं।
तब तक आप ये स्टार्ट करें।
बांदा, आवाज आ रही है बांदा? झांसी का ओके है जी? ये अपने डेविएट इज ओके।
Good afternoon, sir. David, okay. Thank you.
You're from man?
डेविएट।
Very first thing is this the shift of the paradigms, that we talking about from geopolitical perspective. So when we present solutions from the training, we don't see these activities, which is very important. It's successful that we have done it, right? And we have interested in expectations of education from the corporate. These are the factors that we have
कर लीजिएगा
सॉफ्ट कॉपी तो मुझे
अच्छा ठीक है
So we are going to start in few minutes. Please be seated. All the participants. सभी लोग आ जाइए अपनी अपनी जगह पर. आइए सर.
कुर्सी और लगा
आओ सर.
ऑडियंस से क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा.
सही बात है सर.
शुरू कर लो.
सर पहले आपको कॉल करना बोलना है. मैडम हो गई कनेक्ट. बता दीजिएगा स्टार्ट करो. कर दीजिए. So okay, welcome you back after the lunch break. So now we are having our discussion session and we are having our panel discussion session now, and our four panelists are already there. Dr. J.S. Sani, we are having Mr. Arun Kumar from FICCI, as well as our Mr. Amit Barwaji, who is also here, our head of the department, Dr. UN Roy. He is also there for the panel discussion. So now we have discussed various things about the Skill India mission, and there are various challenges and opportunities in the schemes floated by Government of India. There are various schemes which you have learned in last 4 days. So now it is time to discuss the things that we should clear about all the norms and all the features of the schemes. So before panel discussion, I would like to call Mr. Arun Ji from FICCI. He want to discuss some of the points related to skill development mission. So Mr. Arun.
सर 4 बजे तक है. अभी 15 मिनट तक.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome you all for the Skill India initiative started by the NITR, and I hope you guys are enjoying it and learning a lot. I mean, as you know, Professor Goel has said, it's been 4 years you've been going through up and down and all the incentives, all the insertion that is made in the Skill India. Before even taking to the level of discussing it, I'm from FICCI, so I'll be more interested in presenting the industry's perspective in terms of Skill India. I thought I'll not be, reviewing back or, getting you bored in terms of, discussing all the schemes, panels, or the digits which has been involved. But the more focused area that I'll be discussing, so we will be discussing on two things. One is the ecosystem for the candidates that has been getting trained in the Skill India, And the second is about the expectations of industries from the institute who are working towards the Skill India, although it's in a mission mode. But before even taking to that level, I'll share a short story. A couple of years back, I've read a book. It is about Swami Vivekanand. So the initial days of Swami Vivekanand was started from a temple in Calcutta. That's a Kali temple. And from there, he got his vision in terms of, exploring the world, getting the ideas and to knowing for it. And as per the book, after finishing his first world tour and getting all the knowledge which is required, meeting different people, personalities, religion, or the mindset, when he came back to India, so he decided to float that ideas and his knowledge and to streamline it and structure it in terms of presenting it. So he went back to the same temple where the whole journey started it. And when he reaches the temple, he finds it is in a very bad shape. Everything is destroyed and all the things has been gone up, and that leaves him with a very sad expression and sad feeling in terms what has happened, because that is something which is a very remarkable point for him. And on this very same point, he decided that he wants to rebuild the temple and he wants to make it an excellence in terms of presenting to the world. But during the thought of discussing it, there was an inner voice that came to Swami Vivekananda, and which says that building a temple is not enough. It's not the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is to change the ecosystem, change the fire, change the atmosphere, and change the expectation as per the requirement, so that these kind of incident doesn't happen in the future. So that changes the course of the action, and that will be basically we will be working on in Skill India. So according to an industry's expectation, if we talk about, so only giving skill is not enough. You just trained a candidate on a certain ABC skill, and you think that person is employable. I don't think so. That's in a right approach. We need to understand that we need to make sure that what all are the expectation and what are the changes that we need to add on, value add on that we need to give to the candidate, so that he can be more employable, and if we can generate a better employment for the skilled candidates. If you go back to the figures, the figure says by 2020 the average age for an Indian will be 29 and will be the youngest nation in the world. As you say, China is in a hub for the manufacturing, and India going to be the hub for the human resource. So we are in a process of producing almost 50.6% of the human resource requirement for the total world. But do you think, the Skill India mission, where we're just focusing on skilling, training, is going to solve this purpose? I think we need to look at the two perspectives of it. The very first is we need to understand the cycle shift for the candidates that we have. The change of environment that they feel or they're going to face once they're going to be finishing it from their education or a training institute, and then they'll be moving on to the employment or to the industry. The very first thing, apart from their regular studies or regular training program, is the first change they face is a hierarchy. And we talk about any of the training institute or educational institute, the hierarchy level is the professor, then the principal or the dean. But if you go to the corporate world, it's altogether a different scenario. They got CEO, COO, vice president, then president, area manager, supervisor, and your colleagues. So this is one of the very, very major shift they face, apart from having a knowledge, and they feel it hard in terms of adjusting with it. So are we preparing it enough in terms of just giving them a knowledge or a training program, a certain training program will going to solve this purpose? I really have a question on that. The second thing is the communication. Any communication program that we run, or probably during the training program or in the educational institute, the communication is a little bit informal. You get late for the class, so you just you apologize to the lecturer or to the concerned authority. That's it. If you got any of the issues, any of the trouble, any of the, it's just an informal communication that has been involved. But this thing changed dramatically when you go to the corporate world. When you talk about, there's a proper channel code, a code of communication that has been opted. I think this is another major area that we need to fix. and put our attention towards developing in the candidates, because this is the very first thing they'll be looking at it. And during in the terms of hiring as well, it starts with an informal communication. So the idea is to understand whether the candidate who has attained a knowledge, or he has attained a skill, will he able to provide it or communicate or facilitate to the other, or to the industry, or to the other his fellow members? Will that be suitable? So because corporate, they always look for in a packages. They don't really invest in a single thing. They're always looking for a combined thing. The third is the support system. So during our whole educational program or a training program, we have a very support system that works for the candidate. So the first one is the teachers. They are the real support power. They provide you support in terms of doing assignment, understanding the skill, finishing your task, your personal work. Then the line of support comes with the fellow members. That is your friends or your classmates or batchmates or seniors. Another support system is the family that we have. But when a candidate achieves a level of skill and he entered to the employment world, he just got cut off from the support system. You being in a corporate world, you just have to by yourself. You just can't be understanding in terms of taking that your colleagues, your subordinates, or your manager can be supportive. You just have to be like a one-man army. You have to do your own work finish the task. There's nobody or hardly any going to be there to support you. The fourth one is a behavioral thing that we have. The behavior that is much provided and required in the corporate world. It's in the news as well. The one of the top organization has been facing one of the behavioral change and behavioral shift has been faced, and it is all over there in the internet. And if you see the life of a candidate in a college or educational institute, it's pretty much the same. If you don't have a good day, you come to the school or a college, your teachers pampers and thinks, all right, it's not a good day for you. It's okay to be here. You're not in a mood to associate or collect with your friends. You just got cut off from them. You don't talk to them. You don't answer the calls. But this thing you simply can't do. When you enter to the real corporate world or the the employment world, where you're talking about, which is ideally the main motive of getting skilled or getting the knowledge. The fifth one is the etiquettes and the manners. Now this is something which is a very debatable topic in terms of understanding the behavioral shift that they have, or the kind of life change they're going to have in terms of etiquettes and manners. There are organizations who works with the first name. There are organizations who works with the second name. Sometimes you just need to be on the sir or madam. So are we preparing the candidate, the workforce that we talk about, in Skill India on this trade, on the trait of etiquettes and manners? Are we fulfilling that? The next point, which is I'm going to discuss, is about the corporate attire. Sometimes, after the school, most of the colleges or educational institute, they are very free going in terms of what you wear and how you dress up. That's the thing. But this is not the case. I mean, working closely with the industry, I have seen, there's so many talented candidates. They just leave the job because they are not in a habit of wearing a tie. They don't feel comfortable. Since their childhood or since their educational program, they always been in jeans or t-shirt. They feel relaxed in it, but once they enter the corporate world, and when they have to be uniform, they have to be a structure themselves, they have to present themselves, and they fail. So I think being at a nation building institutes where we training our candidates, that's our moral responsibility to make them aware of the changes that's going to happen, or make them aware of the requirement that's going to be there in the educational or in the real world. The next point is accountability and responsibility. This has been seen, during the educational institute. If you, by and large, if you talk about if a candidate is not performing well, parents going to blame the educational institute going to blame the parents. The family is not involved, or the teachers are not been working properly, or he or she doesn't have a good, fellows or the friends with him. He doesn't carry a good company. You know, so it's always in a shift of change, a shift of blames of failures or kind of not performing. But this is strictly which has been prohibited in the corporate world. You know, if it's your task, you're responsible for it. You know, you see in the educational institute, if you have to submit an assignment, sometimes it get delayed 1 or 2. You write an application, your submission can be, you know, extended, or most of the time it does extended. Or if you have to be here on the class, you get 5-10 minutes late. Okay, you know, my bus is late. Then it's okay. It's okay in the educational or a training institute. But this is not acceptable when you go back to the real world. You know, but when you go back to the employment, if you're late by 10 minutes, you mark absent. Not absent, at least on a half day. So you have to face the consequences of it. So this is another the shift that the Skill India training module is working towards training the candidates is going to be facing while you know, finishing their skill performance or a skill or a training module, and they'll be shifting. You know, this is one of the major things they'll be facing. Or to getting 10 minutes late, or you know, extending the deadlines was okay in the colleges or in the skill institutes, but 90% it's not acceptable in the corporate world. They're very much focused in terms of you know, what you need to perform, how you need to perform, and where you need to perform according to the time. The next is the family support. You know, during our, you know, if you talk about 12 years of your school education and 4 to 5 years of your the degree education plus couple of years of your other training programs, you have a family. And the family is the mother, father, parents that you have. But as soon as you shift to the world of employment, your families are also shifted. There's one family that is at home you have. I mean, that is from where you belong or that you deserve. Then you have a colleagues, that is another family that you're working with that. Then you have a customer family where you'll be, you know, going out for dinners, going out for the meetings and for the other associations. Then they're going to be family of your top bosses where you need to interact and communicate. So you see, most of the you know, candidates who got trained or who went to the world, they find it very difficult to make a balance. To make a balance with the family at home, family with the colleagues, family with the corporates, family with the customers. And this develops a kind of intense depression or kind of anxiety in the world, and where they fail to understand and they fail to make it a balance. And during the struggle of their 5-6 years, they realizes, you know, they were focusing on a wrong family than they were supposed to do it. This also hampers their growth in terms of performance, in terms of, you know, supporting to the corporate or where they're working, in terms of their result oriented. But they are not at a mistake. They're not at a loss. Why? Because we have not prepared them. We never mentioned them. You know, these are the things they're going to be coming up. The point is about the career building that I'll be, you know, including, and then the behavioral shift. And during the, you know, most of the times, you know, you see the during your educational program or a training program, our career goal or our aspirations are only to finish the degree, get good marks. There's no other you know, career building opportunity or path involved in it. We know sometimes they're not even sure about the kind of stream they have opted or the kind of course they have opted. They are good at it or not. Whether it be beneficial or not. You know, down the line 2-3 years when the degree is finished, they're like, oh, I should have opted for something else, or I should have opted for something else. But as soon as they shift to the real corporate world where the employment comes in, it changes. The very first thing they're like, oh, I'm sitting here, I'm getting this amount of salary. My next goal is to increase the salary to this level. I need to achieve to the level of this manager. I need to achieve this tier group in my organization. And that structured approach in terms of achieving it, you know, which they are capable of doing it, they start missing it. Because there are so many you know, lucrative offer. There are so many lucrative things. At one point of time, it is they're looking at as a salary growth. One point of time, they're looking as in a positional growth. One point of time, they're looking at as in a career growth in terms of area, city shift. They are in tier 2. They want to shift into tier 1. So now these are the things, and these are the major changes, you know, that is been facing by the candidates who's getting trained or who's getting a degree or who's getting a kind of knowledge or a kind of a course, what he's doing it. And these are the things which has been the first impact on them when they enter and when they see, and they get shocked to see, this is what we have not expected. This is not what we have prepared for it. Most of the students, they have this idea of, my friend is going to an IT, I want to be an IT. Why? Because they have the shift changes, they work 24/7, they can come and go. But we don't understand that whether I'm capable of working in that IT firm or not, whether I'll be performing, whether I'll be having a career goal in that or not. And are we preparing them? Are we preparing them under this mission of training? Are we giving them this required information, which is equivalently important as per the skills we are offering or opting them? And these are one of the major changes of failures, not in terms of getting an employment, not in terms of getting adjustments, not in terms of approaching by the corporate, in terms of hiring it. And this brings back to my question that, if we see a figure that how many candidates they got trained every year as compared to how many candidates who got placed every year, there's a huge gap. We tend to see that, we have this specialized sector skills knowledge. We have this specialized techniques which been coming up. But do we have all the kind of requirement or all the kind of things that has been required at the corporate world? Somebody told me a long time back, and that makes sense, that any training program is a mix of science and an art. Science is what is taught in the classroom, and art is how you applicable to this real world. So we're very good at in terms of, teaching them the classroom ethics, classroom knowledges, A plus B, A square, B square, the formulas, the techniques. But what about applying that thing in the real world? We don't prepare them on that. We never thought on that, we always focus on one thing. This is there in the textbook. This is there in the books. This has to be finished. This has to be done. And the rest is we see that, there's so many dropouts. They're not able to take an employment. They don't perform. You see a candidate very good in achieving a 90%, but when it comes to the employment in terms of getting an interview or clearing an interview, this fails. So this is just one part of it, that we talk about. The second is I'll be interested in discussing about the expectations from the educational institutions. See, this is a two-wheeler, driving that we are having. One is an educational institute, and second is a corporate. So they both need to work it together in a prosperous way in terms of moving this a big mission mode of Skill India to forward and to a level of where we can respectfully say that yes, we have achieved what we had dreamed of. And this doesn't solve the purpose where we just talk about the policies, we just talk about the education institutes, we just talk about our training modules, where we just talk about our training methodology without considering what has been required and what is an expectations for the industry. If you don't do it, if you don't see to it, and then I think that doesn't make any sense. We need to make a balance between supply and demand. That what is being supplied and what is being demanded. So very first thing, the corporate, they look for it. Apart from the textbook knowledges or the kind of degree holding they have, is a communication skill, and it is both the written and oral communication. Why? And what is the main reason? The reason they want to understand whether the person they're going to take for an employment will be in a position to express the challenges he's going to facing during his employment. During his employment, will he able to express the kind of share his knowledge with his colleagues? Will he be a valuable asset to the organization or not? Because they're not hiring on a machine which has been programmed. They're hiring on a human being, and they expect that he or she should be sharing the knowledge or peer group learning with the other subordinates, colleagues. And for that, communication is one of the very important thing. The second thing corporates they always look for is the knowledge beyond the textbooks. they're not very much concerned with what do you have learned, but they're very much concerned that how you can applicable that thing. And this brings down to me level, now if you see the interview sessions of the most of the corporate has been changed. Now during the interview sessions, they don't discuss about the topics, but they discuss about the situations. They tend to give you a situation, in this situation, what you going to do, how you going to do, how you going to perform. So they're just looking at, to a perspective where whether, this candidate will be able to, go out of that box, or go out of that for kind of an environment to show to the world and to apply that thing in the real world. The next thing they'll be very much interested is see the leadership skills. We always do an investment and we always think and we always aspire that it tend to increase our investment. It's in the bank or mutual fund or XYZ, whatever it is. We do an investment for a reason that, it should grow. So very first thing the corporate is looking for it, whether they'll be if they're investing in that particular asset, and whether that candidate going to be asset, whether he'll be in a position to lead, whether be in a position to work in a team group where he can take people and he can be in a process of achieving to the level. If it's not, it's simply that there's a no. This is one of the biggest reason for the corporates or the educational institute for not achieving a level of employment. The next thing that they're interested about is a positive approach. During the initial time, most of the interviews, they ask you about the situation and what else they judge from it, apart from a communication. They judge the positive approach. In XYZ situation, whether this person or this candidate going to be leading or will be in a positive approach to take the lead or take the required initiatives. And no one is interested in a negative resource, because everybody knows any negative resource is not a beneficial. It's always hampering, it's always destroying, it's always laying you back. The next thing is they always check about the comfortability. In today's world, if you ask about the candidate that where you want to work, the very first thing, they don't want to be out of the comfort zone, they want to be near their home. So down the line, if a company hires which might be near to your place, but there's a shift and where they're looking for a candidate where they have other offices for move upon, and candidate says no for the travel, that brings on to the course that we say there's no we can't hire it, because they are born and brought up in the environment. Schools near to a place, colleges near to a place, universities near to your place, your extra classes, activities near to your place, your playing grounds should be near to your place. So during that 20-21 years of your age, most of the time we always focus near to your place. But when they go to the real corporate world, it's away from their place. So always, if you ask, a column is mentioned, you're willing to travel during your assignment, and you see no. We're not prepared them. We're not even given them, the vision to understand, that what travel brings on, what kind of learning they're going to have, how much it is important to achieve a level, how much it is important to grow. The next thing is a time management. Multitasking is one of the key essential thing any corporate will be interested in. Okay, you're good in making this model, but can you simultaneously support the other teams in developing that model as well? So this is what they'll be more concerned, and they're looking at it. Apart from that bookish or text knowledge that we're teaching them, are we even generating a skill in terms of changing their environment or energies for all these activities, to be a multitasking, to be a supportive, to be in a phase where they can perform their main activity and they perform their the supportive activity as well. Most of the culture in corporate is 70-30. 70% you need to focus on your own work, 30% you need to be in a supportive mode where you support the other teams or the team members. They want to get the best out of it. This is called optimal utilization of resource. And the next and the last thing which I'll discuss, and it's very important, is ability to learn and unlearn. Very first thing, we've been taught, that this is what has been there in the textbook. This is what you have to perform. But things changed. Things change with the perspective of time, situation, demand. And if a rigid person is been hired who's not in a position to shift or who's not in a position of a flexibility, no corporate going to come and invest in it, no matter what kind of skills you have. You got in a world-class training labs, you got in a world-class faculty that has been training your candidates. But if you're not flexible to adjust with an environment with the time, then it's in a challenge. It's in a challenge in terms of getting to the employment. It's in a challenge in terms of adaptability. And it's in a challenge in terms of resourcing the candidate to the employment. So my main motive of coming down, to this is to bring down these two verticals. One is a shift, the life shift of the candidates, who are the main real beneficiaries or the target audience we have. How the life changes and what are the impacts they have apart from their college and regular studies. And then we need to understand, what is an expectation that we have from the institutes or from the training verticals or from the institute who's taking the Skill India mission. So these are the two factors. This are the additional factors that has been required to make any program successful, because success is only measured when it achieves to the level of its completion. And completion in terms of training or a skill is employment, plus a sustainable employment. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Arun, for enlightening us with the perspective of corporates and how they used to hire, whether regardless of skill, but other kind of properties are also required within the candidate who have been trained by any training institution or any vocational scheme. So now the session is open for the question hours. So now all of you are requested to ask question, whatever be in your mind. So our panelists are already there to answer your questions. So
Barwaji से कुछ और input? What are some general guidelines before we get into question answer?
Whatever Arun said, that's actually makes lots of impact because 90% of the time you might be having all the your QPs cleared, and you might be having all your SOP achieved, but then if you're not able to speak or able to sustain the pressure during the job, you will be in and out of the job. And being in and out of the job over the period of time, you will not able to have a sustainable growth. Because जब तक आप एक नौकरी में टिक के नहीं बैठेंगे, आपको ग्रोथ नहीं मिलेगा. और जब तक आपको ग्रोथ नहीं मिलेगा, तब आपको सेटिस्फैक्शन नहीं मिलेगा. आपको क्या बोलते हैं, रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिलेगा. और जितना पुराने आप एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करेंगे, उतने ज़्यादा आपको रिकॉग्निशन मिलेगा. और कहीं ना कहीं आपकी जो क्या बोलते हैं नौकरी की जो वो है लाइफ है, द लाइफ साइकिल ऑफ अ जॉब, इट विल बी सस्टेन्ड. सो कहीं ना कहीं yes, whatever he said in terms of your situational behavior, you need to be जो घर में लोग आप करते आते हैं घर में, especially for the men, घर में वो लोग रोब क्या बोले झाड़ेंगे कि मैं कुछ नहीं करूंगा, एंड ऑफिस में सब कुछ करना पड़ता है, सब कुछ मतलब कि सब कुछ आपको अपनी चाय खुद लेनी पड़ेगी, आपको क्या बोलते अपना डेस्क कभी कभी तो वो भी साफ करना पड़ेगा। अगर मैं किसी फैक्ट्री में या कहीं काम कर रहे हैं तो हो सकता है कि अगर उस दिन वो रास्ता वो साफ नहीं हुआ तो वो बड़ा वर्क प्लेस भी आपको साफ करना पड़ेगा। सो दैट्स अ वेरी गुड इनपुट व्हाट अरुण हैज सेड, और कहीं ना कहीं ये हमको समझ लेना चाहिए, और ये आज के टाइम में, चेंजिंग टाइम में बहुत मान्य है। ये एक सोच की बात है, और मैं चाहूंगा कि मेरे बाकी जो पैनलिस्ट हैं वो भी कुछ इनपुट दें इसमें, क्योंकि ये एक सोच की बात है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये जो सारी चीजें जो अरुण जी ने बताई है हमको उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। दूसरा एक और चीज कि जब मैं अरुण जी ये सब बात कर रहे थे मैं कुछ क्यूपीज के बारे में सोच रहा था, एंड वन ऑफ द क्यूपीज जो रिटेल एसोसिएशन देता है, दैट इज हाउ टू टॉक विद द कस्टमर, क्योंकि इंटरनली वो सारे के सारे हमारे कस्टमर है, एक्सटर्नल कस्टमर्स होते हैं, इंटरनल कस्टमर्स होते हैं। तो अगर ये सब जो हमारे साथ जो हमारे कलीग्स काम करते हैं, या जो हमारे क्या बोलते हैं ऑफिस में और भी लोग हैं, चाहे हमारा बॉस हो, चाहे हमारे सबऑर्डिनेट हो, चाहे हमारे पीयर ग्रुप हो, वो हमारे इंटरनल कस्टमर्स हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो हाउ टू डील विद कस्टमर्स जो एक रिटेल इंडस्ट्री में सिखाया जाता है, ये भी कहीं ना कहीं इस पोर्शन को हर एक क्यूपी में एक बेसिक क्यूपी डाल दिया जाए। One of the base documents that should be part and parcel of all our 32 trades being given by all our this thing, जहाँ तो 32 के 32 जो भी हमारे इंडस्ट्री अभी तक है, क्या बोलते हैं सेक्टोरियल, उसमें छोटे छोटे पोर्शन में अगर इसको डाल दिया जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं ये मॉडल काफी और भी अच्छा रोबस्ट हो जाएगा। थैंक यू डॉक्टर सर।
Let me just So, respected panelists, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into question answer session, I just want to share a few of my concern, and I personally feel these concerns would probably put you in a better position to raise little more questions with regard to skilling India. My first concern is about the employment scenario in the country and the kind of targets which are given to us for training of 500 million of youth by the year 2022. Now, if we look back to post liberalization, privatization and globalization era, which started way back in 1991, almost 26 years down the line, Indian economy has progressed a lot. And in this process of development, what many of our economists and policy formulator feels, rich people have become richer and poor have become poorer. Looking to the kind of development which is taking place within the country and outside, our policy formulator also feels we would be in a position to reap the rich demographic dividend. Here I would just like to put a word of caution. The country would be in a position to reap the demographic dividend provided we have the quality population. But given the kind of population, vast majority of population what we have today, with that kind of population we cannot really reap the demographic dividend. And if that quality continues to be available in the country, rather than reaping the demographic dividend, it's quite possible we might even we have a risk of slipping into the demographic disaster as well. That's my first concern. My second concern is about, okay, we train people, we make them highly skilled, but it is unfortunate most of the Indian employers, they are not willing to pay the premium on skills. By premium on skill, I mean, when you compare a person who is not that skilled and you compare that very person with highly skilled person, when it comes to offering them pay packages, there's only a marginal difference. An ITI graduate and arts graduate,
probably in most of the situation you will find the arts graduate tend to get better package. There's also one study carried out by FICCI during 2016, and as per that study, what they brought out is 60% of the job opportunities in industry, service sector and other places of work, they can easily be performed by person who are simply 10+2. Problem is only with remaining 40%. So vast majority of the people, they expect, they are not required to be highly skilled as such. Simple 10+2, given little on the job training, that is probably, that's what they feel, that's going to meet their requirement. Now, if that be the fact, then how is it we are going to accommodate the vast army of highly skilled people which we are aiming at? That's my second concern. The third concern is about generating jobs in manufacturing sector. Now, when we look to the Indian economy, we find the agriculture sector, which employs almost 55-56% of manpower and contributes around 15% of GDP, which has now come down to even 14%. So the manpower is becoming surplus over there. Now, what do we do with that surplus manpower? When we look to service sector, there again our policy formulators, they feel if perhaps India has expanded too much in too little a time in Indian service sector. Perhaps we should have achieved this target, but in a slow manner. Then the only hope which is left is you got to generate jobs in manufacturing sector. That's the only sector left. But if you look to the history of economic development of last 30-40 years or so, the contribution of factory sector remains somewhere in the range of 23 to 27, at the maximum 28%, and manpower employed therein of the total percentage of workforce, that remains somewhere in the range of 16 to 20%. I don't know to what extent it can be further enhanced. So after all, there's a limit to this thing. And can we really afford contracting or expanding service sector? Because service sector is the largest employment provider. So then there are other problems associated with manufacturing sector. Getting into service sector for a new entrepreneur or even existing entrepreneur, it's far more easy as compared to manufacturing sector. When a person thinks of getting into manufacturing sector, one starts thinking in terms of it's going to require a lot of capital. Usually manufacturing activities are more capital intensive as compared to service sector. Then there are problems with regard to, like, if you are in service sector vis-a-vis manufacturing sector, if you happen to be in service sector, you can easily relocate yourself if need be, but that's not that easy in case of manufacturing sector. Labor laws, that's yet another concern of the people, particularly in manufacturing sector. And the exit route also is very, very difficult. And we have been seeing this thing in India, whatever, not that addition is not taking to this thing, manufacturing sector. Big corporates are coming, multinational companies are coming, but these are highly automated operations. And there are not many job opportunities being generated in manufacturing sector. There was a study conducted in US, and some of the scientists and engineers over there, they are expressing concern. After about another maybe 20 to 25 years or so, almost all jobs are going to be performed by robotics, robots. If that happens, then what is going to happen to the highly trained manpower in country like ours or country like China and many other thickly populated countries? So manufacturing sector again has certain limitations, and we can't really divert too much of manpower to manufacturing sector. There would be limited opportunity available over there. Many a time our policy formulators and people working in different stakeholder working in skill development, I personally feel many a time people tend to over exaggerate the opportunities available, job opportunities available in other countries. We have seen USSR disintegrating, then UK getting out of European Union, and now what, the kind of environment which is prevailing in America. So at times our people living abroad, they tend to have that feeling of insecurity. There are threats to jobs. And after all, other countries, they also have their own youth. So how many people can really afford going outside the country? How many people can be accommodated over there? What would be the reaction of those countries? So that's another limitation. And we need to be a little cautious about guiding our youth about sending them abroad. The next issue which comes to my mind is the society's mindset. Somehow, unfortunately, our mindset of the society is such, wherein if you try to compare a highly skilled carpenter or a welder or machinist with BA third division, so BA third division probably enjoys better status in society as compared to highly skilled person. And perhaps that's one hindrance, motivating our youth to take up skill development programs. My another concern is about the expectations from the training providers. Therefore, yesterday I discussed with you the common norms of the rationalization committee and the things decided at the national level, particularly from the perspective of training providers. There are so many riders wherein you find training institutions, they are expected to place at least 70% of the trainees on continuous basis. So 70% placement, tracking trainees for 12 to 14 months, getting all information pertaining to their wages, salaries, then placement, changeover from one organization to another, timely submission of utilization certificate, completing all documents, and then getting grant timely. I suppose that's going to be yet another very serious challenge before the training organization. And at times we find, a person, highly brilliant person, having spent about 10 to 12 lakh in any of the IIT, NIT, or any reputed management institution, nobody puts condition on those people. The post training or post completion of the course, they have to be necessarily employed. But in a skill development program of maybe 200 to 300 hours, we expect miracles to take place, and that too on continuous basis. So if we start doing that, how long the training system would be in a position to sustain? So we got to think over it. Finally, I would just like to caution about yet another thing. Is skill development, to my mind, it's my personal opinion, nothing to do with organizational opinion or government opinion, but I personally feel skill development is not a panacea. It cannot solve all our problems, be it skill development or self-employment. You see, unless adequate job opportunities get generated within the economy, and unless there's adequate amount of, purchasing power available within the pocket of general public at large, so neither the employment of person nor the entrepreneur will get accommodated in the economy. So entrepreneurs also would flourish in a very healthy economic environment. But given the kind of wages which we have in our country, the vast majority of our youth continue to earn somewhere in the range of 8,000 to 15,000. So this kind of purchasing power is not going to provide much of entrepreneurial opportunity to enterprising youth. And that's what is maybe to some extent going to restrict the economic growth of the country. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take more of your time, but these were some of my concerns, and we got to keep these things in mind while planning for skill development, while guiding our youth for taking up job or entrepreneurial opportunity or self-employment opportunity. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. J.S. Saini. Now the house is open for the question hour session. So first, one by one, Madam.
Yes.
Sir, deviate. because this discussion, I think many question came up in my mind, and I hope that you also have some question. So we'll start with Deviate.
But as a course coordinator, you are also free to ask questions.
Deviate.
You can provoke the candidate to ask question, and you can also ask question.
डेविएट मैडम आवाज नहीं जा रही डेविएट से कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं क्वेरी क्वेश्चंस
No, sir. Thank you so much.
नेक्स्ट मैडम आप कॉल
Yes, sir. I am from TTC Jodhpur. I have a query. I have maximum of us are new and not familiar with the CDTP and other skill programs. And our doubt is that one very new doubt is that it is being felt that PMKVY is the modification of the old CDTP program. So in future, is there chances that CDTP may be merged into the PMKVY program or not? What is the future of the CDTP?
Definitely. We'll together answer their query.
आप उधर ही बैठो
नहीं थोड़ा अच्छा
इधर से बोलो So the question asked by a friend from the TTC Jodhpur is very right that most of the skill development programs in the country, they are running on the more or less same pattern. CDTP scheme, which was started way back in 77, 78, it has created a culture in the polytechnic, and that's why all the polytechnic teachers are more acquainted with it. But the government of India, as far the planning is concerned, more or less the similar planning is to be done. This skill development activity started it way back in 2005, I suppose, in the MHRD. And they were trying to find out the ways to implement various kind of qualification framework in our country. And later on, the PMKVY, the Prime Minister, or the Pandit Deen Dayal Prime Minister Kausal Vikas Yojana, which has come up. So the focus is given that how we can, first of all, improve the skills of the people, and secondly, how we can make them more and more employable. So from that angle, the CDTP scheme at present is being taken care by the MHRD government and MHRD. So there may be a chance that both the schemes may be merged, but at present the as far as the CDTP scheme is concerned, it has multi-dimensional activities. One is vocational training, another is transfer of appropriate technologies, and more or less it is governed by the polytechnic teachers. So they are well known about it. But about the other schemes, there are a lot of problems as well. In the CDTP scheme itself, we are finding it very difficult to getting the funds released on time, and same thing happening. So the phase-wise evaluation is also very difficult. When we are talking about the other schemes, it will become further difficult to the government to provide the funds to the polytechnics or the technical institutions in the phased manner. And there are some weaknesses which we find at present with the schemes of the Prime Minister Rozgar Yojana or Prime Minister Kausal Vikas Yojana. So these are the weaknesses prevailing, and that's how the Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship Development has also not given the output which was expected. So that is my viewpoint on this. And may I request Professor Saini to supplement some of the points which I have left.
See, the government of India has been trying to bring all skill development schemes under the common umbrella. And I think so. I'm being heard, no? So government of India is trying to bring all these schemes under common umbrella, and that's why the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship that has been created. So last 2-3 years, ever since the NSQF was gazette notified and new ministry was created, So we are being asked time and again to align our scheme to NSQF, and we have been making effort in that direction. But as regards the separate entity for the scheme, we are trying to save the scheme as altogether a different scheme. And at time ministry does get convinced about maintaining its unique status, and they feel that the scheme should continue in its present form. Because it's not only skill development, there are many other dimensions attached to it. But once we get covered under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and once it's brought under the common norm, then the scheme is going to lose many of its features. So that's the risk. Otherwise, you know, wisdom lies in maintaining the distinct status of this scheme and rather further expanding it. And the fact that this scheme has survived for 38 long years, that speaks volume about the success of this scheme. And looking to the history of this scheme, I personally feel whosoever is to make a final decision with regard to merging it with the other scheme or maintaining it separately, I think this 38 years long history that has to be considered. Targets to be achieved, they need to be looked into, and in light of that only any further action would be taken by the government. But if at all there is any dictate from the central government, so we as a constituent of the government, naturally we are supposed to follow it. But we are of the opinion it's better to maintain a separate entity for this scheme.
Thank you, sir. One more doubt is that it is CDTP specific doubt that how can be monitored wage employment and self-employment after completion of training?
I think we got to, you know, consider the monitoring and evaluation system which has been put in place and mentioned under the common norms. At the same time, we are more than convinced we can't really be that strict, and it's going to be very, very costly also. So maybe taking clue from what is suggested under the common norms, we got to evolve a feedback mechanism for our CDTP scheme. But the present system of follow-up is grossly inadequate, and that needs strengthening. So we got to link all these trainees, their Aadhaar number, etc. That has to be linked with the training program. Duplicity need to be avoided, and placement record has to improve. Self-employment need to be given little more boost. And unless we have a effective feedback mechanism in place, I think government is not going to get convinced about the usefulness of the scheme.
Okay, thank you, sir. One more query, sir.
Anji.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead with your question.
Sir, actually, this one is related to this module, sir, Skill India. Actually, Skill India is targeting about imparting skills to candidates. So those candidates can be utilized in various sectors, sir, where their utilization can be of great significance, sir. Current scenario is such that the demand for skilled candidates is much lesser than the supply which we can give. So by taking into view of this scenario, sir, the government has targeted to impart skills to various candidates. So with time, sir, it will happen that the skilled candidates, availability of the skilled candidates will be increasing as the demand will be reducing, sir. With further course of time, sir, the demand will match exactly the supply, and then the demand will fall, will be lesser than the supply, sir. Because this question has an economic significance, sir, I want to know, sir, when this break even of demand and supply will be reached. And in the case, sir, when the supply is greater than the demand, which actually retards the economic growth, what will be the alternative course of actions?
It's a very, very difficult question. You see, probably something like China need to happen in our country. Because the supply, the issue of supply lies elsewhere. And it is unfortunate, I would say. You see, many a time problems continue to be the same, but then they are repackaged and presented to the public in a different manner. And something which is considered weakness, at times it is presented as a strength. And there's a risk in that. So, demand supply question would, you know, unless this country, I personally feel, unless we put a
serious cap on this thing. After all, how much population this country can really accommodate? How many people can be provided job opportunity and entrepreneurial opportunity in a year? If we continue adding more than 1 billion or more than 1 million person to our job market every year, and we are hardly adding 2 to 3 lakh job opportunity in a year, so it will continue, increasing that gulf between the demand and supply. This gap would reduce, provided on one hand you have a check on population, secondly you accelerate your economic development, or motivate more people to take up self-employment and entrepreneurship. Once that happens in a serious manner, then naturally job opportunities would also pick up over there. So in the long run, the wisdom lies in stabilizing on population of the country, which nobody talks about. So long as we will continue projecting uneducated and unskilled manpower as our strength, okay, so long as we are considering them as strength, so I think we are not really solving the problem from the root itself. So make the population highly skilled, make them capable of starting on enterprises, taking up entrepreneurship, and maybe in this process many people go outside the country, and at the same time have a cap on supplies, this thing, supply side. So maybe slowly and slowly, many people, they are restricting to single child norm now, and if that happens in the long run, maybe it will take 20 to 30 years or so. So in terms of percentage, definitely percentage addition to population is coming down, but in terms of absolute number, we still continue to be adding 10 to 12, 20 to 22 crore people every 10 years, which is more than more than 2 crore every year. That's equal to population of Australia. How can country really afford accommodating so much of people? And even these issues like sustainability and all, they are all related with this thing. The world as a whole and this great country, we never talked about sustainability during 19th century and 18th century. Correct. Because at that time, demand supply of this thing, human being, maybe because of a variety of diseases, so many other reasons. So in fact, in India, if you look to the population, this thing till 1931, so population at times was going down rather than increasing. So the sustainability also would become a very serious issue if we continue growing with the present pace of this thing, increase in population.
Sir, on one hand, we are saying that we should have some trained kind of people, and all these schemes are there. On the other hand, we are having that Manrega kind of a scheme run by the government of India, in which they are ensuring that some particular time of employment, and they are paying them. So are they not contradicting the visions and aims of the schemes? One side we are saying that we need trained people. Another side we are paying them some wages. So why that person, when the person is getting the money, why he will get the training under any scheme?
So, sir, I think I'll add something to it. One thing which we understand and we see, that many schemes are run in terms of having a same motive and aim. But if you see the demographic division of the population, right, it has changed a lot. So earlier time, what we used to talk, there is only two, phases of life: child and adults. Now, in the child as well, there are different stages, from 0 to 2, 2 to 3. If you go to the stores, you see there's a difference has been happening. So same, with the second largest population in India, we need to understand that there are demographic division in terms of population as well, which has been targeted. Yes, by and large, with an interest, not aiming to or not being personal on someone. Yes, we aim to see that why he's getting this thing, but the target area for that Manrega scheme and the target area for the skill development is totally different, right? In if you see in the skill development, is by and large they only expect the lowest. I think it's only a 10th standard or 8th standard. There's nothing less than that. But in Manrega, it's for the below them. So the shift of population, yes, it's by and large very huge, but then stages have also been increased, right? So we need to. So these schemes are primarily been focused
in terms of setting the target areas or target groups to get benefited.
No, but in case of NSQF and all these schemes, when we are having the certification of prior learning also. So now they are giving the level 5 certificate for the prior learning, maximum up to 5, and they are having some bridge courses for the prior learning if they are not having that much of skill of prior learning. So they are having some bridge courses. After that, they are imparting the particular level to a particular person, suppose level 5. So now we are including the person whether he's class 5th pass or 4th pass or 10th pass, but we are giving the level 5 certification and we are having up to 10 levels in NSQF. So now on one hand we are giving him the opportunity to be in the mainstream.
Right.
So we cannot say that that we have not included a particular kind of a youth into those schemes. Another my question is that we are having different schemes, having small 10% change into the scheme. In some scheme we are providing incentives. In some schemes we are not providing any incentive to the person. We are charging something. So these all schemes are meant for the training of our untrained youth, but with a different kind of a norm. So are they affecting the kind of a skill which need to be provided to the youth, really provided to the youth, or we are only making the schemes and running the schemes by the government of India? So this is also a very great question. कि कैसे उसको deal करें?
Can I answer? Yeah. See, normally, let me first answer the Manrega thingy. Like Manrega is a different genre altogether. When we talk about skilling, you cannot skill a guy who is 60 years old, right? Manrega is all about sustenance. If you see the Manrega, if the Manrega won't have here, we would have had the biggest famine or your disaster in a country when there were the stock market went bad. And that was few years back. It was a Manrega which actually sustained, and we never had any those human disaster, right?
Economic unrest also.
Yes. So like Manrega was it's a thing to sustain. It's basically a sustaining livelihood. It is sustaining people to live, right? They only give how much? 100 days of working, right? And sometimes these
at the minimum wage.
Correct. So, but then looking into skill. Now, I'm coming at a skill. See, skill, there are different skills, things which are coming in. And in fact, when we look into like till about your level 5 and beyond level 5, beyond level 5 is for enhancement, right? This is for a specialized courses. So when you're doing a specialized course, like I said in the previous session, that government is willing to give you education till age of 14. 14 साल तक आपकी एजुकेशन फ्री है सबके लिए, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन. Beyond that, for the boys you have to pay. For the girls, again, this is free because only 8% of the total girl population is into the productive क्या बोलते हैं your usage, right? Employment. So basically, this disparity is that so that as and when you acquire this thing knowledge, you plow back into the system. So that over the period of time, I'm definitely NSDC they will be coming up. Ki type of money they will be making it from all these training provided. I think some portion would be again need to be plow back for the basic your training for the PMKVI or might be your DDU this thing. So like we are into an evolving ever evolving situation. We have not even have all the 10 QPs ready as of now in all the 32 focus segment, and there are so many more to come in.
Sir, do we really need that many of schemes, or only if we'll club all the schemes with one scheme?
See, so that
will solve the purpose in a better way, or we are having different kind of scheme at a different level, they are serving the purpose.
See, like a human, your evolution, every year go by, we become much more saner, we become much more wiser. Similarly, as the scheme go on, see, like all these, we are going for a convergence over the period of time. Like my your learned friends have just said, like there is a possibility some will merge. There's a possibility some will remain as it is because it has doing wonderfully, giving wonderful results. Might be some tweaking here and then, like Dr. Sania said, like in your HRD this thing scheme with the Polytechnic, the feedback system is not very strong. So there's a possibility that they might bring in the good feedback system, and once the feedback system comes in, that point of time they will leave it across. If they're not able to do it, they might merge it up. But then we live in your ever evolving world, and you don't know tomorrow what all gets changed and what all need to come in.
And if you look to last few years, 8 to 10 years or so, many schemes which were not really contributing much,
they have
been weeded out.
Yes, weeded out.
And the idea of having this dedicated ministry and bringing all schemes under one umbrella is to avoid that duplicity, avoid corruption, avoid duplicity, and to some extent, to a great extent, I think that has been done also. Okay, there's always resistance to change, so there's some resistance, but once it is in place in an effective manner, I think it will weed out a lot of corruption, and duplicity also would be done away with. And as regards Manrega, I personally feel Manrega, again, Manrega need not be considered as totally redundant. It has many advantages, but I think we need to have a relook at Manrega, and we need to, change the mechanism of implementing this scheme and making it a little more useful. Like one of the example could be, if we can link Manrega, wages and this thing under Manrega, they can be people who are really working in farm sector. So even if the farm activity get included in it and they get paid for that farm work for 100 days, nothing wrong. It will definitely improve the productivity of farm sector. And also one need to consider yet another important aspect. Look to the amount of money which goes in Manrega and look to the amount of money which goes in subsidy and providing incentive to big industries. Probably they are the one who are taking more advantage of this thing, and it's not comparable with that. Here, it helps in sustaining the system, providing manpower to really needy people at the grassroots level. So I think that way it needs to be considered as a social sector scheme, and it definitely helps in sustenance.
One more query is there, that if we are training any person under these kind of a schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and other schemes, but on the other hand, one person is there having the conventional degree in their hands. So, do you feel that in any organization, if that person will is having all the skills, which you are mentioning that he is having good communication, but the difference between those two, so do you feel that we will give the same treatment to this trained person under these schemes, under vocational programs, and same treatment to the person who is having degree? Because I saw that the trained person are not getting the same treatment as compared to the degree holder person. He is treating as a superior than that person. So do you feel that they will have the same kind of a job profiles and same kind of a treatment in any of the companies?
सर इसी से रिलेटेड मेरा भी सवाल है, स्किल इंडिया के बाद तेरी आईटीआई, डिप्लोमा और इंजीनियरिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स क्या स्कोप रह गया?
सर वेरी, आई थिंक बोथ आर वन ऑफ द इंटररिलेटेड क्वेश्चन. बहुत छोटी सी चीज है. If you talk about Skill India, probably the training program, roughly and by large, you must be implementing. How many hours of study do we have? कितने घंटे की study भी involved?
Maximum 1,000 hours in a year.
Right. And if for a particular course, right? अगर हम 1,000, and if you talk about a degree holder,
degree 4,000 and diploma 3,000.
सर इसमें जैसे हम एक डिग्री का क्या करते थे, एक AMI होती है डिग्री के लिए, नहीं करते AMI करते हैं, कुछ डिग्री कर लेते हैं, बट कई जॉब प्रोफाइल में AMI वाले बंदे को नहीं लेते हैं, और चाहे उसका कितना भी फील्ड एक्सपीरियंस रहे, क्योंकि वो AMI है, उसको डिग्री होल्डर के इक्विवेलेंट कभी ट्रीट नहीं करते हैं, चाहे वो किसी जॉब में चला जाए, चाहे वो कहीं पे भी जाए, बट AMI को इंफीरियर ऑलवेज समझा जाता है एज कंपेयर टू डिग्री होल्डर. सबसे पहले डिग्री होल्डर का इंटरव्यू होगा, उसके बाद कोई सीट बचेगी तो शायद AMI को मिल जाए. तो ऐसा ही केस हमारे जो हम इन स्कीम्स में ट्रेंड कर रहे हैं, ऐसा ही उनके साथ भी होगा.
मैं बोलना चाहूंगा, ये एक अमेजिंग केस स्टडी है. दिल्ली का जो वर्ल्ड स्किल काउंसिल है या वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर है, उसमें जितने बच्चे निकलते हैं, इनफैक्ट आप नहीं मानोगे, स्नातक की डिग्री, ग्रेजुएशन की डिग्री के बाद दे गो देयर एंड डू अ स्किल, जो एक 12th के बाद करता है, और दोनों को इक्वली ट्रीट किया जाता है. जो स्किल निकलता है वहां से, हाँ, दे गेट अ बेटर जॉब देन अ पर्सन हु इज कमिंग जस्ट अ ग्रेजुएट. एंड दिस अ लाइव केस स्टडी. सो ये वो डिपेंड करता है कि आप किस इंस्टीट्यूशन से किस लेवल में निकल रहा है.
Especially in government agencies.
हाँ,
If you talk about the government agencies,
ये तो government
they will have, they are more concerned with the degrees as compared to skills. Because in government sector, if the job is there and the qualification is BE or ME or PhD, and the person is having AMI and the vocational program and AMI, nobody will take in government sector.
No, you see, I think we are definitely learning from our mistakes, and some of the past practices, they are definitely being relooked at. Now, while designing courses under the new skill development policy, particularly you see BVOC program and diploma vocational program, here government has been very, very careful, and these programs, they are equated with like BVOC degree is equated with the Bachelor of Arts,
yes,
BSc, MS, etc. And similarly, the Bachelor this vocational diploma is equated with the conventional diploma. And all state government, public sector undertaking, central government, they are being now asked to revise their employment, recruitment rules, and qualifications have to be mentioned accordingly. Government has already clarified person with BVOC degree, they would be eligible to appear for civil services exam. That goes on proving it's at par with the others.
And
maybe in past we had, like as you very rightly cited, the example of AMI.
Correct,
That
sir.
discrimination continues to be there.
It used to be there.
But
It definitely used to be
maybe
there.
in days to come,
It will
we
change.
learn from our mistake and
Correct,
improve
correct.
upon.
Hmm.
And at the same time, government is keeping both the options open. If somebody is so afraid of, okay, let that person go for conventional courses. That route is not closed. It's only opening up yet another avenue, and government feels the maybe person would like to go for academics as well as like to pick up some skill, and having picked up some skill, maybe this person may get a better job.
There are two this thing in this BVOC programs and this. Now we are having 60% training. 60% is with the industry.
Weightage to skill.
Weightage to skill industry, and 40% with the college, concerned college. Now, according to the yesterday's lecture, that they were telling us that he will be judged at the 60% level also, and he will be judged at the 40% level also. He need to clear both the levels.
Yes.
But who will ensure that he is evaluating in such a manner at the industry level as well as in the this 40% in the college level? Somebody will give in the industries. Somebody can give the certificate like he has attended the. क्योंकि हमने कई बार ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स में भी देखा है कि जब हम कॉलेज के बच्चे ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए जाते हैं और ही सपोज टू अटेंड द ट्रेनिंग फॉर अ मंथ और फॉर अ 2 month फॉर अ 6 month, but that person is having training only for a few weeks or few days, and he is having the certificate of 6 month training. So ये gap क्योंकि ये gap को हम कैसे इंश्योर करेंगे?
See, one thing which I'll say from the understanding of the question, being a part of one of this BVOC program which has been designed in the region, to make it more compatible and more approached in terms, there's two things has been attached to it. One, it's true, they'll be working closely in terms of their relation with industry, in terms of their the projects or kind of internship programs they're going to have. So there will be an internship program every year, right? It'll be an accredited based system. And second thing, that answers most of your questions is, right, there's an exit policy after every year. For example, you finish a 1 year, you have gone 40% of your school lecture, you have done your assignments, you have done your internship program, and through that credit, if you find a job, you can leave, take the credit sheet and leave, or you can migrate to the things. So now things has been opening in terms that it is not making you kind of in a dangerous situation that if you don't finish a degree, you don't get a good job, right? Or if you just want to be in skill project, whether you be treated equally or not.
So there's other thing as also we need to understand when we train somebody in engineering college and when we train somebody in a training center, the level of job they approach is also the difference. You know, they don't go and hire for the AVP or CEO or the managerial post. They hire for the substitute post that is there. So these are the things which makes a little bit of difference, and the rest, you know, what has been required, what has been not, and we know about it. But yes, as you know, Dr. Jayasani said, it's absolutely correct. You know, we're learning from a mistake. So if you see most of the Vivo program that has been coming up, very first thing they've been discussed with the industry in terms whether the course content is related to their industry specific requirement or not. Second thing, they have introduced the internship programs every year, right? First, second, third, every year. There is a program where you have to complete the project. So it's primarily a research-based program they're starting with, plus they're giving an opportunity that if you find a job, then, you know, take the credit for first year and go for it. So these are some new things, you know, advancement that's going to be coming up, and that will change all the scenarios that you are probably, you know, as mentioned, is absolutely true.
Maybe we'll ask some questions or we are discussing with our other center.
Engineering College, Banda.
Yes. हेलो बोलिए हेलो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बांदा से।
यस
सर, मेरा ये सवाल है कि हम जब बात करते हैं स्टूडेंट की और एजुकेशन की, तो हर मैगजीन हो या जर्नल्स हो या एडिटोरियल पेज हो, उनमें हमेशा स्टूडेंट की कमियों को देखा जाता है। हम कभी भी सिस्टम के बारे में बात नहीं, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट को तो हम ही बनाते हैं, और जब हम बना रहे हैं, जब कोई भी लड़के 4 साल या 5 साल आप उनको स्किल दे रहे हैं, सर्टिफिकेशन दे रहे हैं, अब तब जाके बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट या कोई भी मीडिया हमेशा बच्चों को ही दोष देती है। पर मेरे अंदाज से सर ये होना चाहिए, हमारे फैसिलिटीज में कहीं ना कहीं
जी, आपकी बात इन्होंने कही कि जो स्टूडेंट्स को हम 4 साल ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं और बाद में कुछ लोग आकर कहते हैं कि ये निकम्मे हैं। यही बात कहना चाह रहे हैं ना आप? तो इसमें दोनों तरह की कमियां हैं। फ्रॉम द कॉर्पोरेट एंड इंडस्ट्रियल सेटअप दे आर नॉट एंगेज इन ट्रेनिंग, क्योंकि उनके लिए तो प्रॉफिट मेकिंग और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग उनका टारगेट है और ट्रेनिंग देना एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन का टारगेट है। लेकिन कैसे उसको वर्ल्ड ऑफ वर्क के लिए तैयार किया जाए, जब तक इंडस्ट्रीज कुछ पाथ नहीं दिखाएगी, तो आप एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लिए इट्स अ बिग टास्क। जैसे इन्होंने एज अ कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर इन्होंने बहुत सारे ज्ञान की बात की कि इनके पास सॉफ्ट स्किल होनी चाहिए, इनके पास कम्युनिकेशन स्किल होनी चाहिए, इनके पास टीम बिल्डिंग स्किल होनी चाहिए, इनके पास लीडरशिप स्किल होनी चाहिए। ये सारी बातें इन्होंने बताई। लेकिन आप अगर फर्स्ट ईयर से ही कुछ अगर इनबिल्ड करेंगे अपने करिकुलम में कि टाइम एंड अगेन उनको हम लोग इनवाइट करें कुछ प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, सो दैट टीम वर्क स्टार्ट्स, टाइम एंड अगेन वी स्टार्ट फॉर द सेमिनार सो दैट द कम्युनिकेशन स्किल improves. So all such things need to be inbuilt as per the demands of the industries. इसके बाद भी इंडस्ट्रीज वाले फिर भी छोड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि हो सकता है जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज खत्म हो गई हो, लेकिन आपके बच्चे अगर अच्छे ट्रेंड होंगे तो एक नहीं तो दूसरे इंडस्ट्रीज में जरूर वो जॉब प्राप्त कर लेंगे। आपकी कोशिश हमेशा रंग लाएगी। और कुछ एक जो प्रश्न उठाए थे लोगों ने, सप्लाई एंड डिमांड। देखिए, मार्केट में कभी भी ये परफेक्ट सिचुएशन नहीं होगी कि इतनी सप्लाई और इतनी डिमांड है, क्योंकि एज पर द पॉपुलेशन वी हैव टू ट्रेन द पीपल एंड अकॉर्डिंगली वी हैव टू फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल द स्किल्ड मैन पावर की जरूरत पूरे वर्ल्ड में है। ये कोई डिनाई नहीं कर सकता है कि अगर स्किल्ड मैन पावर है, उसके पास सारे रिक्विजिट स्किल्स हैं, तो उसको जॉब प्राप्त करने में आसानी होती है। इसमें तो कोई डिनाई नहीं करता। इसलिए हमें एज पर द वर्ल्ड ऑफ द वर्क लोगों को तैयार करना जरूरी है और उसमें उनको स्किल करना जरूरी है। अदरवाइज वी विल मिस द बस, जो हम कह रहे हैं ना डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का। तो हमें तैयार रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे वर्ल्ड सिनेरियो बढ़ रहा है, अकॉर्डिंगली वी शुड ट्रेन द पीपल इन वेरियस ग्रोइंग सेक्टर्स। और ग्रोइंग सेक्टर्स की अध्ययन करने के लिए जो इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं उस टाइम टू टाइम सजेस्ट करें कि हमारी प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी और टर्शियरी सेक्टर में क्या क्या डिमांड्स आ रही हैं। So that's why we go through the various literature and study, and accordingly we try to prepare our manpower. तो ये सब चीजें हमें करने की जरूरत मुझे लगता है।
And one thing more which I want to add it as what Dr. Roy has said in terms of कि students निकलने हैं. Basic चीज हम लोग especially when you talk about educational institutes, they spend so much money, which is not wrong in terms of developing their lab systems. They're developing their the structured program. But one thing which we always overlook is the performance area. The stage is not the educational institute. The stage is the corporate world. So if you think about in this world, on other day I was having a conversation and Dr. Seni suggested of developing a problem bank. Now the idea of problem bank from the industry to develop is to take that candidate student which supposed to be called nikamma after the degree on a very first year कि लैब का सिस्टम लैब का काम है वो अपने कॉलेज में नहीं करना है या अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में नहीं करना है. You have to go to the industry. That portion of hours you need to do within industry, because that is a real situation you're going to learn, and that will be more beneficial. And I think these are the small changes which we do. And as another change which I'll recommend to the institute is we should start giving them ownership in terms 99% of the times what is in a structure, what is in a scenario, teacher come in, take the attendance, ask the students, right? But we need to reverse that thing. Think about making a classroom managers. Give them a responsibility, or two person go have a responsibility of attendance, then two has a responsibility of a recap, two has a responsibility of making a communication system, or other two or the other three. We divide the responsibility and we start keep on shifting it and make them answerable. Make them answerable in terms of why this thing is not been working properly. So you are a manager. So these small things, when they add up to the value chain or in terms of their training programs, so the chances of calling them nikammas is a decline to the very bottom level, and that is which has been required when they come or finish their degree.
So when we talk about that, we should have the industrial training. We should provide the children to the industrial training. But the industry people, they are not bothering training to the to a student, because they are having targets in their hands. They need to because in industry there are many. One person is doing many jobs.
Yes.
So one person is doing 3, 4, 10 jobs in his hand. So he was always used to say that अरे भाई इनको इतना टाइम मैं इनको दे दूंगा तो वो काम कौन करेगा. तो ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी है जो फिक्स करनी पड़ेगी among the industry people, that no, you need to give this much time to for the training of the students, for the training of the unskilled youth. Otherwise, if you say only that industry the बच्चों को ले जाओ industry में training दो, कोई industry training नहीं करवाना चाहता.
Sir, two things which I want to add into it, right? Yes, what you said is, I won't say that what you said is absolutely wrong or it's not been denied. But दो factors हैं जो हम हमेशा ignore करते हैं, educational institute specially करते हैं, कि we don't go beyond a region. अगर मैं चंडीगढ़ में हूँ तो मेरे बच्चों की इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग चंडीगढ़ में होनी चाहिए, irrespective of the things कि चंडीगढ़ में इंडस्ट्री है या नहीं, राइट. सेकंड थिंग, सर ट्रेनिंग बच्चों ने करनी है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट बच्चों को चाहिए, कैंडिडेट्स को चाहिए, जॉब उन्होंने करनी है, कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में करनी है, तो लेग वर्क इंस्टीट्यूशन में से टीचर क्यों करेगा? It's very small thing, sir. Something which is a necessity to you might be a luxury to me, and which is luxury to me might be a necessity to you. So you need to change the scenario which I'm talking about, giving them ownership, right? They need to find it out what is in a target group. Marketing is a very big field. If you're going to go out marketing, it's in a field marketing, it's in a digital marketing, it's in a telephonic marketing that you need to do. So you need to understand that what is in a specific area that they want to do it, and then make prosperous partnership within the industry for the coming. And I don't think so that will be a challenging if you go beyond the region or kind of geographical area, and you change the synergy of the scenario of a student working in terms of getting the internships done.
And I like to add into this, the best of the institutions, चाहे वो IIT हो, चाहे वो NIT हो, तो वहाँ everything is a student driven. The teacher is just a coordinating person, because कहीं ना कहीं वो जो student लेकर जो आएंगे उनको फिल्टर करेंगे और उसको नेक्स्ट ईयर या नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट ईयर कभी भी दे कैन यूज इट एंड रीयूज इट. So basically, the work need to be done by essentially by the teachers, and teachers need to take ownership. It is cannot be say कि बच्चे खराब है, ये teachers अगर बच्चे खराब है, that's because of the teachers, nothing to do with बच्चा. कि 5 साल आपने कुछ पढ़ाया नहीं उसे. So कहीं ना कहीं आपको as a teacher you need to be responsible for what is coming out of your institution.
बाकी सेंटर से पूछना है.
सर बस एमसी कॉलेज रह गया यहाँ पे ना.
पूछ लो उनसे भी.
कॉलेज पानीपत. पानीपत.
हेलो. यस.
का वाली बांधा.
बांधा सर.
हेलो. सर मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि जो मनरेगा है वो भी रूरल डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम करता है, जॉब क्रिएट करता है, और स्किल इंडिया भी यही काम कर रहा है, तो दोनों में सर क्या डिफरेंस है?
अभी थोड़ी देर पहले चर्चा हो गई, आपने लगता है ठीक से नहीं सुना. तो दोबारा बता देते हैं आपको. जो मनरेगा स्कीम है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जिसको एक इकोनॉमिस्ट थे, उनका नाम था जीन ड्रेजे. दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में उन्होंने प्लान किया कि जो हमारा स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट होना चाहिए कि गांव में एग्रीकल्चर सीजन के पास एक लीन पीरियड आ जाता है, उस समय लोगों को जॉब नहीं होती है, वो लोग माइग्रेट करके शहर में आ जाते हैं. तो ऐसे लोगों को गांव में ही जॉब दिलाने के लिए, ताकि माइग्रेशन चेक हो, एक स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट है, जिसके अंतर्गत ये सोशल सेक्टर स्कीम के अंतर्गत इसको बोला जाता है. और इसके अंतर्गत 100 दिन की एम्प्लॉयमेंट लोगों को किसी तरह भी मिल जाए, ताकि उनके हैंड में कुछ पैसे आ जाए, ताकि उसकी सस्टेनेंस हो जाए, उनकी जीविका चल जाए, मतलब उनकी रोटी चल जाए. इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मनरेगा स्कीम चालू की गई है. स्किल इंडिया की स्कीम है कि हम फर्दर लोगों को ट्रेन करके वेरियस सेक्टर्स में उसको हम लोग एम्प्लॉयमेंट दें. तो दोनों में 2 अंतर है. हालांकि एक क्वेश्चन जब चल रहा था तो मनरेगा कभी कभी काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव भी साबित हो रहा है. वो क्यों? कि पहले जो वर्कर थे वो खुद स्किल्स रखते थे और वो स्किल्स को कैरी करते थे. अब जैसे जैसे ये काम मिल जा रहा है 100 दिनों के, वो अपनी स्किल्स को भूलते जा रहे हैं, अपनी आर्टिजन स्किल्स से भूलते जा रहे हैं. तो ये सब कुछ कमियां भी हैं. तो काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव भी किसी जगह पर मनरेगा साबित हो रहा है. लेकिन मोर और लेस ये गवर्नमेंट की वो स्कीम है जिसमें कहीं सूखा, अकाल और ऐसी आपात स्थितियां जो बनती हैं देश में, उससे ये बचाने के लिए है. जैसे कि आपने देखा हो कि डीमोनेटाइजेशन में जितने भी वर्कर्स अलग अलग शहरों से अनएम्प्लॉयड होकर जब गांव में गए, तो ये मनरेगा स्कीम ही थी जब उनको कुछ ना कुछ जॉब मिल गई. अदरवाइज एक बहुत बड़ा बर्डन होता सरकार के लिए कि करोड़ों लोगों को जॉब कहाँ दिया जाए. तो ये एक बात है कि मनरेगा एक स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट है in our economic system, so that we can carry some group of the people, so bigger disaster may not take place in the term of poverty and मतलब hunger death. इस तरह की चीजों को बचाने के लिए मनरेगा स्कीम चलाई गई है. और स्किल इंडिया का पूरी तरह से जो मिशन है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को हम स्किल्ड करें और वो कहीं भी ग्लोबली जाकर जॉब प्राप्त करें. तो हमारी मतलब रेमिटेंसेस आएंगे, उससे भी हमारी इकोनॉमी स्ट्रेंथन होगी. या जिस भी सेक्टर में वो लोग सही ढंग से काम करेंगे तो हमारी इकोनॉमी स्ट्रेंथन होगी. ये था, मुझे लगता है, आपके प्रश्न का उत्तर. एनी मोर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम एनी अदर सेंटर्स प्लीज?
झांसी सर, डू यू हैव एनी क्वेरी?
No, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much. Due to some technical problem, we don't connect properly.
अच्छा, कनेक्ट अभी हुए हो?
Yes, sir. Due to electricity problem.
तो हमारी लेक्चर सुन नहीं पाए आप लोग?
हाँ सर, कुछ रह गया सर, बीच बीच में ड्रॉप हो रहा था इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, इस वजह से सर.
ठीक है,
सॉरी सर.
एनसी कॉलेज
सर, इसका ये ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज के साथ जो है ये स्किल्ड जो प्रोग्राम है ये साइमल्टेनियसली चल सकते हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल चल सकते हैं. आपके कॉलेज में भी चल सकते हैं. अभी तो गवर्नमेंट ने आपको भी जोड़ दिया है. इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज कैन आल्सो डू सम स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स. आप इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में भी ये स्कीम चला सकते हैं विद कन्वेंशनल कोर्सेज।
देखिए ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज चलाने से किसी ने कोई मना नहीं किया है। हाँ, अगर आपको वो सारी सुविधाएं अवेल करनी है जो कि NSQF या डिफरेंट स्कीम्स के अंडर में है, तो उसके लिए आपको NSQF कंप्लाइंट कोर्सेज चलाने पड़ेंगे और उसके लिए भी थोड़ा समय अलाउड है। 2018 तक तो ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज भी चल सकते हैं और उसके बाद में अगर गवर्नमेंट की असिस्टेंस चाहिए तो NSQF कंप्लाइंट कोर्सेज ही करने पड़ेंगे।
इंजीनियरिंग
अच्छा, वो ट्रेडिशनल, वो कन्वेंशनल प्रोग्राम they'll continue. They will go on simultaneously. Conventional degree and diploma plus BVoc and diploma vocational, they will go on simultaneously.
Any question from rest of the centers? Any participants would like to say something?
हेलो।
Yes.
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। मैं REC बांदा से एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ।
पूछिए।
सर, जैसे हमें किसी भी देश को स्किल्ड करना है, या जैसे आप प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं स्किल्ड इंडिया, एक्चुअली हमारा देश स्किल्ड तो जब ही होगा जब हमारा किसान मजबूत होगा।
एक बात
हो क्या रहा है कि किसान 4 महीने मेहनत करके कोई फसल को तैयार करता है, उसके बाद जब वो उसको मार्केट में लेके जाता है तो उसके रेट इतने कम रहते हैं और जो बिजनेसमैन उनको खरीदता है वो कम टाइम में उससे ज्यादा बेनिफिट लेता है। तो सर इसके बारे में सर आपका क्या विचार है?
बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। आप जो किसानों की बात आपने की बांधस के और पूरे देश के लिए, सारे किसानों की स्थिति एक ही है। किसान जो उगा रहा है उसको फसल की जो मुआवजा मतलब मिलना चाहिए, जो रेम्यूनरेशन, वो मिलता नहीं है। जैसे अभी किसानों ने टमाटर ग्रो कर दिया, आलू ग्रो कर दिए, उनको दाम नहीं मिल रहा है और उनको सही ढंग से हम लोग केयर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो हमारे लिए होना ये चाहिए कि इनकी स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी क्रिएट की जाए, प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट खड़े किए जाएं ताकि वो समय पर कुछ वैल्यू एडिशन उसमें हो जाए। अदरवाइज किसान तो बहुत बुरी स्थिति में फंसे हुए हैं। इसलिए किसानों को भी स्किल्ड करने की जरूरत है कि कौन सी चीज वो ग्रो करें। एक हमारे कुछ फार्मर्स हैं, उनकी मैं आपको लिस्ट दे सकता हूं। उन्होंने इसी तरह की एक्टिविटी करते करते अपने आप को पूरी तरह से ट्रेंड कर दिया है। अब वो ऐसे ही क्रॉप ग्रो कर रहे हैं, मल्टीपल क्रॉप्स ग्रो करते हैं, जिससे उनकी इनकम 1.5-2 लाख से बढ़कर 4-5 लाख हो गई है। कुछ फार्मर्स ने अपने आप को डाइवर्सिफाई कर दिया है। तो अभी किसान का जो काम है वो भी एक स्पेशलाइज्ड ट्रेंड पर्सन का काम होता जा रहा है। केवल सिंपल किसानी करने से उसको लाभ नहीं मिल रहा है, उसमें थोड़ी सी डेयरी फार्मिंग ऐड करे या बी कीपिंग का काम शुरू कर दे या फिर दूसरी एक्टिविटीज को जोड़े, कुछ कैश क्रॉप्स को जोड़े, तब जाकर किसान सफल होगा। ऐसे बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स अभी हरियाणा, पंजाब और उत्तर प्रदेश से आ रहे हैं। तो ये तो बात उनकी ट्रेनिंग की बात है। दूसरी बात है कि उनको मार्केट फैसिलिटीज और उनको सुविधाएं देने की गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अभी इस संबंध में काफी नाकामयाब है, जिसके कारण से आप देखेंगे कि लाखों किसान मतलब पिछले कई सालों में उन्होंने सुसाइड कर लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग उनको सही सहूलियत नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। बेचारों को 2 और 5 रुपए अगर मिलेंगे उनके प्रोड्यूस को, तो वो क्या करेंगे, बेचारे सुसाइड ही करेंगे। तो ऐसी स्थिति हम लोगों ने अभी नहीं तैयार की है। तो इसके लिए हमें बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है कि स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी बनाई जाए, उनके लिए वैल्यू एडिशन किया जाए। वही आपका चिप्स जो है आलू का, वो 200-500 रुपए किलो बिक रहा है और आलू 2 रुपए किलो बेचारे किसान सड़क पर फेंक रहे हैं। तो इन दोनों चीजों को देखते हुए हमें जो बीच के मार्केटिंग मैकेनिज्म में जो बिचौलिए लोग हैं या जो बिजनेस कम्युनिटी हैं, उसको भी थोड़ा कर्टेल करके किसान टू कंज्यूमर्स तक कैसे एक नेटवर्क बनाया जाए, इस संबंध में हमें ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है।
सजेशन और सर आपको देना चाहूंगा कि जो प्रोग्राम हम चला रहे हैं, जैसे ये तो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में ऑनलाइन कर रहे हैं, इसी टाइप के प्रोग्राम कुछ रूरल एरिया में जाके कुछ टीम ऐसी तैयार की जाए जहां उनको प्रेजेंटेशन दिया जाए।
ठीक बात है,
ज्यादा सही होगा सर मेरे हिसाब से। यहाँ तो आने वाले लेकिन जो बिना पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं उनको तो जब दिखाएंगे तब वो समझेंगे।
आने वाले समय में ऐसे प्रोग्राम हम लोग जरूर करेंगे जिसमें किसानों को जोड़कर अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट के साथ डिस्कशन कराएं। 1-2 सेमिनार में हमने ऐसे एक्सपेरिमेंट किए हैं, ताकि किसानों को बैठे बिठाए वहां पर कुछ अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन मिले और सीख कर वो लोग कुछ कर पाए। आपकी सलाह बहुत बहुत अच्छी है। So any more question? Otherwise we'll wind up.
No questions coming.
No question. Okay, friends, let us conclude it in such a way that this was a discussion which was initiated by Mr. Arun, who is a representative from FICCI. He gave a perspective of the corporate world, what kind of manpower requirement is there in the corporate world. Then Mr. Amit Barua, he is a both way. He is now associated with an educational institution. Earlier he was working with the corporate world. So he has given both the perspective. So the two important perspective you have got, and we had a very nice discussion on various issues related to Manrega, related to various skill development programs. So it was a quite fruitful discussion, and many important issues have come up, and many issues were clarified also, that how economically we can strengthen ourselves by taking this skill development mission of the government of India. There are certain loopholes, there are certain drawbacks, there are certain weaknesses that will always be there. But our purpose here is to how to strengthen the existing infrastructure, how to strengthen the trainers and the manpower so that we can provide better training to the trainees, and how we can fill up all the gap areas to provide a better platform to masses, basically masses, so that they can get training easily, free of cost, and they are better placed in the growing various sectors of our economy. So that was the purpose. So we are very thankful to the experts who have come from different places, like Mr. Arun from FICCI and Mr. Amit Barua from the Universal Group of Institutions. So they have given a various important inputs related to skill development mission, and we are very, very thankful to you. So we wind up here, and till tomorrow morning at 9:30, tomorrow will be the concluding day. So you must be happy that you have traveled 4 important days and you have learned many things through this program. So tomorrow we'll be meeting at 9:30. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Sir, welcome back.